Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. After 2 months, more than 100 matches, 250 games, the Mountain West Conference is ready to decide who will earn the right today to represent the conference in the Collegiate League of Legends playoffs. We've got a pair of semifinals here. The winner of each will go on to the Mountain West Finals, but both teams will make it to the CLOL round of 32. I am Michael Fish Fisher. When the Mountain West is involved in its playoff time, who better join me than Adam Cheese McGuire, who famously called the first Mountain West event back in 2018. And Chizu, you've got more experience than me in the Mountain West playoffs. So what makes this event so special?
Well, right off the bat, Fish, this is the big shebang. No matter what the situation is, after everything is said and done, one of these schools' hard work for the entire season will pay off. But if you take a little bit more of an intricate look at the whole situation, as far as, the whole conglomerate of this kind of event, this is the beginning of the start for some of these individuals, whether they're a senior trying to get their first big win, or if they're, a budding rookie who wants to get into the esports world. This is the first big step for some of these players, and this will help to continue on with their esports careers here in the future.
In the Mountain West, one of the leaders in esports, this is the longest running conference championship. It's been an automatic qualifier for the CLOL playoffs for the past 3 years. As we said, the winners from both games today will advance not only to the Mountain West Finals, but one of them will raise a trophy next week, but they will also both get a berth in the round of 32 in the CLOL playoffs. And of course, the winner of that final will have the easier path. But we've got four schools who better to represent the Mountain West in CLOL. You've got San Jose State, you've got Colorado State, Nevada, and Boise State. We'll take a look at all of them. And those four teams, they've been in the past two Mountain West finals, so the Mountain West has the cream of the crop here today to represent each other. But before we get into the schools, let's see all of the events. Let's see how we got here. We started with 376 schools, 11 Mountain West teams. It was a 10-game regular season round robin. We are now to that fourth bullet right there. The top four teams have advanced to the semifinals. Mountain West winner and the runner-up will advance to the playoffs, which are coming up later this year. Of course, the Mountain West playoffs in early March, and that's exactly how we got here. Well, I mentioned the four teams that are going to be here. Let's see how they did in the overall. We check out the standings. Boise State on top, 20-0 in their last 20 regular season Mountain West games. Playoffs, we'll get to that, but it hasn't been as exciting. Colorado State 9-1, an up-and-comer. Their only loss to Boise State. Nevada at 8-2. They've challenged Boise State time and time again. Their only losses to the Broncos and the Rams. At San Jose State 7-3. Follow the pattern. Their only losses to Boise State, Colorado State, and Nevada. Chizu. So there's not been a lot of upsets. We kind of know on paper how this should play out, but you never know in the playoffs because, as I mentioned, Boise State's run the table in the regular season. It hasn't gone so well in the playoffs for Boise State.
Absolutely. And again, as somebody who has seen this event unfold time and time again, there's just so many opportunities for these teams to pick up victories. I mean, again, any team, any day is a mantra of this game. We've seen it whether it was last year when Boise State fell to an unexpected Colorado State, which we'll talk about later on in the show. Or you talk about the fact that Boise State and San Jose State have clashed before in the finals, and here they are in the semis. And so is there a little bit of bad blood? I mean, you hit it on the head. The top four, the cream of the crop, every single one of these teams has challenged for that trophy, and some of them have actually walked away with it.
Yeah, we see San Jose State, the Spartans, made the list for the third time in a row. They won it all back in Vegas in 2019, taking down Boise State 2-1. As you mentioned, maybe a little bit of bad blood for Boise State. That's a taste that you will never wash out of your mouth, no matter what sport you play, when, especially on your own Twitch channel, for whatever reason, but Doc decides to show San Jose State with the confetti raining down, with the check being handed to him. So Boise State, it's not the same team. There's a couple of names that are the same, but they still want revenge for that, and they want their first chance at the trophy. The Spartans are a very tough test, and they proved it time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. And then again, we mentioned Boise State just ripping through the regular season, and when it comes to the postseason, there's just been some, as I like to say, cattywampus events that have led to less than stellar performances, but I'm feeling good. Again, we were talking about the players. Boise State has not looked this good ever, and if they don't pick up a trophy this time around, it could be pretty heartbreaking for them.
Well, speaking of looking good, the team that after last spring you would have thought would have been the overwhelming favorite would have been Nevada. You see right there, they were the 2020 champions. They won it last year. This spring, a little bit of a disappointment. They're coming in as the third seed with an 8-2 record. Their only losses to Boise State in a hard-fought 2-1 series. And then in week one, they lost to Colorado State, which at times was seen as a giant upset. I mean, there's even some talk that maybe if that was a week 3, week 4 game, because even Boise State struggled in week 1 against their competition, maybe that would have been a different result. But the Wolfpack, they're a very tough team. Boise State has had a ton of run-ins with them. They were actually runners-up in the fall version of this tournament in CLOL, losing losing to Boise State, they are always a team you got to watch out for, and we'll see them later today.
And I've said time and time again, if there is a team anywhere in the nation that makes me a little scared anytime I see them take the stage, it's going to be Nevada. They have a tendency of just coming out of nowhere, hyper-aggressive plays, tactical and precision is kind of their specialty, and we saw that again last year against CSU, but it's just been a consistent thing for them. Sure, they might come in at the 3rd seed, but they've got first place heart.
Yeah, of the top 4 teams, Nevada was the only team that took Boise State to Game 3 in the regular season. So even though they're the 3rd seed, even though they maybe had a little bit of a shocking loss to Colorado State, they are still going to be a very tough team. It would not surprise me at all if we see them in the final next week. Well, speaking of their opponent, as we said later today, we'll see a rematch of last year's Mountain West Championship. In the lore of Mountain West esports, John Atop still echoes as maybe one of the most meme-worthy collapses of all time for Boise State. It was an amazing comeback by Colorado State. It was a marathon 5-hour, 5-game series in the Mountain West semifinals, and that propelled Colorado State to their first appearance in the live finals. Unfortunately, their games against Nevada did not go very well. It was a quick win for the Wolfpack. I'm sure Colorado State wants revenge for that. But they still are a very tough school at 9-1. And maybe the surprise in the Mountain West, we maybe thought, okay, they'll be 3rd, maybe they'll be 4th. They took everybody by surprise, and they took the 2nd-place spot in the regular season.
And again, just absolutely spot on with that because, again, they may be coming in as one of the lower-end seeds, but it's an impressive spot. If you are here at the end of the season, it doesn't matter if you're 1st through 4th. You made it. You are here, and you're working your way to the top. And what comes next at this point? So, again, CSU has looked stellar at times. Obviously, can go the long con. They can go through the 5 games if they absolutely need to. And again, they're capable of monstrous upsets. Would be no surprise if we see that again today.
Yeah, and then of course, we know who the top team coming in is. They're 10-0 in the regular season. It is the Boise State Broncos. They beat every team they played. It wasn't always clean. It wasn't always the 2-0 that you expected, but a win is a win. We mentioned it earlier at the broadcast. They are 20-0 in their last 20 regular season Mountain West games. They're also the reigning champions from the fall CLOL Mountain West tournament. It wasn't as long as a regular season, just a quick tournament. The Broncos won that, taking down the Wolfpack and made it to the 2nd round of the CLOL tournament in the fall. But unfortunately, we mentioned their playoff struggles have come time and time again. Cheesy, you see some of the faces there. I mean, you got Koba. He's now the coach for Boise State. Yep. Red Hot's still up there. Like I said, some of the names from Boise State versus San Jose State still on the stage. But this is a newer team. It's a very strong team. And some of these new players, some of these old players, they want to erase the memories of playoffs past.
I'm going through nostalgic trips right now, man, because in all honesty, I am in that audience going, woo, like just a kid at a candy shop, man. And again, the lineup has changed, but the overall of Boise State's crew has generally done one thing: play for the big win conditions, and you're seeing them in some of these players that they've picked up throughout the course of the last year, whether it's Ascent or E-Hug now at this point. But Red Hots has been on this team for a while. This guy demands respect, whether it's in the mid lane or the top side. And then as far as Dean is concerned, the dude is absolutely bonkers with not only his champions, but the way that that guy plays as well.
Take one final look at how our complete round robin sorted out. You see the top 4 teams there. San Diego State even had a chance in the final week if things rolled their way to sneak into that 4th seed. So the top of the Mountain West has been very strong. Even Hawaii came out with some very incredible performances. Took Boise State to a Game 3 earlier on this year, and I know chat was going wild for the Warriors. They look like a team that could definitely challenge for the spot in coming years. But right now it's Boise State at San Jose State, our first match of the night. Then we'll follow it up with Colorado State and Nevada as we take a look at the teams here. We know and we love them for Boise State. It's Goblin, Red Hots, Ascent, E-Hug, and Dean. They're taking on Seal, Saigar, Sunleaf, TT, and Half Moon. Some of the best players in the Mountain West. E-Hug and Ascent top of the kill boards, but TT's right there, and Half Moon second in the conference in assists. This is going to be a killing bonanza, especially in that bot lane.
Yeah, and we need to see once we get into the champion picks and bans whether or not any of the statistical numbers that we have here on paper are going to come into play. Don't want to spoil too much as far as what we could be seeing until we actually get there. But again, just the champion pools, both of these teams, again, are hungry. They have shown not only in the standings, but in previous years just what they are capable of. So I'm curious to what teams we're going to see here tonight on the stage.
Yeah, if you're curious of the regular season result, it was a 2-0 victory for Boise State over San Jose State. So the Broncos come in on paper as the overall favorite. Of course, we know about the lineup change. We've got Goblin up at that top lane, Red Hots in the jungle. He's expanded his jungle pool, especially in recent weeks as well. No longer that new Ivern, I'm going to play a tank kind of thing. So I'll be very curious to see what Boise State wants to do. But San Jose State, we've mentioned it, They already have that one championship over Boise State. It's playoff time, and now the onus is really on Boise State to not be the team that historically collapses in the playoffs, because as much as it pains me to say it as a Boise State fan,
don't remind me.
That has been the narrative for Boise State time and time again is, hey, they're really great in the regular season, and then the playoffs come, and just everything crumbles apart.
And it's just an unfortunate situation and circumstance, and it's something that happens. It just is unfortunate for the Boise State side that it just happens to be at the most pivotal moments, and kind of interesting ones as well, where they decide to just kind of fall apart at the seams. But again, I say it and I'll say it again, any team, any day, SJSU could certainly walk away with a victory over the 10-0 Boise State. But right there, right off the bat, the one hashtag I have followed all season, let Ascent play Rumble, will be denied right off the bat.
And then, of course, just a quick reminder for everybody in Twitch, support your teams, celebrate your successes, and if you're not going to be respectful, the mods are going to remove you if you violate any chat rules. There, you mentioned the Rumble. We got some stats. Ascent actually himself went back and looked at the Mountain West. 82% ban rate on that Rumble. When he got it, 100% win rate. Same for the Twitch. 85% win rate when it got, or 100% win rate when it got through. 85% ban rate. San Jose State says, we know that. We're going to ban both those away, and I'll see what they want to do for their third ban and how Boise State has their second ban plan.
I got to say that as far as Ascent and E-Thug are concerned, I absolutely love their social media presence just because they had these stats before anybody else. And then we had to go back and double check just to make sure, as we're seeing yet another series of bans here. So no Rek'Sai, no Camille, Syndra, and then let's get the newest pop star out of here as Seraphine going to be removed from this round.
Interesting for that Seraphine ban. A lot of teams recently, both Boise State and their opponent, have targeted that Udyr, who is a very strong jungle champion. Red Hots has played it whenever it's been available. There's that Gragas pick for Boise State. Probably could flex it anywhere, but I bet you that's on Goblin in the top lane. A very safe top laner, very tanky. And then there's that Hecarim pickup. I still think the horse is a little bit slowed from the item changes, but we've seen it play pretty well. And there's that Lulu pseudo ban, because we know Dean loves that champion in this sort of protect the E-Hug, because we never know where he's going.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as like the picks are concerned right now, just some numbers I was looking at as far as like played 3 times, played 5 times. Lulu is an absolute massive pick here for the side of SJSU, as Lulu's one of their top supports champions that they've been running throughout this. But then you got to do the flash and slap. I love the addition of this champion as far as this last season or 2 is concerned. Udyr making his appearance here in game number 1. And like I said, the flash slap is such a beautiful and basic combo and can lead to some amazing things, especially when you're backing up with the likes of the Gragas.
Yeah, point and click stuns, one of the strongest thing in League of Legends. You just run in with the chem tank. You look like you're running a marathon on Udyr, and he looks like Usain Bolt as he zooms past you. Oh. And the Zillion pick.
Oh, flying like bananas, baby.
That is an interesting one there. I like that pick because, I mean, we've seen time and time again, Boise State's comp will eventually devolve around. E-Hug's going to be in a spot where an AD carry probably shouldn't be.
Sure.
He's going to get kills, and then his team's got to say, all right, how do we save him? Usually it's a Shen ult. Now we got the Zillion ult from Dean.
I really do like this. I mean, this is more of a personal thing for me than anything else. I love his ability to lock stuff down, the double bomb, and the way that you can queue that up. Works out pretty well, the movement speed to get in and out of the sticky situations, and who doesn't love having 2 lives? I mean, come on now. So throw the ultimate on the person who's about to fall, and you got yourself a second wind, and then Jinx making a stronger appearance here, especially with some of the latest buffs and nerfs, if you will. She has definitely started to rise in popularity, especially with that passive.
Yeah, wild growth on that Jinx. Going to be very hard for Boise State to try and get to TT. As we mentioned, one of the kill leaders in the Mountain West. I think he finished the year 4th overall, so he could definitely have a pop-off game if that Udyr and that Gragas aren't able to get there. There's a Kaisa ban for San Jose State, a very strong AD carry. We never know what E-Hug's going to play. We've seen Vayne, we've seen Kaisa, we've seen Kog'Maw, we've seen Lucian, we've seen everything in that bot lane. So I'll be curious to see what he wants to pick up, but it's a very good ban for San Jose State.
Yeah, like you said, multiple options here as to what we want to throw into not only that bottom side, but as far as what the mid lane bans are going to be as well. No surprise, Orianna, another one of those ones that we were talking about as far as SJSU's champion pool is concerned. And I'm not entirely sure. You can see like the MF come out here from the side of Boise State if you wanted to go that route. But like you mentioned, there are so many strong ADs open right now. Boise State just kind of has to pick the winner.
Yeah, we've seen E-Hug play everything. There's that Vayne taken away. So 3 bans on E-Hug. Open things up for Ascent in the mid lane to really have his choice. We've seen the Zoe at times. We've seen some AP Malphite come out and time again if he likes the matchup. So I'll be curious to see what he has in his sleeve, up his sleeve in the mid lane, and which one Boise State is going to pick first or second. I'll be curious to see. And then that last ban for Boise State, maybe a mid laner?
Sure.
Hard to see.
That'd probably be the route I would go with it. Again, they've already gotten the Syndra off there. Orianna's there. As far as champions that SJSU likes to play in the mid lane, might as well take one more out. Galio, again, could either end up, running in certain instances, different places, but I like that ban there.
Yeah, just a very strong champion. Interesting that Boise State bans it, as Galio's usually a choice of theirs in the mid lane, but we've seen teams start to adopt and realize, you know what, if you just have that hero's entrance on your AD carry, it makes it even harder. There's the Azir pick, another champion that at times I think has had issues. Riot's done their best to sort of realize, hey, you know, the Shurima Shuffle has lost its step or two with the item changes. Ascent's played it time and time again, especially before the changes. I'm not a big fan of it, but we'll see, especially when a bunch of champions get banned away. And the Ezreal, that's something we have not seen from EHUG.
And as far as the Azir, not just necessarily the newest addition to Runeterra, but also an absolute monster when it comes to this team fight situation. Get your Hecarim to just plow on in, Wild Growth on top of that. Anyone left, Shurima Shuffle them back into the remaining members of your team. Congratulations, you just picked up probably more resources than you have any business. I like this Ezreal pickup. The mobility and just pure slipperiness as far as this champion is concerned is outrageous to begin with. Go ahead, throw a Zillion on top of that. You got extra movement speed, a way to keep everyone away from you if you have to shift, and I was curious if we would see this Lucian, one of my favorite mid laners right now, the guy just piercing lights everybody and ends up winning the game. It's crazy. Your mid lane, their tower is gone within just a matter of minutes. Next thing you know, he's in your lane doing the same thing. So great pickup from Boise State.
Yeah, I like the double AD. I expect EHUG, if he's on that Ezreal, to probably be somewhere where he's going to somehow be behind the enemy on that AD carry. He just always comes up in a spot where I'm like, I don't think AD carry should be there, but he makes it work. And then there's the Aatrox, that pick for San Jose State. I like that. I think strong top laners trying to avoid that sort of tank wet noodle slap fest in the top lane is how you can beat Boise State. Goblin has gotten better in recent weeks, trying to make sure he's not too far behind, make sure he's staying with his opponents. So we'll see how that top lane goes and which they want to prioritize. It is game one of the Mountain West Series Championships. It's semifinals number one between Boise State and San Jose State. The second semifinals between Colorado State and Nevada will be coming up after this. And before we get to anything, before we get to Cheeses and I thoughts, let's throw it over to Glovely quite quickly here to get his thoughts on who had the best draft and who he thinks looking to have the advantage in game number one.
Hey everybody, I'm glad to be here tonight.
Who you looking at the draft there, Glovely? What are you thinking? Which team has the advantage?
Looking at the draft here, Boise State has drafted a very mobile composition. Udyr, of course, very high movement speed across the board, but we look at all the other champions, almost every single one has some sort of speed up or dash, able to get themselves over walls from place to place. This, to me, strikes as a very rotation-heavy sort of composition. I would expect to see Boise State players moving very quickly across the map. If one member of San Jose, or the Spartan goes down, I'd expect that the members of that lane are going to roam to another lane, and we're going to see some sort of domino effect across the map, just from the sheer move speed and mobility they have.
Well, and talk to me about the Zillion pick, Glovely, because again, if I'm not mistaken, this is not something that's very bread and butter, very, as I hate the word meta, but, we're not seeing a whole lot of Zillion in play really anywhere. Talk to me about this a little bit.
I think in terms of the Zillion, one of the great things he brings to your team is, of course, he does have some of the best area of effect crowd control with the double bomb stun combo. But on top of that, he also provides a lot of additional movement speed for other members of your team, which is great for getting your carries into and out of danger, or accelerating an Udyr up when you don't have access to the chem tank, which allows your engages to be more frequent.
Now, what about the side of San Jose State? They've got that sort of pseudo-hyper carry of the Jinx. They have the Wild Growth from the Lulu. They also have the Hecarim and the Azir, plus that Aatrox, who at times could be that pseudo-carry in the top lane. What are you seeing from San Jose State, and how do you think they can maybe pull off the upset here in game number one?
San Jose strikes me as a team fight composition that's built around playing a front-to-back sort of team fight. You have the Hecarim for your engages, and then everything else follows up behind it. You have so many tools to protect your Jinx. You have the knockups from Aatrox, the shields from Lulu, the Azir ultimate to wall targets off. So playing that front-to-back, trying to keep Boise State off of their backline, but with all the mobility on the side of Boise State, they're going to be very hard-pressed. I think we see them try to pick fights around objectives like Dragon or Baron. So if Boise State gets ahead early, that's going to be very advantageous for them.
Well, Glovely, I appreciate your insight. We'll have you back for game number two. Getting ready to go into game number one. We've referenced these stats a handful of times here. We see them. Galaxy Savage with his one-game appearance at 21 KDA. Nobody's topping that one. And the most kills are interesting due to the fact that EThug, now EHUG, chose to rename himself. His stats don't combine. We've done the research behind the scenes. He actually ended up with 250 kills
Yikes.
overall, nearly 100 more than anyone else in the Mountain West. If San Jose State wants to win this game, they've got to shut down E-Hug. But you see Half Moon there, second in assists, Chizu. That bot lane for San Jose State could definitely pop off.
You said this is Half Moon at second. You saw who's at first.
Yeah,
right?
I
The
did.
Dini, 321, man. You gotta love the supports. We make you look good, kind of thing. That or we look super dumb while we try to make you look good. Any one of those two situations could unfold.
When your 80 carry has 250 kills, the assists just really fall into your lap at
Right.
that point. So get ready for game number 1. We got Doc's keys to the game. Focus on a strong comp. Play to our Wig Edition. Focus on what we've learned. And E-Hug Smash. But don't forget about Ascent. You do that, he can absolutely make you pay. They're all brought to you by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online, go check them out at count.com, Count.com. Getting ready to go. Game number 1. Fish and Chizu calling it all in the Mountain West semifinals. We've got Boise State. We've got San Jose State. And the Broncos, I mean, even chat reminding us, playoffs in Boise State have gone together about like water and oil.
Yeah, as in they don't. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those situations, too, where you have to take that mental stability into account as well. I do bring that up, the positive mental attitude thing. It's one of the things I've really liked about the Boise State crew, even if, they have a bad game, coaches there with a granola bar and a water bottle, trying to make sure everything is good to go. But you do have to take that into account. Our players like Red Hots, who have been on that stage multiple times, going to be having, flashbacks of what's going on. I don't necessarily think that is going to be the case because I do like the PMA of this crew. But it is something that will weigh heavy on this crew. But how much of a relinquishing feeling will that be if not only they make it through this game today, but the next one as far as the championships are concerned?
Yeah, a couple of new members for Boise State for Ascent and E-Hug. It's their first appearance in the Mountain West semifinals, joining the Broncos last fall. And I mentioned this at the start of this semester. First time since I have joined the program that from fall to spring, it was the same Boise State roster in League of Legends. So this has been a team that's been around together for a very long time. Of course, we did eventually get the comp change, so at least something had to change for Boise State. But they've all started to fall into their roles. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Goblin in that top lane. There's been some games where it hasn't been great. There's been some games where he's played his role perfectly. We know he's not going to carry, but we know he's going to rack up assists. He's going to try and neutralize what the other top laner wants to do. I think there's a lot of pressure on him to see how well he can stay with that Aatrox, because CEO can absolutely pop off. He's one of the few remaining members from that San Jose Spartans team that won it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as far as SJSU is concerned, I mean, they've beaten this crew before. Maybe not in like recent history, but they've beat them when it matters. Guess what today is? A game that matters. And with the lineup that they do have, like you said, if that Aatrox starts to go bananas like 9-0 and 9, because, that happens in top lane sometimes, that is going to be not only detrimental, but devastating for the side of the Broncos.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Boise State, they had their gauntlet run in the middle of Mountain West season. They played Colorado State, San Jose State, and Nevada back to back to back. After that, they played some of the teams at the bottom of the standings, and things at times did not go well. There was some sloppy play. There was potentially some bad habits. Be curious to see if Boise State can regroup and get back to that dominating performance. We're going to hop into game number 1. Boise State, San Jose State. And everybody's playing pretty cautious here as we get ready for the juggle camps to spawn.
Yeah, standard kind of line of scrimmage here. Everyone leading towards their blue. No one getting saucy. No real reasons for hero plays as of yet. And we will get along with just kind of the first basic minutes of the game. As far as buys are concerned, you're looking pretty mirror image. Red instead of blue, depending on your Udyr or the Hecarim there. And as far as topside is concerned, you see the tier picked up the Gragas and a standard shield there. A more defensive option for the Aatrox.
Looks like for Boise State, I thought maybe they were trying a cheeky bush trap. We've seen that bot lane try it time and time again. Nothing there.
Set with some great poke in the early part, but again, we are at level 1, so that half health bar will slowly pick itself up as you're chugging potions, eating some biscuits. Nice little poke there from Half Moon as well. You're trying to get some poke down. Not going to find anything here. That is the early parts of this game.
Yeah, Riot likes to remind people the loading screen tips. An auto attack from 3 casters hits harder than any auto attack from any champion at level 1. If you aggro that minion wave, you'll end up taking more damage. You see Ascent, now the one on the receiving end of some of that punishment.
It looks like we do have Ascent jumping on in, looking to get more poke, but the soldiers there going to return the favor, making that an even trade there on the mid side. But you can see right now, Ascent is looking to be aggressive as possible, trying to get that lane pushed in. That way he will have an option to move if need be the case, throw some vision. But until then, just going to try to push as hard as he can. Meanwhile, Goblin just trying to stave off the wave, making sure everything works out. As Cole here going to be able to get a nice chunk of damage down as well.
Body slam barely avoids the pull back in. See both junglers on their second buff camp. See if Red Hot wants to rotate bot lane. He's done that time and time again since the transition into the jungle. He'll start on his top side of the map. He wants to gank bot lane as soon as possible, get E-Hug and Deem the advantage and allow them to press that over and over again.
Oh, almost got the double bomb there. That would have been huge for the side of Boise State. Instead, he's only going to get one. That second one looked pretty dang close, but instead he's going to clear out some minion as far as that is concerned, push off the bottom side of SJSU. Boise State right now pushing all over it. Yeah, just the rotation I'm talking about. Look at that. Udyr already making his way towards the dragon. Dean is able to move up there with him, not towards the dragon, sorry, but to get vision down in that dragon pit for when that thing spawns. Already going to take a look at the opposing jungle as well. And Boise State right now just has control of this bottom side. We'll see how they make up for it on the top side with SJSU.
SJSU goes in, checks the blue buff of Red Hots, not knowing he started that one first, so that ward isn't going to give them much information. The Gromp will spawn, and it looks like Red Hot's actually heading back over there.
Nice piercing light there, too. Got him with the tip of it. Able to push off that Azir for another second longer.
Here we
But
go.
yeah, see what's going on here, as it does look like Udyr and Hecarim should be catching up here in the very near future. It does look like they have found each other. Goblin making a possible move. Never mind. He's just going to go head-to-head with his opposing laner. So nothing doing. Does look like Udyr will be able to pick up his camp. And instead, Hecarim is going to kill. And now teleport going to be used in the mid side. That means Azir is going to be down for the big plays as far as Dragons. Things of that caliber will not be able to jump into any odd bottom side fights or anything of that caliber.
Yeah, no teleport on the Lucian, instead bringing that Ignite. Wants to probably find a kill in that lane. See the pings coming out. Probably want to bait him a little bit further, but unfortunately the minion wave's not agreeing with him, so they'll push back. Red Hot's chilling out by that turret. Trying to bait an engage, but they're not going to find anything in the middle.
Doesn't quite look like it. Ascent again, just trying to get Sunleaf to move on forward. Soldiers are out, and they're in. The shuffle is in. Red Hots is here. He's going to try to get there as fast as he can. The bears are there. The slap is in, and the damage plus the Ignite is down as well. Ascent took a tower shot. He's dead. The Ignite was burned as well, and Azir will get out by the skin of his teeth. And the Sun God looking good right there. 2v1. Flash bear slap was not enough. Boise State burns so many resources and are found wanting.
This has been an issue for Boise State. They've sometimes been too aggressive. You see it right there. They wanted that kill on Sunleaf. They tried so hard to make it happen. Ascent thought the Ignite would kill him. Instead, Ignite ends up costing him first blood in his own life.
That's one of the fun things to do is Zillion. You just, speed yourself up, drop a bomb, make sure they can't leave. Do it, 2 or 3 more times if you really want to, but it's kind of a troll move. I love that from Dean, but just making sure this bottom lane doesn't get any free back. And again, SJSU with the first blood looking pretty good. Again, it was the 2v1 scenario, and Boise State now has to not only recollect from the loss of life, but the resources they expended as well are going to make it really hard here moving into the next couple minutes of this game.
They did get the flash from the Azir, so Sunleaf's not going to have a great time joining this dragon fight. As Red Hot's going to hop right on top of him. You can see the pings coming out.
Ooh, nice ultimate there. Goblin is going to fight, and Body Slam is there as well, but Cole is able to continue to stay up. And that's what happens on the top side. Big ol' rocks, and they just kind of roll into each other.
they hit each other time and time again. We get excited, and then they're like, we're tanks.
Science.
We don't really care. First dragon for Boise State. Cloud Drake.
Feels pretty good.
It could be better, could be worse. They'll take it.
I mean, absolutely, especially with that first blood tossed over. The fact that they were still able to recoup those losses by finding a big objective kind of speaks to the game awareness side of things as far as Boise State is concerned. So yeah, they handed over first blood. They will pick up that air drake, and that'll start them on a path here. Obviously, they're going to be looking for more. But the question is, what is San Jose State University going to do? Teleport onto the top side is the first of many answers.
Yeah, the game's been pretty quiet so far. You see the CS differences, about 15 in the top lane for Seal, kind of what we expected. Goblin just trying to make sure he does not die, do his best to maintain, but not much pressure on him. They're setting up something here. They're going to walk right onto Red Hots. He's got to be careful on that blue buff.
Big adjustment as Red Hots is burning everything and then some to get out, but it looks like they will be okay just trying to take this blue buff over. Red Hots isn't going to just let this go by. The smite is down, but Zygar is going to find that one, so stolen away. And effectively at that, here comes the rest of Boise State, but too little, too late. Maybe just trying to protect. Looks like we might even get a lane swap here. Yeah, Gragas didn't move down to the bottom side, didn't even notice that because I was so focused on the aggression on Boise State's blue side.
Boise State trying to put this bot lane in a situation where they can get a kill. They're going to speed up E-Hug.
E-Hug's going to chase this down if he can, never mind. But nice chunk of damage there. Dean is in the wings, and they're looking to push this lane.
I like this lane swap for Boise State. Goblin's got to be careful. He's going to take a ton of poke now in that melee versus range matchup. He's more than tanky enough. Went for the tier, as well as the Lucidity boots. So we're going to try and maximize those cooldowns as often as possible.
continue to throw out barrels, make sure this bottom lane can't really do anything. Dragon's gone. You don't have to worry about much other than CSing right here on the bottom side. You know that the opposing jungler is not there. You just saw him towards the mid side. So we'll see what that means. Who wants to rotate where? I mean, you already see Udyr's picking up that Rift Herald. That was going to be my next point, is that Boise State right now is just looking at all of these mass objectives and getting them relatively free, nonetheless.
Now we do have the counter jump coming out from Saigar. He is on Red Hot's red buff right now. My guess is they want to dive Dragon to the bot lane. Nice stun for Seal under tower. He'll be able to get away though. So Goblin's got to be careful. He still has the flash, still has the teleport, but I think they want to full dive this Dragon to the bot lane.
Chompers are going to come out, so that's going to buy him a few more seconds, but as you mentioned, this should be a pretty easy dive. Goblin's going to throw the ward up, so he does get the idea of what's going on. Not going to try to save that tower, and will be able to get out. Gotta love a little bit of vision saving your life.
We say with the Rift Herald, should be able to get first tower here. They're going to give a couple plays over to the bot lane, though. Here comes Saigar.
And it looks like Goblin is going to try to get on now. Saigar is in, but the body slam is out, and he's going to miss. Goblin gives the old neener and walks away.
Rift Herald, that charge is going to be more than enough for Boise State to get that first tower and all of those plays over to that bot lane. They'll let EHUG pick up the last one. They'll get first tower, but there's still 3 plates on the bot side for San Jose State. So TT and EHUG, so the best AD carries the Mountain West has to offer in terms of overall kills, going to be very strong going into this mid game.
You know, first tower, first dragon, and they even gave over first blood. So the first couple minutes of the game not being that detrimental for the side of the Broncos. And again, San Jose State University still looking pretty good, man. It's just Boise State has this macro game going on right now that does not appear to be slowing down a few seconds earlier. And Seal would have probably seen Red Hot playing a different situation. Not necessarily a kill, because as far as who was there, I'm sure that Red Hots would have been able to get on out of there. But everyone heading on back, looking at the 10-minute mark, so some pretty decent items should be showing up here for some of these individuals. As we move along, Boise State looking to retain or maintain control.
Yeah, you got the Mirror Mana on Lucian with the new changes. Definitely an item I think will be very strong on him with now all of your auto attacks and your abilities applying extra damage on hit. So it might be Ascent, not EHUG, who's the AD carry to watch out for on that mid Lucian. Has the most CS in the game. Did give up that first blood though, so that Lucian and how far ahead he can get if Boise State's able to get a gank or two, something San Jose State's going to watch out for, because Ascent third in the Mountain West in kills. A lot of it's been on Rumble, but he's still a force to be reckoned with on that Lucian. He played it a couple times incredibly well.
And just the fancy feat there on Ascent is able to move away from the Sand Soldiers. And again, he's doing the best that he can. He does have the CS lead, so that one kill really not hurting that bad now if you look at the differentials between minion and kill score, that kind of situation. But as far as overall gold is concerned, it's not even 1,000 yet. Boise State looking to put some damage down. A flash is out. What a great move there from T. Zap is going to follow as well. Pick's doing as much damage as humanly possible. EHUG is here, but it does look like Red Hot is moving on down. Saigar is going to be down. Chilling Smite is going to be used, and that is a lot of damage. But it looks like EHUG is going to fall. Never mind. The ultimate there from the Zillion is going to bring him on back. It is a 5v4, and oh no, that ultimate didn't look like it was doing what it needed to do. It looks like T could be the first one to fall. Red Hot is going to pick up that one, but the top side is here. Ascent on the back line is opening up a can on everyone he wills, and it looks like Boise State will pick up the ace and leave SJSU on their backs. A massive ace, not a single loss of life. Boise State comes up huge.
You mentioned the Zillion's not meta, but a great ult there. Look how close Seal's going to come. Q1 hits everybody. Q2 hits 3 people, if not for a huge body slam by Goblin. Q3 hits all 3 of Boise State's backline, and that is a completely different fight. Goblin's not going to get the kills, but he is the MVP because that Aatrox nearly aced Boise State by himself.
Me, yowza, man. Again, Boise State just quicker on the draw. I thought there for a quick second that T and Halfmoon might actually be able to turn that fight. You saw the zap hit, you saw everything going down, but then Zygar ends up running face first into Red Hots, and a powder keg of emotion and abilities and resources, you name it, it was used there. I mean, you take a look, it's just the flash from Dean, I think, still available. You've got Ghost on Zygar, sure, but my goodness, what a fight there on the bottom side.
Yeah, their big difference, you see Seal's teleport is just now coming online. He had to use it earlier just to get back into lane. He's able to teleport into the middle of that fight with that World Breaker. That could be a different story as well. So we're seeing the micro use of that teleport. Goblin holding his all game for that exact moment. Big reason why Boise State got the ace. They got the dragon while we were checking out the replay.
I was really concerned there, though, as the exploding cast came down, that possibly Goblin pulled the little oopsie and pushed everyone out of the way. But Boise State was able to collapse on it, too. So again, even with mistakes, the Broncos are finding ways to correct things and then get big objectives on top of it. Like you said, they've got the 2 Drakes, now looking to move their self towards a soul point. And they have everything they need to, and then some. We were talking just before that, as it looks like Zygar is going to be jumping on in. Ethan gets a nice little shift, says, nice try, guy, and the rest of the Broncos stampede on in. Chilling Smite is down. Oh, and the ult's going to be used there by Lulu. Bear slap on the horse, a second ultimate used to get away from the Boise State onslaught. Ethan is not done. The ultimate is huge. Here comes the Cooley as well. Luki finds one. He finds a second, and Ascent is going bananas right now. This top lane tower, not long for the world. Boise State 7-1 at 14 minutes. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
He's got the ultimate. I told you, Dean is going to let him do whatever he wants. In and out of the fight with the revive. Another clutch move there. Boise State looking so good here.
Yeah, this goes back to the micro play, using that Rift Tail, getting top turret. Zygar and Half Moon had nowhere they could run away. The Wild Growth used sort of selfishly just to save the Lulu. Probably would have been better on the Hecarim and just sacrifice yourself as a support. That's what you're taught, I thought, day 1 of support school. Instead, they walk right into the culling of the True Shot Barrage.
That's one of those like alley-oop scenarios. Not only are you getting hit by the Ezreal Arcane Barrage, but the culling from the south side of the map. Like, what do you do there other than roll over and just die? It's just absolutely absurd. A great setup right off the bat. And like I was saying, they were using ultimates to get away. Wild Growth to get away. The Stampede from Hecarim, whose name escapes me.
Onslaught of Shadows.
Onslaught of Shadows, thank you. To get away, and it was all for nothing. And Boise State continues to push that lane. Looking massive here, about a 6,000 gold lead, a little shy of that. And again, another Rift Herald coming up here soon. They got that. Boise State, yeah, sure, the first couple minutes, little sketch, little sus, as you Among Us players say. But right now, looking pretty pristine. Prestige.
Uh-oh.
Looks like E-Thug, though.
E-Hug's going to take this, by the way. He would gladly take that 1v2. San Jose State's got to be careful. They're actually going to get sandwiched here.
Oh, yeah, that is a huge pinch there as Boise State rotates up. Red Hots is looking. He's going to find 2. One is going to be found. T is the first one. The answer going to be a Wild Growth. Walking over those Flame Chompers. Dean is able to find 1. Arcane Barrage not going to land. SJSU has everybody and then some here. Red Hot's still alive. Ascent has made his way up here. The teleport was canceled.
Yeah,
Something happened. We have to double check what that was. But it was going to be moved by the cask on the side of Goblin and a fight on the bottom side. Again, Boise State doing no wrong, finding everything, and look at the damage on E-Hug. All he has to do is look at you the wrong way, walks away from the wall, the Shurima shuffle to get away, and this is looking good for Boise State University.
Kind of like the sound of potentially 60-minute Super Minions. See if Boise State wants to take it. They'll at least get the tower. Respawns, I guess, just a bit too quick. They're going to retreat.
That's one Mad Monk. I haven't seen that emote before. But Boise State looking so good right now. Just shy of 7,000 gold. 2 Drakes. They could go for a third one, get that soul point if they want to, if they feel like they need it. But right now, you're taking a look. E-Hug, 4-0-6. That's a fantasy player's dream right there. Like, if he's sitting on my fantasy bench right now and I got that pick ban, I'm feeling pretty good. As far as San Jose is concerned, you got 1. You got 1. That's good news for you, but we'll see if they can find more. They've had opportunities. It's been super close, and then Boise State just started running it down. And like in a positive way. Like, nothing's going to stop them unless SJSU finds some way to recollect themselves.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is you just see how everything's come together for Boise State. Sen's going to take this fight. It's pretty risky, but he's going to do it.
Oh, man, he's jumping on in, and there comes the calling flash. Is going to be burned as well. A flash to follow. Here comes the tower shot, and Zygar's going to be jumping in here as well. Ascent looking to get the 2v1 double is going to be shut down. Some massive resources going over to the jungle. That's got to feel pretty good. Again, until Red Hots comes up here, was going to get the slap down, but that bounty is going to be huge to the side of SJSU. I'm not sure exactly what the value was, but at this point, any extra resource is great. E-Hug able to get out, flashes away from the shuffle. The wall is not going to pick him up. Not today, not ever, he says, as it looks like they continue to push here in the mid lane.
Yeah, only downside for San Jose State. Oh, nice True Shot Barrage. Don't think there's a follow-up. I'll give him the thumbs up, though. Is a tank Hecarim. He's not going to have that oomph you might expect from Lethality or Triforce Hecarim, so that is something that the great deed gets caught.
One bomb's gonna land, second one is not necessarily. Wow, that did nothing. He's looking for the stun more than anything there. But everything expended, nothing gained. Dragon picked up Boise State at soul point, simultaneously finds the mid lane turret, and E-Hug just wants to continue exploding. Cash comes down, Red Hot slaps the course, with the slap, and it looks like Seal wants to jump on in here, but just the explosive damage from Zillion right now is a problem. And we are going to get the Rift Herald dropped over the wall, and Boise State says, fine, you guys enjoy your trip back home. We're going to take that resource and this resource and just not slow down. It's been absolutely devastating for SJSU.
On true shot run, I think sniped Seal, but he's able to survive. Another charge here. You see Ascent. He's going to take out that tower that personally cost him his life. A little bit of a vendetta here. Shelly's even going to get the charge on that inhibitor. But Boise State's going for the full stomp win. They want all 3 inhibitor towers down, and we aren't even at 20 minutes yet.
Wowzers, the Gowsers, man, this is huge. Boise State just finding everything and then some. SJSU trying to do something here. So much damage coming out, not only from the Ezreal, but that culling again is just, it's like Space Invaders right now. That's kind of how it looks, to be completely honest with you.
San Jose State just let Heraldina kill their inhibitor for free.
Yeah, that's what you do.
They
right?
sent TT to the top lane to stop the minion wave, and they're just like, she'll die eventually, right? So that's free inhibitor, that's free super minions for Boise State. Baron's up in a minute. I mean, this could be a 20-minute Baron, and then let's go to game 2 for Boise State, because we've seen, as we talked about for First Blood, Boise State sometimes a little bit too aggressive for their own shoes. We saw the 700 gold bounty handed over to Saigar. If you're a Boise State fan, you'd like to, hey, pick up Baron, let's just ace him one more time, let's get on to game number 2.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where we were talking about the mental situation for both of these teams, and as far as SJSU is concerned, like, this has to be, this is rough, man. Like, if you and I are in a game right now, Fish, I have already asked us to surrender 5 or 6 times at this point, because I'm also bad, but as far as this whole situation is concerned, I don't know how you bring yourself back from a deficit of about 10,000. You know, just shy of 10,000, especially when you're letting things like that happen. Letting Heraldina just get stuff for free, probably not a good sign of things.
Yeah, if you do the math and you're down about 500 gold a minute, which 10K would be 20 minutes, it's going to take almost an epic collapse from the team that's ahead to win as opposed to an epic comeback. These are the games you tell your friends about, and you still have pictures of the Discord in your Discord of, can you believe we came back from this game? So for the Spartans, it's going to take a miracle. Saigar's looking for something here. He wants that onslaught of shadows onto the back line. The rest of the team's setting up, but they're going to get caught out for the sweeper. Boo.
It's a good thing they waited there for a really long time.
Boo, safety. Just face check the brush.
But Boise State just tried to finish this out. It looks like they will be eyeballing Baron as they've got minions all over the place collapsing down, especially the ones that are a little larger on the middle side. So this should be a free Baron over to the side of Boise State University if they choose. Goblin is able to get a belly slam out of there. Or body slam out of there for that matter. And again, just so much used. They want Goblin. They don't even care about the fact that Boise State has just been gifted a purple package. They may not know, but you kind of have to have an idea.
Now, yeah. I don't know if the Azir pick for Sunleaf was the best choice, unfortunately.
If you land the Soldier Wall, it usually works out pretty well. But Boise State has done an amazing job in something we've talked about, just having these slippery champions.
And they've also
so hard.
They banned him out too. 3 bans against the mid laner. Maybe that's why they put him on the Azir. But once again, it's just one of those champions I don't think has been very strong with the new items. Boise State's looking for this top inhibitor. They've got the Baron. Here's a last chance fight for San Jose. If they want to take it, instead they'll throw up their fake turret and say, please stop.
25 rounds have passed, so the Sun Disc is going to come on up. That's a Runeterra reference. As Boise State looks to collapse on this as well. Zygar is going to be taking a nice chunk of damage, maybe built as a tank, but Boise State's damage output is absolutely absurd right now as they continue on to this second inhibitor that they have been wanting for about the last couple of minutes. T taking some chunks of damage there. Looks like Goblin as well as Seal just going to let Noodle fight here on the top side. Explosive Cast going to come on down. Seal pushed out of position, but Goblin not able to follow that up. Red Hot's going to come on down, help him clear out some of this. And it's looking dire for the side of SJSU. They need a massive fight here in the very near future.
Got a ton of damage onto E-Hug. He's out of position. If they can take a fight right now, instead they're going to give up their last remaining inhibitor turret. And San Jose State's pacifying themselves to death. They've got Red Hot slow. They've got Goblin in the corner.
Here we go. Zygar going to be jumping on it. Not going to find anything. Red Hot is in. It smacks him into the mouth. Bare feet horse. You know who wins this, as we have seen it time and time again. Goblin looking to zone individuals out, as I said, is on the inhibitor. Going to be pulled on in. The ultimate is down, but Goblin is going to be revived by the Zillion. Coming on back. Arcane Barrage nearly takes out Half Moon. The health and the heal going to be used on in. Soldiers are able to get a couple as Boise State finds 2 members underneath those towers. Sunleaf is going to find Goblin, but it looks like E-Bug is going to return the favor. Ascent with a double kill here, and it looks like a triple. My game is paused. I can only assume shortly after Boise State takes game number 1.
Slow start for Boise State, but they came out strong, and the Broncos will take game number 1 here. They really just amazing performance in the final 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Don't forget, continue your education, receive college tuition assistance, student loan payback, and great job skills training. To find out more and to start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve, go to afreserve.com for more information. Boise State, San Jose State, they're getting ready to go for game number 2, but we have to look back and say, what can the Spartans change? Because they got the dream start. It felt like first blood onto Boise State, pushing way too hard, and then everything fell apart with that fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, it was one of those kind of mental recuperation kind of situations. Boise State had that kill. A very tilting moment as far as that first handful of minutes were concerned. And then after that, it just didn't look like SJSU could find a way on in. Yes, that one fight is what inevitably kind of turned the tides and everything over the Boise State favor. And it was only a matter of seconds before that whole situation was the other end, and San Jose is looking pretty coming out of that fight. So one moment turned that game upside down, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another kind of situation.
Yeah, one body slam. The Q3 was that close to hitting 3 members of Boise State's backline, and who knows what CO could have done. Well, we'll give the teams a chance to just regroup, see what San Jose State could do, or Boise State's going to put away the past and trudge right along to the Mountain West Finals. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with game number 2 right after this.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
It's time to believe in the things we know to be true. Right now, the world is waiting for you, for your ideas, your curiosity, your creativity, your compassion, your way of doing things, the Wolfpack way. Doing what needs to be done for yourself and for others. Turning adversity into opportunity to make the world a better place for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Discover it today.
At San Jose State University,
we discover who we want to be. For ourselves,
for our families,
for our communities.
Different and unexpected.
Begin here.
At the heart of a transforming valley, in a city that is tough and beautiful.
We are Spartans.
Together, we continue to sustain our Earth, feed the world, research and advance knowledge, save and improve lives, design for the future, foster leaders in business and beyond, and raise the human spirit. Together, we continue.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve. It's a calling that's kept us free.
Red Hot is going to pick up that one, but top side is here. Ascent on the back line is opening up a can on everyone he wills, and it looks like Boise State will pick up the ace and leave SJSU on their backs. On in, Chilling Smite is down. Oh, the ult's going to be used there by Lulu. Bear slap on the horse, a second ultimate used to get away from the Boise State onslaught. E-Thug is not done. The ultimate is huge. Here comes the cooling as well. Lucian finds one. He finds a second, and Ascent is going bananas right now. This 13 minutes. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
He's got the ultimate. I told you, Dean is going to let him do whatever he wants. In and out of the fight with the revive. Here, so much damage coming out, not only from the Ezreal, but that calling again is just, it's like Space Invaders right now. That's kind of how it looks, to be completely honest with you. Takes half moon, the health, and the heal going to be used on, and soldiers are able to get a couple as Boise State finds two members underneath those towers. Sunleaf is going to find Goblin, but it looks like E-Bug is going to return the favor. Ascent with a double kill here, and it looks like a triple. My game is paused. I can only assume shortly after Boise State.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We saw what turned out to be a very quick game number one between Boise State and San Jose State. We've already got 100 matches, 250 games in the book, and now we're trying to see who will represent the Mountain West Conference in the CLOL playoffs. Fishichizu holding all of the action here. Boise State with a dominating Game 1 victory. At times, San Jose State was oh so close, but in the end, Boise State, they dodged the Shriba shuffle, and they kept San Jose State on the back foot the whole time.
Yeah, and again, we were talking earlier just about how it was one fight at the bottom side that we saw the highlights of right there. I mean, look, the game was so spicy, it broke the end game screen. Like, it's been a barn burner, baby, and Boise State has been the one with the matches in hand. And again, whether it was Ascent, whether it was E-Hug, I mean, again, you got to give credit to the Udyr. Yeah, he runs and he slaps, but I think 4 out of the 5 members of the Boise State team had perfect games that round.
Yeah, Boise State, I'm surprised the Udyr got through. We want to see how we got here. We started with 376 schools, 11 of them in the Mountain West. Played a 10-game round-robin regular season. The top 4 teams, Boise State and San Jose State, followed up by Nevada and Colorado State, which you will see after this advance to the playoffs. The 2 winners tonight will go on to the Mountain West Finals, and both of them will secure a spot in the round of 32 in the CLOL playoffs coming up later this year. Right now, Boise State 1 game away in this best of 3 from clinching that spot. As I mentioned, Colorado State and Nevada will be coming up after this, so stay tuned if you're a Ram or Wolfpack fan. We'll see if the Rams can get revenge for last year, or if the reigning Mountain West champs from the spring, Nevada, gets a rechance at Boise State. Right now, though, San Jose State's trying to erase that game from their memory. At times they came close. At times they looked completely lost and maybe played just a little bit too passive, so we'll see here in game number 2. We know Twitch and Rubble are going to be banned. Now the question are, does Lucian get a ban, and does the Udyr get a ban?
I mean, at this point, there were so many targeted individuals. I think you kind of just keep it safe and even keel. Again, I don't necessarily feel like the draft was a problem. It was just committals. They were only a second or 2 behind, which doesn't seem like a lot, but in a game like this, in a situation like this, it's absolutely massive. And so whether it was that fight bottom side or any of the bigger events, it looked like SJSU was just 1 or 2 seconds behind. I want to see them speed it up. I want to see them be aggressive. They had the early resources, but again, they weren't able to use them. Boise State was just that much quicker. And so I think we could see another game, too. Maybe change out the mid lane pick. Maybe it's just because that's what we were watching more than anything else. I really didn't see a whole lot of soldier walls make the target, again, just because of Boise State's ability to stay away. Maybe you supplement that with something else, but we'll see. I wouldn't change too much, though.
Yeah, I think the Zoe might be a slightly better pick if you're San Jose State. I know Boise State banned 3 mid laners, so maybe you pick a mid lane in phase 1. Yes, you allow a counter pick coming later in the draft from Ascent, but you want to put Sunleaf on something that they're comfortable on, not just something that's like, hey, Azir might work in this comp.
Sure.
So you see there's the Rumble ban, there's the Camille ban. I'm assuming Twitch will follow shortly there afterwards. There it is. Question, now is it Seraphine or Udyr for San Jose State? And for Boise State, it's probably going to be that Syndra, probably going to be that Orianna, and it's going to be that Rek'Sai.
Yeah. And so that's kind of the situation you're stuck with. When you have an individual who has such predominant champions in a lane, and again, I'm talking here about Ascent, as well as E-Hug at that point in time, they are going to get rid of that Udyr. So is the Seraphine the pick? Do you go for something else that's spicier? I guess is going to be the real point of contention here. But I'm pretty confident in what we are going to see here, as Gragas is going to be the ban there. Boise State had some fun with it last round. They don't need it this time around.
Hey, interesting. I thought maybe Boise State would ban the Seraphine. It's something that they themselves have prioritized a lot in banning. So if you're San Jose State, not an awful pick if you did pick up that Seraphine. We'll have to see what they want to first pick. AD carry, of course, always a safe first pick as well because it's just not as counterable. And they'll actually steal the Lucian away. I like to call that the fourth ban. You say, hey, we didn't have enough room for it. Let's just play it ourselves and take it away from you.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I kind of was leaning towards when I was talking about the change. And it's very simple. If you are getting beat by it, take it for yourself and see what happens. And we did see that Ascent was absolutely capable of just running rampant throughout every lane of that game. And speaking of Stampedes, Hecarim. You know what? Same situation. You take our Lucian, we're taking your Hecarim.
Yeah, I would assume we're going to see Red Hots on that same tanky build. He's just going to use the Chem Tank to just get in on top of the back line. I am curious for San Jose State if it's going to be – I thought for a second we were just copying their draft, but it will be actually the Tristana take for Boise State. I'm curious if that's a bot lane or a mid lane Lucian. Sunleaf's match history doesn't suggest to me that he would play Lucian, but you don't know what's going to take the cake, so I'm curious to see. Maybe they're trying to bait Boise State into countering a mid Lucian, then they'll rotate it bot in the second round.
Yeah, and I want to touch on this Tristana pickup, another champion that's kind of just exploded in popularity as far as recent, the ability to shred towers, not to mention the Koopa Stomp, as I like to call it. Not only does it look cool, but it's pretty dang effective as well. And this guy right here, the second lock-in for SJSU, the Volibear.
Yeah, Tristana's seen a lot of popularity, especially in the mid lane. Teams actually let Rumble through and then pick the Tristana as a counter to the Rumble.
How'd that work?
Ascent actually didn't pick Rumble.
Oh.
He actually went away from the Rumble. I believe he picked AP Malphite and absolutely stomped. But it is something that there's that syndrome. Boise State opted not to ban it, so it is going to be that bot lane Lucian. They didn't want to take their chances to get banned away, so now we know the power positions for San Jose State. And we see Boise State gets that Galio, though. Curious to see if it'll be a mid lane or a support.
Yeah, and take a look out whether or not you're going to be seeing either the Lulu or the Nami. Again, just one of the favorites as far as SJSU is concerned in that supportive role. I love Galio, though. Just what he offers, especially as a support, is just awesome. The Justice Punch, the Taunt, and then the Hero's Entrance alone, again, if used correctly, can be absolutely massive for a team fight, let alone a 2-on-2 as far as the early parts of the game are concerned.
Lilia going to be the choice there for Boise State. Looks like they're going to prioritize their bans on Saigar now in the jungle. There's that Shen, something that Boise State played a lot when Goblin first rotated up to the top lane. Hasn't played as much since, but that Stand United right on top of E-Hug is a condition that many teams have not figured out how to deal with because now there's a Shen and an AD carry right on top of your team. So I like that ban. Be curious to see what he wants to pick up. The Malphite would be still available, something that we saw Red Hots play a lot when he was in the top lane. Very curious what they're going to put Goblin on and who this last couple bans are going to be.
Yeah, and as the champion pools are dwindling here, everyone deciding what they want. Graves is such a strong champion. I cannot tell you the last time it's like, you know what? I think Graves is in a bad spot right now. Just the way he can aggress, what he offers, the smoke screen alone is just so detrimental to team fights as well as ganks. So might as well just get rid of it, get rid of the nuisance and annoyance that is Graves.
Yeah, I'll be curious to San Jose State. Do they go after a support? Do they go after a top lane? They're going to actually go after the AD carry. They're not convinced that's a bot lane Tristana. They'll ban the Kai'Sa away just to be careful. And we'll see what information Boise State wants to give away here with their first pick of round 2.
She's so strong right now. I mean, again, I keep bringing up Fantasy LCS and stuff like that. Literally, I think it's like TSM Lost has played only 2 other champions this season, so you can just see how strong that champion is, what she offers in the fights, as well as just her ability to kill her instinct in and out of situations is huge. Ornn, though, speaking of huge, guy's got a big old ram and an open shop for his entire team. That'll help some gold detrimental situations as well, if need be the case. Not to mention they have like 20,000 new names on items, and so now we all get to learn together, Fish.
Yeah, we were like, that is an improved mythic that does something. There's the
There's
MF.
the MF, yep.
Wait. What?
So the MF on the bottom side?
There's a Lucian and a Syndrome.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely correct.
It's either support MF, which is
it could happen.
A meme, or it's a top lane Lucian.
At this point, you know what? Go full send. Just going to send it, bud, because you're up against the wall. This is it. If you lose this match, there's that Nami I was talking about.
It's top lane Lucian then.
So, yeah, that very well could be the case. Go for it, man. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen kind of ADs do their thing, whether it's like Quinn, maybe Vayne. And then, again, you got Lucian can really go to either one of those lanes. So you might as well throw them out, go full send, and see what you get. They didn't look terrible last game, so I'm curious to see what we got this time around. A little bit more aggression, more full send kind of situation, but my instant concern is definitely going to be that Leona, one of the best champions in the game. Don't at me.
Leona, great champion, moves that Galio most likely to the mid lane. And I like that San Jose State played a little of the Boise State game. We've talked about Boise State time and time again. They flex something. We know what it's going to be, and the team's banded away. That Volibear was a jungle from pick 2. Boise State wasted their last 2 bans on junglers. So I love that play by San Jose State. We take a look at the lineups here. We'll see if Seal, Saigar, Sunleaf, TT, and Half Moon with this incredibly interesting comp are going to be able to come away with the win, or if Goblin Red Hots is set, Ehug and Dean can move on to the finals. But before we get to that, before we get to game 2, let's send it over to Glovely. He called those rotations in game number 1 almost perfectly. It's like he's from the future. So Glovely, what are you seeing in draft number 2?
The way I'm looking at it, San Jose has very much drafted for the laning phase, and that is, I think, going to be their focus. You win the lane, and you get that huge gold lead. Use that to pour into the later stages of the game. Boise State, on the other hand, they've got a lot of tanks, so much tank line. So I think that was the justification behind San Jose picking all of these champions up, just to make sure that they have a variety of damage coming from multiple different sources in order to be able to chew through those tanks. I wouldn't be surprised to see if we see multiple Kraken Slayers coming up from San Jose's marksmen.
So I'm just going to straight up say it, because every time this happens, I freak out a little bit. One tank, and it's a Volibear. The rest of your team, super squishy. Do I have reason to be concerned, Glovely, or is this just a smash-and-grab composition from the side of SJSU?
Quite honestly, I'd say you do definitely have reason to be concerned. Your Volibear doesn't provide a whole lot of peel for your team. He's just going to have to stand in the way of skill shots if he's going to provide any tankiness for your team at all, really, considering he's only got the 1 stun. Volibear usually more played like a carry sort of champion, diving you underneath your towers, so that kind of signals a very aggressive composition from the side. One thing I wouldn't be surprised to see is that Misfortune can pick up something like, say, the Black Cleaver to try and shred through some health bar, so don't be too surprised if that comes up. Shredding down that armor will make it much easier for the rest of the team to follow up, and both teams are going to favor fights in these sort of close combat corridors kind of idea. So if you see a fight break out in the jungle, you know it's going to be bloody for one team or the other.
And what are you looking out for, Glovely, in this early game? I mean, you talked about the rotation, so what are you looking for here going into game number 2 that maybe we want to watch in the first 10 to 15 minutes?
I'm very curious to see what they're going to do in terms of the jungler. I believe the Volibear would be the jungler for the side of San Jose, probably going to try and use the same chem tank that Boise State's using, but Boise State has a lot more rotational ability. Leona, a very scary champion to come into your lane. Galio, of course, has the ability to use that hero's entrance to get from place to place. So something to keep an eye on is the position as to where the players are at any given moment. Who can shove up their lane and roam the first?
All right, Glovely, it's time to profit it up, sir. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's getting first blood this time around?
Honestly, given the compositions, I'd say San Jose.
There you go.
Well, didn't work out for him last time. Glovely, as always. I love you, but I hope not to see you for a game 3, because that means the Spartans won. As we get to Doc's keys, focus on a strong comp, play to your comp, E-Hug Smash, and silence Prussian LOL in chat. He even said he was a Bronco fan, so we're even turning on ourselves now. Hopefully we don't do that in the game and start team killing each other. As always, it's brought to you by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and helps you stay safe online with more than 9,000, working with more than 9,000 leading payment providers. Check them out at count.com. It's game number 2 of our first semifinal of the night here in the Mountain West Esports Championship Series. Boise State and San Jose State. The Broncos 1 game away from a finals appearance. San Jose State trying to make history happen for what would be the 3rd time in which a Boise State collapse in the playoffs that has been all too familiar for us, unfortunately. So we'll see. The comps are interesting. It's the full send Lucian top. It's the double 80 carry, and San Jose State has pulled out everything for this game, too, and that their backs against the wall.
I like to do this thing where I think off in my mind's eye just about how the game is going to unfold. You have to visualize what's going to happen, right? Because if you don't, then you can't do it, right?
Exactly. 100%.
And the idea of a Solar Flare heroic entrance as far as Call of the Forge God, that wombo combo that's gonna be spicy, man. And again, you don't really have a whole lot of individuals who can sustain through one, let alone all 3 of those situations hitting. And if one lands, the rest are sure to follow. So I really like this Boise State composition right now.
I think the one thing that you did forget to mention, though, Cheesy, was the rocket jump flash onto the opposite side, and then the buster shot back in. Right. And you're like, E-Hug looks like he's on the other team at this point. That is the one thing you forgot to speak into existence. But yeah, it's a very full send squishy comp, but if that Volibear gets tanky enough for Saigar, the rest of the team can just kind of shred through Boise State. So it is going to be, I think, once again, all eyes on Goblin, because if Seal starts to pop off and that Lucy gets ahead, we saw what Ascent can do on it. It's going to be a long day for Boise State in this game number 2.
Well, you also have to take into consideration just how Tristana scales. It's something that I have gone face-to-face with very much often here, as far as this champion coming back in a resurgence. She can get to the point where any squishy member with that charge on there and the third shot, you don't even need the third shot, can absolutely eviscerate squishy members. And like I said, SJSU has 4 of those kind of players at their disposal right now. So even if the early game is like tragic, so long as it doesn't get absolutely terrible, unplayable at that point, Boise State should still have an option in this late game. I mean, the great scaling champions all around, really.
Yeah, so get ready to go into game number 2 since it is the Mountain West semifinals. We got a little bit more information on some of the teams. Ask all the players on San Jose State their favorite memory. There was one that stuck out to me, though, the most, Chizu. Saigar said his favorite memory would be beating Boise State here today.
Well, he's about to have a new unfavorite memory.
Hey, we'll cast your curse. Let's. Some people on the desk believe in it, some people don't. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a bit stitious, so.
It's just like kind of stitious?
Kind of stitious. So I won't say anything too far yet as we do get into the game. San Jose State's looking for a way back in. They're the champions from 2019. They've overgone a major roster overhaul, not just from last year, but from the fall. Seal's the only returning player. Saigar and Sunleaf called up from the JV team. TT applied to the role in the fall, and Half Moon was a sub-support. So this is a new-look roster besides Seal from that team that beat Boise State in 2019. They're looking to repeat those memories from that team 2 years ago.
I mean, those are solid memories, man. Again, I was there. I watched it happen. I was on the other side of that coin, so I can only imagine the elation, just the hard work paying off, the feeling that kind of commands once it happens. And again, I mentioned SJSU still very much still into this. They have to pick up this game number 2. And right now, Ascent looking squishy for a big old rock boy.
Yeah, this was the top priority ban, that Syndra. I even heard the Boise State coaches talking about it in some scrims. They wanted to get the Syndra away. They couldn't find a way to get it away in phase 1. So this is Sunleaf's turn to shine here. And right now he's doing a really good job poking down Ascent.
Well, Ascent's doing a good job of mitigating the damage too. A couple auto attacks, not a big deal, but you got to watch out for those Qs. That's why I can never be a mid laner. I don't like trading. I just like to feed over relic stack every minute and a half, and the fancy feet alone. So to be able to maintain where he is at right now, looking pretty good. And just a little bit of an exchange here. Didn't even really see the health bars move for anybody there here on the bottom side.
I'd be curious as soon as Dean hits level 2, gets that Zenith Blade, if he's just going to launch himself in, because I mean it's a very squishy bot lane for San Jose State, especially if they can get on top of that Misfortune. She's actually bringing the cleanse. No heal, so she wants to be able to get out of those stuns as the stun lands onto Ascent.
Electrocute gonna go down a little bit of more, hey, how are you there? But Dean not quite level 2 yet, gonna try to body block, was not able to do so. And it looks like a nice chunk of damage ending up on E-Hug there. Seal gonna shift on in, get a little poke down. Nothing major. And as far as both of these junglers are concerned, Teddy, same item. Not even using their refillable potions here at this point, but these are going to be the big individuals to keep your eyes open. The only tanky member from SJSU, as well as one of the bigger engaged parts for Boise State. We'll try to figure out which lane, see if, Glovely is correct on his call, first blood for SJSU, or if Boise State will make a little bit of crows. We do have a little bit of action here. It does look like Red Hawk is going to get caught out and forced up into his turret. Ascent is also ignited, taking so much damage, but jumps back in, the dodge is there, and he survives, picks up the first blood, falls to the ignite tick, but that is a huge exchange there for the side of Boise State University.
Yeah, great job by Ascent realizing, you know what, I'm already dead with the Ignite. Let me just go in there, see if I can pick up a kill. Thought he landed the taunt under tower range. Didn't get it. I was going to say, the interesting thing to note, first time all season, actually, we've seen Red Hot not start on the top side of his map. Yeah. Usually he starts on the top side and wants to be down on that bot lane for a gank, but he figured probably the Tristana with those just passive minion pushing with the E's, probably going to never have a gankable lane. He goes top lane second, he kind of pays for it as Saigar invaded him a bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to get out, but again, as far as mid lane being able to kind of supplement that Goblin and getting just bopped all over the place. The PTA is proc, but not going to be able to continue on. There is that piercing light again, all through the minions, and just the tip there smacking the orange. Gonna buy himself some stuff as it looks like Ascent is here. The bait is in as Seal is going to turn and try to grab Goblin, but instead gets booped, schwapped, and thrown into the ground there as it is going to be a pickup there for Goblin. Great rotation from the mid. Oh, Zygar's here as well. He's looking for Ascent. He's gonna be putting out some damage. Ascent is going to be low. It looks like Goblin gonna be flashing in, is going to get the headbutt, and a nice Justice Punch is going to stop, and another one over to Boise State. They had no business picking that up, but Seal teleports back in, looking for something, will find nothing. Boise State topside, absolutely filthy. Let's see it again.
Yeah, absolutely great play. I mean, you see the press the attack, procs there from Zygar. He's got to set incredibly low. The problem is you're standing next to a wall with an ore in there to back up Justice Punch. Meanwhile, in lifetime, we've got an engage in the bot lane.
That looks like bottom side is getting actually hot and heavy here. Damage is out. E-Hug is going to be slain. Nami's picking up that one, but it looks like Sunleaf is there, rotating from the mid and is going to miss the stun there as E-Hug manages to get on out of there. So 1 down on the bottom side, 2 down on the top side in that little exchange. 520, Boise State with the early lead at less than 1,000.
Yeah, fortunate for San Jose State. Half Moon picks up the kill in that bot lane engage while E-Hug got the kill onto TT. It's going to put him a little bit ahead. We see the cleanse is down as well as the exhaust. Boise State, meanwhile, only has the flash from Dean, so that was a hot, heavy engage. We've got a Mountain Drake coming up here soon, and for the first time all series, objective priority should be on the side of San Jose State.
Oh, and here comes out Bolivar. Zygar has found Ascent, who has been all over the place as far as top side is concerned. Forced the flash out there, but still feeling pretty good, man. 1-1 and 2. You're 6 minutes into this game. As far as kill lines are concerned, that's pretty good. Boise State, though, looking great here with about that 1,000 gold lead that we were talking about. No big objectives really picked up for either one of these teams. Dragon is on the table. Turret's still looking fairly healthy for this early in the game. Take a look at the CS, though. Mid lane looking good for the side of SJSU. Sidra just putting in work. But you can kind of supplement that with the jungle side of things. You see Red Hot's a little bit of a lead there. Kills, over in favor of the Broncos. Looks like a flash Zenith Blade not going to land here. Red Hot's is going to be jumping on in too, but they'll find nothing.
Yeah, they wanted that pick there onto TT to set up the Dragon. They are going to have a teleport out from Goblin if he wants to use it. Seal's not going to have his, but that is going to give plates over to that Lucian. And Goblin's about to face check into Zygar right now. This could be an issue for Boise State.
Yeah, absolutely. Ascent is going to actually put on the pressure. Looks like he's got some movement speed and then some. Justice Punch in. Taunt is down. Predator was burned as well to try to get that going, but it looks like Zygar is there. Suddenly has absolutely no mana. Here comes the call of the Forge God to come on through. It looks like Red Hot is going to find Sunleaf here. As far as the fight up top, Zygar and Seal going to be going head-to-head with Goblin. Heroic entrance is there. Not going to find anyone, but Red Hot is not quite done yet. He's got the speed, but not going to be able to make the connection. Bottom side fight going to be breaking out here. Dean gonna send his play in. The Koopa Stomp is there. Damage is absolutely massive, and T is going to fall. E-Hug going to pick up that one there. Half Moon left by their lonesome. A great Zenith Blade to the Q combo makes Boise State another recipient of about 150 gold. I don't think there was any bounce.
No, not yet. I think this should mean it's a free Dragon, though. Boise State will take those. Fountain Dragon over to the side of Boise State in game number 2 here. So far, so good, but San Jose State's staying in this one, and Seal definitely has an opportunity here. He comes so close to killing Goblin a handful of times.
Yeah, just cleared out some vision here, pick up that Dragon, reset your lanes, maybe, buy yourself something nice and shiny. You never know as far as these two crews are concerned. But again, Boise State just all over this map, picking up their Drake right there, and will be allowed to do kind of whatever they want to here for the next handful of minutes.
Zygar camping around this top side. He's trying to get Seal ahead. He's actually going to go counter jungle Red Hots instead, and they probably want to make sure that Rift Herald does not go over to Boise State, and there's more free plates, because the free plates after that ace in the bottom side of the map are really what opened things up at game 1, and if you're San Jose State, you don't want to bow out of the semifinal never getting a major objective either.
Absolutely. And again, as far as Boise State is concerned, I don't believe they gave up an objective last game. It's still looking pretty good for this side, other than, I guess, First Blood. Do you call First Blood an objective?
No.
No? It's just like a scoreline?
It's a stat, not an objective.
Headbutt is going to be in, but the fancy feet are going to be big there for Seal. As it does look like they're going to be jumping on in. Is this Bowler Bear? So much damage. The culling is there as well, and Seal will find one for the side of SJSU. Great little pinch there, and they are going to be rewarded for it. Almost gets nailed by the tower a second time, but hey. Massive panic pings towards Drake. Try trying to see what the situation is here, as it looks like Half Moon going to be rotating down here. Dean is finding one. Solar Flare is going to land. Zenith Blade is in, but gets caught by the stun there. Flash over the walls. Half Moon is going to find Dean again. Here comes the Koopa stop. Ethug is going to find it. Go ahead, have a second one, as that is going to be returned. In comes the onslaught of Shadows, as T is looking to get on out. Ethug is going to take a massive amount of damage, but the Ignite is going to drop him there, as it does look like suddenly he's going to pick that one up. Dean is going to be found out by the opposing jungle, left by his lonesome. So a huge exchange there. I believe a 2 for 2, if I am not mistaken.
The replay to confirm. Unfortunately, Ehug's going to attack the tower once right there, and that was probably why he died. Well, yeah, but maybe he kills TG earlier, gets the rocket jump, reset Udo. But yeah, the 2 for 2, and this, I mean, you see why Syndra was a priority ban, because Sunleaf is absolutely putting in work. The 2-2-1 scoreline, maybe not indicative of the impact he's having on the game, but Boise State has to be aware of that Syndra, not only with the stun, with the absolute power. She's going to be able to global probably Ehug late in the game, and that could be a lot of Boise State's damage just right off the table.
Absolutely, and again, we've just been seeing time and time again, it's these half-second plays. Oh, a flash going to be used and going to be expended in the mid as well. Could have been a nice, nifty little Zenith Blade there. Unfortunately, not going to find anyone. And that's the danger, dude. That's why I love this champion. That's why she's finally getting a prestige skin. Her ability to lock you down is so basic, so simple, but so devastating at the same time with the Sunlight procs, as well as just what she offers, how long she can keep you there. We saw what just Ascent and Goblin can do. Now imagine you can't move anywhere. Literally a Leona dream. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, they're just going to have to make sure all of that CC doesn't land onto Saigar.
Right.
That would be, it's all great, it's all fun and games until you CC the tank to death. And then the double 80 carries and Sunleaf are just popping off in the background.
Well, and I like Sunleaf. I like the Syndra into a Leona because you're able to push the Zenith Blade. You can kind of bait it out. Like, okay, I'm here, go ahead. And the second you see that first part of it, you can push out, and even if you connect, not much happens, but a little bit of bullet time coming out. Not going to get much here, but it looks like Zygar is going. No, Zenith is going to miss. Tidal Wave going to come on through, and it is going to find Dean, who's going to be all alone here in the brush. Solar Flare is used. Zygar is going to be almost killed. Here comes the heroic entrance. Flash is going to be used as Ascent is now here in with the Justice Punch and the taunt. He is going to find T here as Ascent drops the Q, and it looks like Ehug going to be given that one right on back. So they lose Dean, but they gain more on Ehug as T is going to fall there. A 1-for-1, even Steven for both of these crews.
Big fan of Saigar ulting in and then realizing he has to flash out, and they're not done yet. Red Hot is coming down. He's got that onslaught of shadows.
Oh, man, but Zygar's there as well, so it looks like they are instead looking to get this Tristana. You also have the Nami here. Killing Spite is going to come on down. Zygar is going to come through. Onslaught of Shadows is in. Red Hot is going to protect the ADC, and is doing so well, but I'm not sure what happened there. I think it was the E that actually, W off of Zygar picks that one up for the Nami. So not much going to happen except for a flash, Zenith, and a smash. Red Hot's going to pick up that one. Top side, a great flash from Goblin saves his life. He is the ultimate, and Boise State, as well as SJSU, are looking for anything, anywhere.
That's a huge shutdown for San Jose State. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the W snipe puts all that gold on Half Moon now. Does mean that Moonstone Renewer should come out a bit earlier.
What's wrong with that?
No, I mean,
when
you have
for
one
like the
tank,
Slayer,
one tank, 3 carries, and a healer, it's not the worst thing that could happen.
Exactly. So looking really, really good there. And again, this is what I was talking about with SJSU. Is that they have a tendency of being in the right place at the right time. Their rotations are great. The way that they've been playing these games are awesome. They're just a half second behind. And then you factor in Boise State not willing to let down, not willing to back off after what is initially typically great fights, has allowed them to get away with quite a bit. I mean, you look at just the displacement from some of these fights alone, and there's no way Boise State should be getting some of these kills.
Saigar actually hit that in the wrong direction, so they didn't actually have vision of the dragon. Now they're going to fight over it, though. Everybody's here, except for Seal and Goblin, but Seal has to teleport.
They're like, no, you know what? Let's just not. Oh, Dragon actually is going to reset here. Going to be taken away with ease. Saw the bubble coming out, thought maybe there'd be something there, but all for nothing, unfortunately. It looks like it will be an Ocean Soul here in game number 2. Got a Rift Herald, might as well drop it.
Don't think she'll get the charge off before plates fall, but it's still going to be first tower to Boise State.
Pretty reminiscent of what we've been seeing.
Oh, she will get it off back.
Yep, there it is. Boop.
Wow. Did not think that Shelly would move that fast. She's been on a diet recently.
Like I said, 4 seconds, man. Just at Boise State, right up against the timing. It looks like Seal is going to be found out underneath this tower. Headbutt is going to land. Go ahead, proc that Brittle. Here comes the call of the Forge God. You got popped in the air, smacked in the mouth, hammered in the face, and the culling is not going to be enough. Woo, great flash into that Baron Pit, though, is actually going to save the life of Seal. Zygar is there now, as well as suddenly they are going to find Goblin, who is going to get eviscerated there, and great patience from the side of SJSU.
Yeah, you saw Ascent went over and actually hit that vision code, but Goblin was trying to face check a little bit too hard, a little bit too greedy, so they'll trade it off probably for a tower in the mid lane and a tower in the top lane, so both teams getting some objectives. Here comes the pinch, though.
And it looks like just gonna pop away at that mid lane turn. Easy enough, right?
I think, oh, I see the pings coming out. Boise State wants Seal in the top lane. They want their revenge. There's no teleport for Goblin. Here comes Leona leading the charge, but she's all by her alone, so I don't know if San Jose State knows that. Dean realized, no one else is as quick as me. I'm gonna walk there.
They just wanted to trick us. They know that we're watching, and so they're like, guys, it's gonna be here, it's gonna be here, it's gonna be here. Troll face. I wonder if they do that.
Oh, 100%. I'm surprised you don't get more, Leona hovers in draft.
Just to spite me.
Yes, that's why I don't let anyone know my favorite champion, so they can't troll me.
So they never not play it because of you?
Exactly.
Well, the champion pools are pretty big for both of these crews as well, so doesn't really matter who we like. I guess they're going to play them anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, a ton. We've never seen the Tristana before from E-Hug. I mean, you got the Leona. I don't know if it was a shout-out or just something that Dean likes to play. I mean, yeah, they're 154 champions, and, these guys could play 20 to 30 of them very, very well. We even see Seal on the Lucian, not something we probably expected going into this game.
Yep. And I'm actually really much enjoying this Volibear champion that went under a little bit of a rework, and now is, back better than ever, in my opinion. But it looks like Boise State is back on the top side. Looking to collapse on this. The stun is going to come down. Dean just waiting in the wings, just in case is going to be spotted out by a sweeper. Uses the blast cone to get on out of there, and Boise State really does need to get out of here if they have any desire to stay alive as the rest of the crew is here. They just got to look at that tower the wrong way, and it will fall. But it doesn't look like SJSU wants that to happen. He is going to be coming on in. Center's Wave is not going to find anyone. Tidal Wave is in. Red Hot's looking for something. Onslaught of Shadow's not going to land here. But instead, Ascent is going to find Half Moon. It looks like Red Hot's is going to pick up the Syndra. Boise State gets the tower. A couple of kills, 2 for 0, and they're feeling great. Look, a second helping possibly as T and Zygar move up to protect. A Zenith Wave lands. A Justice Punch is in. The taunt is down, and I told you they were looking for seconds. They're gonna get it here and could find themselves some dessert if they finish their plate.
Yeah, fortunately for San Jose State, we talked about, here we go.
You gotta finish the plate, dude. I told you. Zygar's like, hey, I'm gonna move up, never mind. Here comes Red Hot, jumping on in as best as possible. Stopwatch going to be used, but Zygar is just not dying. That passive is absolutely massive. They tried to clear their plate, and they choked on a chicken leg there, as they are not going to be able to finish that off. They pick up the tower, but they lose their lives. That's what you get when you're gluttonous.
Double shutdown, both of them huge on the Zygar. That tank is going to be massive, though. It seems like for Boise State, the strategy of 3 tanks and a Tristana might be a little bit more superior to the 1 tank and 3 carries, because we saw Sunleaf put everything he had onto E-Hug and just got stunned. I mean, we talked about it. He got stunned, then he got taunted, stunned again, and just E-Hug barely lives. So now it's on Zygar. He's going to have to soak so much damage. He's going to have to play so perfectly. He's got to find a way onto E-Hug on the back line, blow that rocket jump, and open things up for Sunleaf.
Yeah, and just a massive differential here. Not massive, I guess, to that point, but just Boise State looking that good. Again, that all started with that first top lane turret. Dean sat in that brush for a good 2 minutes, probably, just waiting, and is able to blast cone out. That turned into a massive push on that top side. And we'll see what happens here. Tidal Wave is going to come on through, and it looks like Dean is going to be found. Solar Flare, Zenith Blade. Here comes the rest of the crew. E-Hug gonna find 1. Lucian going to pick up that other. Boise State is getting systematically run down. Goblin's going to teleport in. Seal is going to be there. Call of the Forge God comes through. It's a 2v4 right now, and Goblin on the wrong side. Red Hot's looking to get Seal and take him out. It is not going to happen, so Boise State picks a fight and loses it there. Those are 2 fights where Boise State comes out at a disadvantage. Take a look again. Dean going to be caught out, and just everything, and then some Lucian popping off. And they are just looking great on the side of SJSU. They are easily on their way back into this game.
Yeah, it was a great play. I thought even the E from Misfortune was going to give away the strategy, but Boise State said, you know what, we're so far ahead we can take that fight, and it was a very dangerous one. And now the Broncos, right off the side of that Ocean Drake, they want to keep fighting.
And it looks like things are coming out. And yeah, Goblin is just getting taken down here. Hero entrance is going to find nothing. Red Hot's thinking about it possibly. No real in here. And it is a numbers disadvantage. Boise State is just looking for something. Not necessarily going to find it. They give up their first Drake of the series here. And SJSU looking super good now. Still down on the overall, but that is multiple fights back-to-back that they have been able to not only win, but basically handedly take over.
Boise State's going to go over to this Riptail, try and take her out just before she'll despawn for Baron, get some turret pressure, maybe even use it to set up the Baron. And I think the other thing we had to watch out for is Boise State in that last fight put everything they had into killing TT. He's 0-6-7 for a reason.
Right.
Now they've got to transition to putting it on Seal because he's 4-1-1, and that Lucian is a scary menace.
Yeah, it's absolutely what we've seen. Excuse me, as that fight before the Drake, the second fight, if you will, in favor of SJSU. Dean did get caught, yes. They tried to turn that. Oh, headbutt flash is in. Goblin is going to put on the griddle. Here comes the Justice Punch, and the taunt not going to land. Flash is going to be expended. Call the Forge God comes through, and Zygar actually almost dies. Here comes the Bullet Tide, and they are going to find Goblin. Wrong place, wrong time, even kill score.
And Boise State put so many resources into taking down that Volibear, who's just as tanky as can be. We got the call of the Forge God. We got a couple, we got the Hero's Entrance. We almost got the Onslaught of Shadows. I think, you know, we talked about it right when this game started. Zygar said his favorite memory will be beating Boise State, and right now he's kind of tilted Boise State into making sure that doesn't happen, and it's cost him.
Could be seeing some Silver Scrape Game 3 kind of situations here. Could be in for an awesomely long day of League of Legends. Red Hot's here picking up his red at Boise State, trying to recollect, and this was heavily a Boise State game. About 4K gold lead at one point, if I am not mistaken. That now has shrunk to just above 1,000. So while the kill spread may look the same, Drake's in favor of Boise State. Right now, last handful of minutes, you have to feel like SJSU has taken control of this game.
Yeah, SJSU just put themselves in the better spot. Boise State, unfortunately, hasn't allocated the resources properly. We've seen so much thrown on the TT when he had 0 kills. We haven't seen any pressure onto Seal, and right now Zygar, we just saw he's 3-2-8. He's got his chem tank. He's got his dead man's plate. He is tanky as can be. He's even got a stopwatch in case they focus him again. Boise State's got to find a way to shut down Sunleaf and Seal. Otherwise, they're just going to keep throwing resources at a tanky little bear, and he's going to shrug it all off.
I do think this will be one of those situations where we see the Adam Wombo combo that I was talking about on a big objective fight. Be it the Drake Soul, Baron, something of that caliber. One of these backliners is going to get caught out by Boise State and just absolutely explode at that point. Problem is, Boise State has to get there, and they haven't been able to do that. Like you said, T was the initial response. Now it's going to have to be Seal, but now Zygar on top of it. We saw him go 1v2 and somehow manage to stay alive. So long as that passive is up in a full-fledged team fight, they do have options. It looks like Red Hot's going to be picking up that right there as far as the turret is concerned. Shadowdina doing her job there. But Boise State has to find a way to get to the backside. They have plenty of options to do it. They need to commit.
Yeah, the one thing for Boise State that is going their way that is slightly reflected in the overall goal is the fact that they're winning 5 towers to 2. Dean's going to get caught out here as they were trying Baron.
And that is the same situation we saw, but it looks like this time Call of the Forge God is going to be pushed on through. Tidal Wave going to be called as well. Red Hot jumping on in. And what is that damage on a half move? Heroic entrance going to be called. Fourth, they find themselves one. Here comes the calling. Everyone trying to protect the members of Boise State. And Seal is just so good. Solar Flare is going to land, as well as a sizable amount of damage. Q is going to land there, as it does, like I said, is going to leave Dean behind. But it did appear SJSU picked up 2, and Goblin now all by his lonesome will be the 3rd member to fall. So somehow SJSU picks up 3-2. I'm sorry, 3-2, and is going to find themselves in possible position for Baron if they can get there.
Yeah, Boise State, they're going to commit so many resources. First on the half move, Seal does a great job picking them apart with the culling, and then here comes Sunleaf, Zygar, and TT. They're at full life. Boise State's running away with just empty health bars. And then unfortunately, Boise State just committing so many resources for his support.
Big bear.
Now, Red Hot does not have the Onslaught of Shadows, and it doesn't even look like he's going to attempt the Baron Seal. Thought he might try something with a Ghost and a Charge, but they're just going to hand that Baron over to the SJSU. The Spartans have taken command of this game.
A completely free Baron after an absolutely well-thought scenario. As SJSU, again, has just been time and time again actually finding their first lead of the series, if I'm not mistaken. here at the 24-minute mark. Boise State going to trade a Baron for Soul Point. Not necessarily the situation that you want to be in, but they're kind of playing for table scraps now at this point. Boise State needs a massive fight to bounce back into this. SJSU just needs to ride the wave, almost literally, and they can find victory here in game number 2.
Yeah, good news for Boise State. If you want to shove mid, the Spartans do have to get through that first and second turret with this Baron buff. That should eat up a considerable chunk of it, as the crucial Baron's already down to just 2 minutes remaining. So we'll see. Boise State probably just going to opt to give those over for free. Seal's going to be a menace split pushing with that Baron buff, though, and that's where I want to keep my eyes. He's gone for the Essence Reaver, the Kraken Slayer, and he's going to be the one that Boise State has to watch out for. But if they can take a fight without him, maybe they can find a way to win. But if you're Boise State, I see no issue here just waiting out this Baron buff, because right now everything's snowballing against you.
Yeah.
And one more lost fight, probably not game, but you're just so far behind, are you going to have the resources to stay in it?
It would absolutely be devastating to at least the momentum of this game. Boise State's done a good job kind of picking up. Looks like they're looking for Seal here. Call the Forgot is going to come through. They are just going to stack all of their stuns on him and slows, what have you. Looking like mid lane's going to fall, but to be expected with that purple buff on 4 members. Boise State will be able to save the top side, but the rest of this, we're going to have to figure this out. It doesn't look like a set is going to come on in, gets a great stun. Solar Flare is going to find more than a handful of members. And it doesn't look like Sunlink is going to find one. Here comes the bullet time as well. And Boise State takes this fight, but they're not able to get anything. And it looks like MF and T is going to be able to do so much damage. Everybody is opening up on the orange and blue, and it looks like SJSU will be able to possibly close this out if they so want to. They've got the buff for another minute, and they are pushing heavy-handed into the base of Boise State University.
Now you have to wonder why Boise State took that fight. They got the pick on the Seal, so he couldn't split push. You could have just simply retreated back to your base, been able to defend that inhibitor turret rather well with all 4 of your members. Instead, I think you're right, Jesus. This is just going to be game. There's nothing that Ethan Hug can do. He's going to rocket jump away, and San Jose State has flipped it right off Boise State, and we're heading to a game 3.
Yeah, and like I said, dude, I needed SJSU to just be a little bit quicker on the draw. It took them 24 minutes to do it, but they were able to single-handedly continue to rotate through some of the most poignant parts of the map and have been finding great opportunities. I mean, we'll see the replays here in a second. I really want to highlight some of that stuff.
Don't forget the Mountain West Championships, brought to you by the Air Force Reserve. Continue your education, receive college tuition assistance, student loan payback, and great job training skills. To find out more and to start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve, go to afreserve.com for more information. We're heading to a game number 3 here on the backs of some amazing plays for San Jose State. Quite the ballsy draft, and it works out in their favor. And if you want to be honest, Boise State just pushing way too hard when they really didn't need to.
Yeah, and it ended up kind of being to their detriment as well. That top side that we talked about being like such a crazy thing. I talked about the desserts, the chicken, the whole 9 yards, man. And that is where that game completely just was lost from the hands of the Boise State players. They had a lead throughout the entirety of it. They had the scaling that they needed. They just were not able to get on that back line. And I mentioned that we needed to watch out for the Lucian. We need to watch out for the MF. And that last fight is a key indicator of what I was talking about.
Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to a game 3. One of these teams is going to be advancing not only to the Mountain West Finals, but to the CLO playoffs. And the other one is done for the semester. Who's it going to be? San Jose State? Will they have shades of 2019? Or can Boise State get the monkey off their back? Stay tuned and find out.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
It's time to believe in the things we know to be true. Right now, the world is waiting for you, for your ideas, your curiosity, your creativity, your compassion, your way of doing things, the Wolfpack way. Doing what needs to be done for yourself and for others. Turning adversity into opportunity to make the world a better place for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Discover it today.
At San Jose State University,
We discover who we want to be. For ourselves,
For our families,
For our communities.
different and unexpected.
begin here.
At the heart of a transforming valley, in a city that is tough and beautiful.
we are Spartans.
Together, we continue to sustain our Earth, feed the world, research and advance knowledge, save and improve lives, design for the future, foster leaders in business and beyond, and raise the human spirit. Together, we continue.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Piercing light again, all through the minions, and just the tip there smacking the orange. Gonna buy himself some stuff, as it looks like Ascent is here. The bait is in, as Seal is going to turn and try to grab Goblin, but instead gets booped, schwapped, and thrown into the ground there, as it is going to be a pickup there for Goblin. Great rotation from the mid. Oh, Zygar's here as well. But it doesn't look like SJS wants that to happen. Lead is going to be coming on in. Tennis Wave is not going to find anyone. Tidal Wave is in. Red Hot's looking for something. Onslaught of Shadow's not going to land here. But instead, Ascent is going to find Half Moon. It looks like Red Hot's is going to pick up the Syndra. Boise State gets the tower. A couple of kills, 2 for 0, and they're feeling great. Look, a second helping process. Tennis Wave. Here comes the rest of the crew. Ehud's going to find one. Lucian going to pick up that other. Boise State is getting systematically run down. Goblin's going to teleport in. Seal is going to be there. Call of the Forge God comes through. It's a 2v4 right now, and Goblin on the wrong side. Red Hot's looking to get Seal and take him out. It is not going to happen, so Boise State picks a fight and loses it.
They've been able to defend that inhibitor turret rather well with all 4 of your members. Instead, I think you're right, Jesus. This is just going to be game. There's nothing that Ethan Hug can do. He's going to rocket jump away, and San Jose State has flipped it right off Boise State, and we're heading to a game 3.
Yeah, and like I said, dude.
San Jose State started out a little slow, but then they came strong. We saw the replays there. These teams have a flair for the dramatic. We're back in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We've already had 100 matches and 250 games. What's one more thrown on to see who's representing the Mountain West Conference in the C-LoL playoffs? Fish and Chizu calling all of the action. Chizu called the first one of these back in 2018, and right now, we're hoping he's good luck for Boise State in 2021 because the Broncos and Spartans, one of them's going home and one of them's going on to the finals. And I don't know if we expected Boise State to have such a sluggish game too, but San Jose State absolutely put the hammer down, and huge kudos to them.
It's to the point now where I almost don't want to go to the Mountain West Conference because I'm afraid that my aura just ruins teams' days. Not just Boise State, not Nevada. It just doesn't matter. Whoever's near me ends up. I have the caster curse. It started in game number 2 either way, but yeah, just an amazing event over the last handful of years, and to see these two teams going head to head once again, just so unbelievably stoked. You see Resident Jolly there as well. It's been an insane handful of years, and to see Boise State on the cusp of making it to yet another final is huge. But that last game gets you a little scared, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been a great handful of years, unless you're a Boise State fan, because they just have not had the success of the playoffs. As we mentioned, they're 20-0 in their last 20 regular season games.
Good.
But we're coming down to game 3. These teams met in 2019. San Jose State, the 2-1 winners in the finals. Last year, Boise State fell short in a 5-game epic series against Colorado State, who we will see after this. The Rams and Wolfpack playing for that second spot in the Mountain West Championships and the spot in the C-LoL playoffs later on. But Boise State and San Jose State the main focus right now. And we're getting ready to go, and Boise State's trying to find a way to fix everything that went wrong in game number 2.
Well, and if you were paying real close attention to those highlights, it was a good 75% of me being like, look at Boise State! And then suddenly you have the other side of that. So just a very curious situation. Again, Boise State has had a pretty strong start as far as these games are concerned, with the exception of game number 1, but they still bounced back a couple of minutes later and then ended up running that one down. In a positive light. I got to stop saying that. But as far as game number 2 is concerned, we can actually go as far as the running down mentality. That fight in the top side, the seconds that we were talking about, that kind of was the beginning of the end for that game number 2. Sure, it was so heavily in favor for the side of Boise State, but eventually it was too much. And I'm not going to throw Glovely under the bus. He told me I had nothing to worry about. But then all of a sudden, Volibear is taking 1v2s, and he's not dying. That passive was absolutely clutch in that fight that led to the inevitable Baron, that led to the inevitable end of that game. Boise State had an opportunity. They just kind of gave it away.
Yeah, Boise State, I mean, it's something that has plagued the Broncos in the regular season and allowed some teams like Wyoming, like Hawaii, to maybe earn a Game 3 when on paper you thought that should be a 2-0. They've just playing way too aggressive, flat out. You mentioned it. They got breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They wanted dessert. Absolutely puked all over their own shirts and had to walk home in embarrassment when they tried to dive at Volibear and lost 2 members. Then in that final fight, they picked Seal, and they're like, oh, no, let's try and end the game as opposed to just waiting it out. And it's just unbelievable. Bans so far the same. It's Boise State with the Camille, Rek'Sai, probably Syndra, and I guarantee this is going to be Twitch following the Rumble.
I just imagine that Monty Python skit where the guy just continues to eat, keeps getting sick, keeps eating. Like that was what Boise State was. All they had everything. They had all of the plates that they wanted, literal plates at that point before 14 minutes, and then it was around 20-something minutes where it just all exploded. So we'll see. Hey, are you shocked that there's a Rumble in Twitch ban?
No.
Yeah, that's weird. What about the Syndra, Camille, or the Rek'Sai?
The Syndra, little bit, but not too much. I'm expecting probably Udyr here. There it is.
Wow. Do you have a crystal ball over there?
Something. Maybe I should sell some coaching advice.
Is that what it is? You want to
Yes.
start doing coach drafting?
Exactly. We've seen Rumble get through it a surprising number of times. So but we won't want to talk about that because he's not going to be here. He's not going to appear in this series. There's that Gragas. Once again for Goblin. It's something that he's relatively comfortable on. He's played it a lot. Played it pretty well in game 1, and Boise State wants a repeat of that.
Well, and it's just a solid all-around champion, too. Like, he has everything that he needs. He can sit there. He can be a rock. He can be aggressive and displace. He can also just not die if, he's not caught out too badly. The champion itself is just super strong, and for a situation, it's very weird seeing Goblin as a top lane support player, not like support, but a top lane kind of absorb the pressure player, considering he used to be an ADC. So it's interesting to see that change, the way that he's able to mentally switch those synapses, if you will. And it's back. It's better than ever. Volibear, the first pickup there for SJSU.
Saigar played it incredibly well in game number 2. Thought maybe he might ban it, but he even said, we talked about his favorite memory would be beating Boise State here. He also admitted his favorite champion is Rek'Sai, and that probably alones to why that Rek'Sai has been banned every single game. We'll see what the Spartans want to surround it with. They're going to keep it the same. Lucian in that top lane.
Yeah, and it was a great situation like we were talking about. It worked. Why fix it? Or not fix it, but why change it in that instance? So no real surprises there. As it looks like Skarner, Captain Flowers, would be stoked right now. I love this champion, and as I mentioned, what he has to offer. Takes him a little bit of time to get there, but once he does get there, you're not getting away.
No, it's going to come down to it's tax season. Some people have filled them out. Some people, like myself, still a little bit lazy. How early do you want to play the QSS tax? Ooh, that's... Now, we've seen it on both feet. We've seen Ehug play the sort of Soul Senna. We've also seen Dean pretty nasty on the Senna himself, so they're going to leave the Spartans wondering if it's ADC or support Senna.
Dude, right now, just the soul stacks right now that you could get on Senna after you pass that 125 mark is absolutely disgusting. I know I'm talking super late game stuff, but she is very much like a Lucian type. Oddly enough, lovers in the game.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? But her ability to fancy feet and heal and stuff of that nature is huge. So we'll see if they'll be able to do that on the side of Boise State. Orianna, one of the ones I talked about. If you're going to take the Syndra, they'll find the Ori.
Yeah, great. First time he's going to play that. They've targeted a ton of bans at Sunleaf in that mid lane. He's going to get that Orianna. Now we're going to head on to phase 2 of the draft. Once again, San Jose State's got to determine if that's an AD carry or support center, or maybe they'll just ban away mid and bot lane champions. And there's that Tristana, interestingly enough. I was played well at times. I thought that the rocket jumps were a tad aggro from EHUG,
Sure.
but they'll take it away nonetheless.
Well, and like I said, it seemed a lot of the times when they had the Tristana jump on in, it was more somebody had gotten caught, we need to get something going here, and that kind of felt like game number 2 in a nutshell for the side of Boise State. From the first blood all the way to those fights that we saw get turned on their head, they were trying to get back and forth, and they weren't able to do that. So they're going to remove it. I'm not sure. I probably would have left it open. Morgana, though, going to be the takeaway there.
I like that ban by Boise State. We've seen Half Moon, we mentioned, number 2 player in the Mountain West in terms of overall assists. Played really well on that Nami. Nami and Lulu the favorites, so maybe the Morgana an interesting choice. Here's what this last ban is going to be for San Jose State. Will it be the Vayne? Will it be something more in the mid lane? Will it be a support? As we know, teams have targeted Dean at times. It'll be very interesting. It's going to be that Kaisa.
Yeah.
San Jose State's been pretty consistent with that. EHUG hasn't played it probably as much as you would think.
Sure.
Since, however, her status as a top 80 carry, but she's still pretty scary in the right hands.
Well, and that's what we were talking about beforehand, whether it's the passive stacks or just ability to get in and out of fights around the map, even for that matter. Land that W and things kind of just get toxic at that point, as I like to say. MF going to be removed here. Boise State did not like that, so they got rid of one of the problematic situations from game number 2. The question becomes, is it enough as Nami is locked in as well? No surprises there. Could have possibly been a Lulu, but the Nami worked out great. Those tidal waves were absolutely huge. And continuing on, SJSU looking good here in this draft.
Yeah, interesting enough with the MF being banned away, TT didn't have the greatest start to game 2, but once he finally got things going, he was pretty deadly. But I think a lot of pressure's got to be on Seal on that Lucian in the top lane. I mean, you still have the opportunity to rotate it up. There's the Soraka, so it will be 80 carry for Senna. Soraka, not a champion you would usually think is going to be getting a lot of CS, so maybe it'll still be the original, not original Senna.
I distinctly remember that Dean is a disgusting Soraka player, if I'm not mistaken. Because
Yes.
during the situations where he was playing Lux and things of that nature, he would sneak this in from time to time, and I love the TF grab. Your ability to get all around the map, not necessarily reliant on a teleport, because you have one built into your kit.
Final pick here for the Spartans. Will they go 80 carry? Maybe they'll just move Lucian down into that bot lane and pick a normal top laner.
We'll see what the situation is, but both of these teams going for a, well, I'll say squishier run out. Never mind, it was squishy, and then that dude showed up. Fear Beyond Death is a massive ability in this game, and with health bars that could end up on the lower side from Boise State, I think that's a huge pickup for SJSU.
Yeah, I like that pickup. There were several times where Goblin on that Gragas in game number 1 was in a dangerous spot where most champions can't punish him under the tower, but champions like Urgot can, and we're going to see, like we said, 5 of these players go to the Mountain West Finals next week. 5 of them going to have to go home and probably watch the VODs on repeat to see where what went wrong. We've got Goblin, Red Hot, Ascent, EHUG, and Dean, Seal, Saigar, Sunleaf, TT, and Half Moon. Boise State trying to hold it down. I thought that Rob has been playing decently well in this top lane for a role that he is still learning, but at times that top lane can be a problem, especially with that Urgot.
Just real quick, did you say you watch your lost VODs?
You learn more from a
You
loss.
can put yourself through that?
You learn more from a loss than a win.
I don't need to learn. I don't want to cry. I don't want to go through it again. But as far as this draft is concerned, I was talking about, tanks versus damage output. As far as both of these are concerned, I mean, I have to throw that out the window, especially after game number 2. The draft setup is relatively the same, small adjustments for the side of SJSU, and just very interesting pickups from the side of Boise State University. I'm liking what I see on the bottom side, just you don't die, basically, between the Q and, the W on Soraka. Plus, their ability to get around the map is going to be pretty big. I'm assuming so, especially with that TF. So look for the opportunities. Strike precisely.
Yeah, a couple of global alts. Let's quickly throw it down to Glovely, back with us for game number 3. And Glovely, what do you see from these drafts here in this winner go home game for both teams?
I mean, Chizu said it. We're going to see so much mobility coming out of the side of Boise State. Twisted Fate has been a very useful champion in the meta for the longest time just because of that semi-global ultimate that also reveals everybody on the map, allowing him to pop in and assassinate key targets. I also think we're going to be very surprised if we don't see some form of grievous wounds come out from the Spartans, given that Boise State is running 2 major healers in their game. And more importantly, if the Senna does start to fall behind in healing, The Soraka, of course, can heal her, and the Senna can heal the Soraka, and they kind of just support each other, sort of almost using Senna's mana as a way to influence Soraka's health bar.
Well, and then you also have to talk about the other kind of tax as far as having a Skarner on the opposing team. What tax do you put more weight into, the QSS tax or the Grievous Wounds tax?
And that comes down to the champion that you're playing, I think, in a lot of cases. If you're going into a Skarner, and you have certain tools you have access to. If you're going for a crit build, say like on the Lucian, then certainly it's not too big of a deal to buy into a Mortal Reminder and have access to that Zeal item fairly early on. But a lot of Lucians don't build into that crit build. And also, the big appeal of that Lucian is to be mobile, so having that QSS to cleanse that crowd control and allow you to get out of situations where otherwise a Skarner might just pull you out of the fight, very key.
Well, one way or another, Glovely, one of these teams is going on to the Mountain West Finals. The other team's going to have to go home. Who do you like in the draft, and who are you favoring in the first 10 to 15 minutes, where both Game 1 and Game 2 have basically been won?
I really do still like Boise State's draft. I do think they have the stronger early game, but watch out for objective fights.
There we go. Objectives have been Boise State's bread and butter in Game 1. San Jose State kind of flipped it on them in Game 2. And for one last time here, we'll get Doc's keys to the game. Focus on a strong comp, play to your comp, and E-Hug Smash, and engage the Stabobos. When the Stabobos are falling, Boise State is usually doing pretty well. It's all brought to you by Count, who's at Any Trust Global Network, delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, enables a personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online with quick and accurate identity trust decisions, go check them out at count.com, Count.com. Getting ready to go for game number 3 of our first semifinal. We still have one left to go, Chizu, between Colorado State and Nevada. Right now, they're waiting to see who their potential opponent will be. Will it be Boise State? Will it be San Jose State? We're about to find out with Game 3 right around the corner.
Yeah, and again, either one of these teams could walk away with the victory. Obviously, you look at the scoreline and go, duh, but we've really seen both of these teams turn situations on their heads. They've done a really good job responding to the pressure. And they've done a great job of finding interesting ways into the fights. Again, Game 2 basically was a crafty teleport on the top side. There's no way you were expecting that as Boise State tries to run out and gets mauled down in the process. So, again, both of these crews have the ability to end up into the finals. The question is, who's going to want it more? And at this point, SJSU has one. Boise State's been within a grasp of one. Now we have to decide who's going to be moving on for another opportunity.
Yeah, we mentioned this before Game 2. This is a new-look roster for San Jose State. Seal, the only returning member, called a couple members up from their GV squad, had a couple of new members in TT and Half Moon. Seal said this is the hardest their teams has ever practiced this year. He said a huge shout-out goes to their coach, Patrick Beanmilk Lou, for working with the players individually to find a stride with this new roster. And so far, this new roster is working out pretty well. They have the #1 seed on the ropes here. It's game number 3. Winner to next week. Winner gets a shot at the CLO playoffs. We'll see who it's going to be as Red Hot's about to run right into Saigar. He's going to have to walk away.
Instead, just going to be spotted out by a ward, throws his own down, but it is not going to be taken out in time. So just a little bit of information. Take a look, Gragas, going this time for the Doran's ring, as opposed to the tier that he picked up in game number 1. See the shield picked up there for the Urgot this time around.
You have the sickle on Senna. You were actually... Same wavelength, honestly.
Say, like, seriously? Just ESPN or whatever.
Yeah, almost the same person. So it is going to be Dean CSing on that Soraka. But you mentioned it. Once you get to about those 120 souls, we'll try and keep tabs best we can. Production's been helping us out when there is a Senna play, doing a pretty good job. But yeah, once you get about those 120 soul marks, the range is just absolutely bonkers.
Exactly. And you have to get there, obviously.
Yeah.
But again, I mentioned this bottom lane just should not die. Like, unless there is a great setup, there shouldn't be any issue. You have so much sustain. You really should have this lane relatively easy, for that matter. But again, today has not necessarily been the most normal, if you will, as far as setups are concerned. Going to pick up that red soul right there. So starting off strong for the Senna as everyone heads to their respective lanes.
You know, I mean, maybe it's just, a bit of a meme, but I will say Boise State is now 0-1 on the season when Red Hot starts on the bottom side of his map in the jungle. A small thing. Started on the bottom side again. Maybe he'll regret that, as we're going to see a big engage on the bottom lane here.
Yeah. that's going to be that way for a little bit, as the Lovers duo going to be going back. Sorry, the Lovers duo is the other one. I don't know what we call this pairing, the OTP. Anyways, but yeah, just a little bit of early aggression. Quickly healed on up there to the side of Boise State. Nice gold card. Going to hit him with the trip. Electrocute is going to put out a nice bit of damage there as Ascent going to be sitting at about 200.
He hugging that bot lane. Not only is he going to get souls from Dean CSing, he's also going to be trying to harass them as much as possible. Ascent taking quite a bit of damage in that mid lane. He's got to be careful. Saigar's on his red buff. Red Hot's a bit behind because he tried for that cheeky level 2 gank, so watch out for that Volibear pressure early as Skarner's trying to catch up.
Yeah. And again, Skarner takes quite a while to get, I mean, level 6. It's very hard to do a whole lot with Skarner until you hit that 6 point absolute massive. That's going to be a good stun and a good lock right there. Tapu is going to be destroyed, just absolutely bursted into oblivion, and Dean is going to continue. Look at the healing, the flash expended, E-Hug trying to get something there. It is 2 right there for Boise State on the bottom side. I said they'd be able to sustain. I did not bring up the fact that they're able to blow up their opponents so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you want the easy way to land a Soraka E, just put it down when you're rooted by the Senna.
Yep.
You really can't do anything to dodge it.
And then the Q hits you and you're like, ow, why is my screen gray? Stop it.
Did like the counter jungle there. We did see Saigar ended up stealing that red or the blue buff away from Red Hots. And we all know Captain Flowers love aside, Skarner is basically a walking super minion until he gets his level 6 ult.
Well, it doesn't even look like Boise State needs it, man. Again, just a great binding there from the side of the Senna. And with the damage coming out from Dean, I mean, like you mentioned, you're not going anywhere at that point. Once one of those 2 things hits, you're stuck. And you'll be lucky to out-heal your opponent, let alone out-damage them there at that point. So it looks pretty good for a quick second, but the pair over to Boise State, just a handful of minutes into this one, looking good so far. CS is pretty okay. You take a look, you do see Volibear ahead just a smidgen. He'll definitely love that and help him get all bigger, beefier, and berry. Maybe that's not what I'm looking for.
I'll give it to you.
Cool.
We did see both mid laners have backed. Ascent with that teleport meant he got to lane a little bit quicker. Sunleaf just with the ignite trying for that kill pressure. Saigar is going to say, hey, how are you? How you doing? Looking fantastic. Hope your finals are going well. And he'll just walk away.
Just trading, oh, this weather.
Okay, I can't believe it. It's been so nice out there.
It's so beautiful. Why is my screen gray?
Got any plans next weekend? Because I do.
And it looks like Goblin doing a good job here against Seal. They had him at about 50% health, but again, the top lane Noodle Rock. That is, well, the top lane Noodle Rock. This is going to be this way for quite a while. Goblin takes a little treat to cast. David T taking a couple of chunks there. A Lover's Quarrel. Bubble is going to land there on Dean. Nice little poke there as well. That skin is so awesome on the Twisted Fate. I'm loving it. And it's going to end up getting a little bit of a poke there. TT able to dodge away from the Q. And a very, very quiet last couple of minutes for this round.
Saigar is trying to change that.
Sitting in that tribe run.
See, the warning ping came out. Boise doesn't have a ward there, but they played passive enough thinking something was up at least. Sunleaf level 6, he's going to have that command shockwave that could absolutely global the TF if Ascent's not careful.
So far, so good. Just both crews looking to, sustain here at this point. I think the whole setup as far as the bottom side, the kills that you're seeing on the board seem to be kind of reactionary. And once Dean starts spamming his emotes, you know that they're just really looking to kind of hold for as long as possible. Looks like we do have a teleport coming on in. A Ascent is going to be dropped there. He's hit by the bubble and so much damage coming out. A teleport is here, and the rest of SJSU is down to party in the bottom side. TT is going to find E-Hug. Not enough Boise State members there, as your Skarner wasn't even in the wings, but all 4 members from SJSU looking good. They will find E-Hug there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ascent started that fight, ulted in, thought he could find a yellow card. Going into a Nami, if you're going to have that telegraphed location, you're going to get hit by the bubble, you're going to get stunned up, and then a great teleport response there from Seal. Luckily, he was level 6, otherwise he could have easily picked up another kill. First dragon of the game. Going to go over to the side of San Jose State. They'll pick up that Ocean Dragon.
Again, Boise State being a little quick on their feet, finding themselves in a catastrophic situation. And unfortunately, they will lose a handful of members as far as gold is concerned. Dead even now. So all early advantage the Boise State had on that bottom side, gone. Dragon in the hands of SJSU, and they'll be able to sustain their lanes for just that much longer. And Red Hots here just needs to get to that level 6. He's going to hit 5 and should be good to go here in just a couple more camps. And then that's when this game really should open up. And we should be seeing a little bit more action, but a good answer there from SJSU to put this game pretty much even.
Yeah, I like the response there. Both these, it's hard to say how teams are going to play in game 3. Nice find.
Second one to follow, going to come through, and yeah, it looks like E-Thug puts out a nice chunk of damage. And that's just one CC chain. TT looking at half health.
Does have the Nami, so his healing is better than it could have been.
Sure. Lane, nothing too crazy here, though. We do have the rotation. Zygar is there. He is going to make his appearance. Stone Hulk is going to come on in. Shockwave is down. Sunleaf is going to find a scent. And there is that early level 6 like I was talking about. Half Moon is going to be locked down. E-Hug going to take a massive amount of damage as well. Heals are going to be used as they're looking to chunk this down. Wow, that actually almost got him with the Q. But instead, TT going to be held up just fine. Half Moon low on mana. Boise State continues to push here, as it looks like Zygar actually got to hit the top side, so they can continue to push on this bottom side for as long as they so choose. But even it up in the kill spread, now finding a lead. SJSU looking pretty solid here, 8.5 hit.
Yeah, Sunleaf realized got to pick that mid laner a little bit early, got totally banned out in game 1, and it showed. I don't think that root's going to find anything with the tower protecting Half Moon, but Zygar on that Volibear, Sunleaf playing champions he's more comfortable on. This looks like a totally different San Jose State team than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as Boise State is concerned, I mean, your typical bot side, and here we are 9 minutes in, and no one's really giving up anything for free. Everything has been hard-earned, the bottom side again. We talked about Boise State got those early kills, but those have been quickly returned over onto the side of San Jose State. So once we get to the rotations, once people decide where to go, and hopefully don't telegraph it as much as that first little teleport there from Twisted Fate was, we can see some very interesting setups here. But again, got to hit that point. 9 minutes in, things are coming out, and it looks like Goblin could be collapsed on here in the near future.
And he realizes something up, he's just going to walk away.
They're just going to let them hit on this tower.
They have Rift Herald too.
Senna sitting about 33 souls as of right now. Looks like Goblin's trying to get something going here, trying to get rid of all of the moves that he can. Is going to be dropped on. Here comes Seal, and watch out for the awesome. Great ultimate there is going to be enough. So a 1-for-1 exchange in the 2v1. Meanwhile, on the top side, TT is going to fall. Dean going to be the recipient of that kill right there. A dupe for the healer, the support, and the unicorn herself. So Rocco finds a dub.
Yeah, we saw both these going out at the same time here. Great job by Goblin. Explosive casting Zygar back in. And then you saw Boise State said, all right, we'll full commit on the bot side. TT the first one. Half Moon, not much you could do there. Dean just says, I'll take that.
Worked out pretty darn well for the side of Boise State. Yes, you lose Goblin. In the meantime, he picks up one to supplement that, but a nice series on the bottom side. Boise State certainly going to love that. Kills in favor of BSU. Gold, negligible at best, just shy of 1,000.
Yeah, you see the CS difference favoring San Jose State in every lane except for the bot lane. Of course, it is the Soraka CSing with Senna more interested in souls than minion kills. So that'll be something to watch out for. We have not seen this mid lane an Ascent struggle that often in CS, and now he's got to be worried about a dive. Zygar's looking for somewhere to put this Rift Herald. Mid lane's not a bad choice. But top lane would be guaranteed first turret bonus gold if he can get back up there and not die.
See where they decide to put the priority. Dragon is up as well, so like you mentioned, the mid lane might not be a terrible idea. Already clearing out vision, so it looks like they are eyeballing their second Drake of the game. Going to be hit there is Ascent. Looking to get a gold card, is not able to do so. Red Hot's clearing out some vision as again, looks like Dragon, huge priority for these two teams. Not to be unexpected for that. Great set of stats, but it looks like Boise State might have the inside track here. Got a nice little stun down. Dean puts some damage out, but not much is going to work.
Seal doesn't have teleport. So if Boise State picks a fight, they're guaranteeing it's a 5-on-4 as Goblin is already rotated down. Zygar's just going to back, and I think San Jose State has said, you take the Dragon, we'll just take the plates in the top lane.
And so we just updated you not too long ago. Senna is already past the 40 mark as far as results are concerned. So thank you to production for keeping us on track there and giving us ideas. Still inching closer to that 120. Not sure what the speed is. Considered, like a good setup. Drake gonna go over. Infernal will be awesome. there is nothing wrong with more damage in any way, shape, or form. In my opinion.
Well, speaking of more damage, we're going to get more tankiness. It's a Mountain Soul. Saigar wants this top lane dive once again. Goblin has now used that teleport. One charge from Shelly will pick up this turret no matter what happens.
Yeah, it looks like Seal is going to put on the pressure here on Goblin. Explosive Cask is going to be counting on out, but he's going to be flipped back around. This Goblin now is just trying to hold his own. Onslaught is, I'm sorry, not Onslaught, but the Fear Beyond Death coming through. Ultimate as well is not going to help there. Turret going to fall as well as Goblin. And that, unfortunately, for the side of Boise State University is also going to mean, I guess, you're going to lose a lot of this top side. I thought, honestly, that the Volibear was going to head into the jungle, but instead, I guess not. And Boise State actually going to take over this bottom side. So a trade of turrets, a kill advantage for SJSU. Oh, maybe not.
Unfortunately, since Red Hot's waddled over there, that turret will get more armor. It's the armor based on how many people get plates, gold from the plates. Right. So it's going to be a little bit more tanky for the next minute. They should be able to wrap that one up pretty quickly in the bot lane as soon as plates fall. But yeah, I mean, they even expended the Senna ult and the TF ult to try and save Goblin in the top lane, so they're not going to have those for a little bit. No major objectives, though, that they really need to worry about.
And this will be one of those things, like we said, front and back, like team fight. Nice finding, gonna follow it up. That's gonna be the E there, and it looks like E-Thug is actually going to be caught up. The tidal wave coming through is going to be forced to be flashed through, and Dean right now looking to put out some more damage is going to be able to do so. Dropping so many Qs as fast as possible, continues to sustain. They continue to push that way.
Yeah, Half Moon incredibly skilled on this Nami. You have to wonder why the Morgana got the ban instead, because these stuns have been absolutely incredible. Now Boise State's going to dive. They're going to say, you know, get off the tower. We want 1-for-1, but there's a whole mess of people in this bot lane.
There is everybody. The cavalry has arrived. They have vision on Ascent as well as Red Hots. Looking for something, are not going to find it. And it looks like a flash, and Red Hot is going to find the Saigar there, and that should be that. Teleport is coming on in, so they are expending everything here to try to get at Boise State. It looks like it's going to be interrupted, I guess, because you can't cancel it anymore.
That's what I meant.
So we'll have to see what the situation was there. Probably the explosive cast, because it did not look like Goblin was on top of Seal there, so that definitely helps on out. Might have actually been okay for the side of Boise State to have that teleport come on through, but hey, you're just doing your job, not going to knock you for it.
Yeah, the explosive cask on cooldown, you'd have to assume that was the case. Maybe the body slam, even though work. It's not quite Shen level, but it's still one of those, don't really teleport right in front of a Gragas, he's just going to stop you.
Sure, absolutely. So good move there from the side of Goblin to actually be able to do that. He's had some very impressive plays despite being picked on for a good portion of this game. And now we see that E-Hug is just going to start collecting everything and then some. Team trying to make sure that his lane partner is getting to those mile markers as they are. You're starting to see the first items completed for the side of Boise State. SJSU still kind of lagging behind. Only a handful there. Mid lane still yet to finish their first item.
Yeah, we do see that Seal opted for the Titanic Hydra, now working on probably the Gore Drinker there with the Iron Spark.
Oh!
Oh, did she get it?
Take it?
I didn't see the
We may never know. It looks like we are going to have a fight. Yeah, she got it.
She did,
Looks like we have a fight here over the Rift. Herald Half Moon is going to be putting out a little bit of CC. It may be annoying, but Red Hots now is caught out by Zygar, and he needs to get out now as Dean is going to be there to heal him up. They pull that thing all the way up into the top side, reset it, and will allow for Boise State to do relatively the same. Puts pressure here on the top side. Goblin all by his lonesome here against Seal. And that stun should be good. A nice amount of damage is out, and they're going to look to collapse here. And nice chunk there as TT is going to require the assistance of his ally. Gonna miss the ultimate there is E-Hug, but look at those heals coming out with the Q alone. Blue Tower is going to be destroyed. Boise State should be able to stabilize that there on the top side. It does look like they are planting their feet. Whether or not they're looking to fight, it's a question. Zygar taking a huge chunk of damage there. And it looks like they are not able to collapse on that top tower, so solid move in the mid lane from SJSU.
Okay, see the dragon spawning within a minute as well. Boise State's going to try and burn down this Rift Herald. Objective damage with the Senna. Not that E-Hug is there, but it's always going to be something Boise State has to worry about. Now we're up to 63 souls. That's about 20 souls in the last 5 minutes for E-Hug. About halfway through that 125 mark. Of course, the more fights that break out, the more kills Boise State gets. He's going to be able to pick up even more souls. He gets 2 more right there.
Yeah. And like, we already see the damage paying dividends as well. It's only going to get worse from there as far as that setup is concerned. And we'll see if Boise State has what it takes to, you know, continue on with this pressure. Gold lead in favor of SJSU, despite the kill lead being in favor of the Broncos. They actually have found out that this Drake is being done. Looks like they are going to Hex Flash on in and just scare everybody. In jumps the Polar Bear, but it looks like Boise State does have the inside track on Zygar. They are going to find the Goblin is being forced out, and they do find Sunleaf, the ultimate from the Scorpion, going to be enough. And now TT is stuck. A great Q there from Senna will find the double. Seal forced to run away. The explosive cast not going to land, but the sidestep puts you in an even more precarious situation. Nice tidal wave. It will be your undoing, and it does look like here Half Moon is going to be gobbled on up by the support. E-Hug, just kidding. It is an ace for Boise State.
Perfect play. I don't know why San Jose State just didn't try and finish this dragon off. Explosive cast missed, but the sidestep almost did more than the explosive cast would have done. And then you see great flash there by Dean. They want to pick this up. Boise State's able to get the dragon on the back end, and now there's that soul pressure we talked about. Not only is it the damage, it's the range. And a great play by Red Hot. They got Zygar in. He's like, hey, Sunleaf.
Hey,
I see you there. You're in the wrong spot. Come with me.
You shouldn't be standing in the front of me. Why don't you come hang out with some friends of mine? And they pummeled him into non-existence and a gray screen, so Boise State is gifted a golden opportunity after a crazy wonky Hex Flash that apparently scared the entirety of SJSU. They're able to pick up the team fight that follows, find themselves an ace, and a sizable lead here at about 19 minutes.
Wondering how soon Seal TT might have H&R Block on hold as they look to pay the QSS tax. Unfortunately, Sunleaf cannot do that, but the Zanyas, which almost works better than a QSS at times, especially in those situations.
Sometimes it's even worse, though. It's like, hey, guess where I'm at? Right here.
Uh-oh, here comes Seal.
Looks like Seal is going to be jumping out, and a teleport is behind. Goblin will be here in just a second. Seal is just getting absolutely eviscerated. Red Hot says, nice try, guys. It looks like Goblin going to continue on here. Red Hot is unrelenting. This tower will stop the entirety of Boise State, but they found one, and they will undoubtedly find more on top of it. Baron here in 40 seconds. What else can they find? Goblin being a little sneaky snake, looks for the displacement, is going to find it, but will not stop the back.
Gonna be a free turret here for Boise State. Short order. Usually when, you know, there's a team that goes 10-0, your coach will tell you, hey, copy what they do.
Sure.
The problem is for San Jose State, don't copy the over-aggressiveness that Boise State likes to use, because that is why we're in a game 3 right now.
Sure.
And that's exactly what Seal just did. Said, I got this, and then he immediately falls apart.
And as we are hearing from production, 88 stacks now on the Senna. That last fight certainly helped out. The one before that made it even better. And it just shows the raw damage that E-Hug has, as well as just the overall situation, because Seal picked that fight. Seal wanted that situation. Yep. Suddenly that health bar that looks so massive right there, was that 230 maybe? 2030 or 2300? Quickly disappeared.
Yeah, the only issue for Boise State is we saw in game 1 they had that sneaky little Baron. You're not going to get that with the Senna. Her attack speed is too slow. Even with the Kraken Slayer, your objective damage is almost inconsequential. So Boise State's going to have to win a clean fight if they want the Baron, but there's 3 more trolls right there. E-Thug's trending to that 100 mark relatively quick.
He's got to be. Absolutely. He's got to be creeping upon it right now. And again, Boise State just kind of in control of this. They are at that soul point, so they could find a third and push this game even farther. And as far as the objective destruction, they've already kind of got that. Again, we were talking about how they were able to basically whittle down Seal super quick. Any kind of big objective, a tower, Baron, anything of that nature, they should be able to get rid of with relative ease as well. So now SJSU, I'm saying, needs an absolute miracle Volibear Shockwave scenario. They could find a pick, sure, but if they're able to get this wombo combo into the tidal wave, it could spell great things for SJSU. They are certainly not out of this, despite the kill spread and the gold difference here at 2000. Here comes Red Hot. Tidal Wave is going to be used. Flash over the wall there from Nami. Boise State is okay taking that. I don't believe they use anything either. They'll pick up the scuttle, and it looks like Baron may be the play here. And wow, we are going to get a teleport. Ascent is not going to hit that gold card. So again, just resource, and more resources burned here.
Trying to consult Reddit, seeing what r/Senamate says is a good rate of souls.
Is that actually a thing?
Yes.
Oh, that's
I've got about
fantastic.
100 around the 25-minute mark, but that's all from the support's perspective.
Okay.
So
We'll see.
about 100 by the 25-minute mark is what Reddit tells me.
That's absolutely where you get all of your information.
100%. They're all challenger in their minds.
I love all these red flags you're sending my way. Go check Reddit for in-depth analysis on how many stacks you need.
And they do more math than I do.
Absolutely. See, I just tried to do that a second ago. It didn't work out great. 12-4, though, are numbers that I can understand. About a 3K goal difference in favor for Boise State. One of these two teams going home for good. End the season, at least. Could be Broncos or Spartans. I don't know. Both of them are pretty hungry, though.
This dragon fight that's coming up is going to be huge. It'll be sole point for Boise State, so you know the Spartans don't have to contest, but they'd like to. Nice stun. Got to be careful, though, that you don't get turned on.
Oh, he's getting dropped the tower. He's going to burn the stopwatch. Zonia is here, trying to get on out, but is not able to. Massive miss coming through, and now it's a 4-on-4 fight here in the mid lane, and Boise State does not look like they want it. Sorry, 3-on-4 at this point. Dean is going to be found out. Nice flash over the wall. Goblin is here. We now have a full 4-on-4. My goodness, what a shot there from E-Hug. Is going to force the rest of SKSU out. They're going to flash. What a flash. Oh, they got Sunleaf, and Sunleaf is gone. Ascent is here. Boise State is on fire right now. A double for the bottom side, as it does look like that could be the beginning of the end. A nice ultimate triple kill there for E-Hug, and looking so good on this setup. Got to be sitting at 100 and something now.
Yeah, I mean, you see San Jose State's going to take this because they know the Wish is on cooldown. Huge flash. Sunleaf's got to get that Zanyas, or this is over for him. Saigar just got stunned as well. You never fight a Skarner on his Skarner rune, and he learned that the hard way. Half Moon's going to get sniped at the very end thanks to the Glacial Augment. Boise State's going to trade Baron for Dragon?
It looks like it. Ascent with the hero play, looking for something. He's on the Drake, is not going to be able to find it, and is going to die in the process. So that is going to be huge for CT. But Boise State will find a Baron for it. So, you know, pick and choose. Advantages, clips and coupons. Boise State looking solid right now. 10-kill lead. The gold is close behind that.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen just Goblin contesting that with the exploding barrel, the exploded cask, and have Ascent over just helping out on Baron. So not a worthy trade. Your TF's not going to have Baron. You know he wants to split push with that ultimate and the teleport. So I don't know if you take that if you're Boise State, but now the Dragons are all tied up, and San Jose State has a win condition, if you will. But it's still at least 12 minutes away, which would be Mountain Soul, and you just become so tanky, E-Hug's damage no longer hurts.
Again, Boise State, not only do they hurt, they can heal, they can sustain, and they can continue to push these waves. They give up the Drake, but now they have the Baron, so those pushes are even harder. Look at that, E-Thug just popping people and isn't even in tower range of that.
Yeah.
Almost 113 being the number, it appears.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we're looking at, if this game goes into that 40-minute mark, you're looking at 200 souls. And you have the infinite scaling champion that is Senna. San Jose State's got to find a way to end this game sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, that mid lane turret falling means that they're trending in the wrong direction.
And a collapse here on mid lane. You got the 4-1, and it looks like actually Ascent is going head-to-head, protecting the top lane turret on the side of Boise State. I don't know how much longer Volibear wants to chill in that brush. It appears the answer is forever. I feel like he could be moving around a little bit. Just looking for an angle. Boise State not really going to give that to him, though. And they're going to continue to push with this crucial Baron empowered minion. Oh, wow, they are going to land a stun there as E-Hug is going to be moving forward. The rest of the team from SKSU moving up to try to protect their jungler as well. Like I said, spent so much time in that brush, but for nothing. Continue this onslaught here.
Interesting ult there by Ascent, I guess, trying to just make sure they don't get caught by a cheeky Volibear flank, that Baron empowered Canyon minion with bigger range in the turret. San Jose State should be able to heal off all this damage. Boise State too scared of that turret. Saigar's looking for an entrance. Can't find it, now Boise State wants to go.
And now Boise State, without the tower in their way, will be looking towards this inhibitor and are going to be given over just about everything, and then some. As you said, Zygar was looking for something, couldn't find anything. Boise State given basically everything for free nonetheless. There wasn't even a fight for that tower, nor the inhibitor. They're going to try to protect here not only the most important piece, but the two towers in front of it. And SJSU just looking for some way to bounce back into this.
Red Hots did Hex Splash at Sunleaf, and he got Sunleaf Splash out of the way. That Orianna is not going to have a flash, and a fight takes out.
Zygar's locked, and Boise State, they hit the blast code in such a filthy angle, and that is going to mean Tidal Wave comes out, explosive cask to follow, but nothing after the fact. It was filthy, but it does look like a Shockwave is going to fight Red Hots. Red Hots all by his lonesome is going to pull Seal, and it is going to be too little, too late. Just kidding, as the Witch is going to come out. Zygar stayed alive. That bear passive is huge, but E-Hug is going to take out the other individual from SJSU. The Lucian is down. Boise State is up, and it looks like E-Hug is not slowing down. Top turret is going to be removed here, and Boise State could be on the cusp of finding a second inhibitor if they so choose.
I don't think that Seal was the targeted choice, but they were just trying to get something out of the way. They're going to be able to get this top inhibitor turret pretty easily. There's no ults on the side of San Jose State except for the Urgot one. He might find it on the Red Hots here.
Ooh, Red Hots taking a lot of damage. Oh, he flashed away from it! Is able to get out of the onslaught of shadows. I'm sorry, the Fear Beyond Death. And Seal is going to continue on. I can't believe that. That was huge.
That almost actually hit Dean, too,
Right.
who would have been in rage. Probably not the trade he would have wanted. He's sitting on that 4-0-11 score line. And we're going to see he was even full health. It wouldn't even hurt him because of the heal from Dean. Dean almost killed himself there.
Let's see what happens again. That Fear Beyond Death is just absolutely disgusting. But yeah, Boise State looking super good right now. And that flash was just kind of the embodiment of it again as we take a look. Just kidding, Psych, we're back into the game.
Dragging up in a minute. Will be soul point for either team. SJSU, though, has to defend against super minions in the mid lane. Luckily, Seal's going to push out the top lane, and there's a teleport being expended by TF just to get in range.
Yeah, we'll see what that entire situation is going to be here. But Boise State, it's in their hands right now. Metallica levels of all within my hands. 7,000 gold lead. Got the kill spread. I'm assuming Senna just has like 9,000 stacks at this point. Feeling pretty good. Is E-Hug going to be moving on in as well? Zygar going to be caught out here. Yeah, damage coming out is huge. Explosive Cask is not going to do exactly what they want, but he is going to be forced to bear hop his way out of this fight.
That's going to allow a free dragon for Red Hot. Seal, though, he sees the lone win condition for San Jose State, and that is split push as hard as possible. He's going to take down that top tier 2 turret. They're going to pull Goblin off. 136 stacks for E-Hug. Boise State has their eyes set on potentially their inhibitor or at least a pick here, and they can win the game.
And they may not even need that with the way that SJSU has kind of just let them take stuff over, especially that whole lane top side. Oh, they are going to find somebody. It looks like Sutton is going to be taken out. E-Hug is now legendary. The rest of Boise State is not going to stop so much damage to Zygar. He wants to move. He would love to move. He just can't. This layering of CC is massive for the side of Boise State. And right now, Seal is just trying to get something back for SJSU. Boise State looking to close this one out here in the very near future as the third inhibitor turret and soon-to-be third inhibitor going to fall in favor of the Broncos. Never mind, they're looking to close this one out if possible. They are going to find ZT here and just remove them from the map. Boise State should be able to close this out. Goblin getting bopped around. And the Fear Beyond Death is going to be sure he sees a wood chipper, but inhibitor turret number 1, I'm sorry, Nexus turret number 2, and that could very well be it. Boise State University has finally done it. They have taken out SJSU in a best of 3 and will be moving on to the series championship finals.
Huge for Boise State there. Not only do they have a shot at the Mountain West crown, they've locked themselves in to the round of 32 in the CLOL playoffs. Boise State remains undefeated in the Mountain West, but it took everything they had in game number 3. And E-Hug on that Senna, once it got going, there was nothing that they could do to stop it. Don't forget that the Mountain West Series Championship is brought to you by the Air Force Reserve. Continue your education, receive college tuition assistance, student loan payback, and great job skills training. To find out more or to start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve, go to afreserve.com. Boise State has wrapped up the first slot in the Mountain West Finals. Who's their opponent going to be? Is it Colorado State? Is it Nevada? We'll find out, but first we got to get the reaction, Chizu. It looked at times a little sketchy, but Boise State around that 20-minute mark pulled away, and that Senna got so fed there was nothing that San Jose State could do.
You have to remember, I'm the most biased caster in North America, or at least I've been told in many, many, many instances, and this is just a feel-good story. I like to see this. Again, very sketched out by that second game, but Boise State just came back with an iron fist and absolutely punched out everything in their way. That third game looking so unbelievably decisive. If I have to be candid, I'm leaning more the Colorado side as far as these next 2 games are concerned. But again, I mentioned UNR still gives me nightmares year after year just to how terrifying they can be. So this next set should also be just as exciting.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected at the start of the year it to be that. I mean, I know when I talked to Koba, the Boise State coach, he said, look, we're looking at Boise State, Colorado State, Nevada, San Jose State. Don't know the order, but that's our expected 4. He was right in that one. I don't know if anyone expected it to be Colorado State as the 2 seed with a 9-1 overall record. They upset Nevada week 1, as we mentioned. Maybe if that was later in the season when teams were getting going, maybe Nevada flips that. We'll have to find out. I have been told it's a new-look Nevada roster in a couple of spots. That'll be something we want to watch out for, but they know Boise State's the opponent. They got one monkey off their back. They've secured a spot in the CLO playoff. Now they just want that elusive first Mountain West championship.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, this means that Boise State makes it to the round of 32.
Yes, it does.
That feels great. Who's going to be joining them? Who is going to end up being the Mountain West brothers in arms? You know what I mean? As 2 of these individuals, or crews for that matter, will be representing the Mountain West portion of everything going forward. So, congratulations to Boise State. They've done it. We're here. And I'd be wrong if I didn't tell you I'm wearing my Boise State jersey underneath this.
Yeah, I think also for Colorado State, I've been told there's another swap there as well. So it's a new-look team for both sides. But before we get to that, before we find out who Boise State's going to play in, we got to give away our ICCU player of the game. And I think there's only one option, Cheesy, but if you want to argue for somebody else, go for it.
No, you go ahead. You tell me how to live my life.
Any argument against E-Hug?
Oh, no. That's exactly where I was going to go. I just wanted to see if you had some, stupid on your
No.
face or
I mean, I do think that there's some highlights for Goblin. We didn't see them, but it was stopping all of the teleports. So everything off screen, we definitely saw.
It's Red Hots.
It's Red Hots, actually,
Red Hots.
though.
I was going to say, man, Red Hots was doing some work, man.
He was.
And did a great job. And like I said, I firmly believe that all 5 of the players from Boise State could have picked up that player
100%.
of the game. Whether it's Goblin soaking that impact level of aggression throughout it, or the Soraka bottom side that ended up being a powerhouse in the hands of Dean. Really, every single member of this crew is deserving.
Yeah, Ascent was phenomenal game 1 on that Lucian. Basically got it banned away from him every game by SJSU. Didn't play awful on the Galileo, just a couple of bad plays overall. So a huge congratulations to Red Hots. He is your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. ICCU believes great player makes a team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Red Hots, your ICCU player of the game for Boise State's 2-1 win in the Mountain West semis over San Jose State.
Now hurry up and bring us a championship trophy.
He's been there the longest. He was in that first video we saw.
No cap aside, man. I really feel like, Boise State has a huge chance. Again, we just have to see what we're looking at on the other side of the bracket, but well-deserving of a player of the game. And like I said, it was very difficult to just pick one individual.
Well, do you have any final thoughts before we wrap up our Boise State-San Jose State portion of the night?
No, other than, GGWP all around.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where, yes, someone unfortunately has to be a loser, but you made it this far. There are, 6 other teams that are currently sitting at home wishing they were you. So whether it's, SJSU, taking this unfortunate loss, or Boise State picking up this win, it's a great day for college esports.
Yeah, you pushed the top seed to the brink. There's good things around the corner for San Jose State. They rebuilt their roster, and they're still almost as strong as they were in 2019. Well, we're going to take a short break, but we've got our top plays. They're presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with over 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard, along with Boise State, some of the best teams out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Here's the top 5 for Boise State. Moving on to the finals, a 2-1 win over San Jose State. Between Colorado State and Nevada. Right now, they're waiting to see who their potential opponent will be. Will it be Boise State? Will it be San Jose State? We're about
Make a little bit of growth. You have a little bit of action here. Does look like Red Hawk is going to be caught out and forced up into his turret. Ascent is also ignited, taking so much damage, but jumps back in. The taunt is there, and he survives, picks up the first blood, falls to the ignite tick, but that is a huge exchange there for the side of Boise State University. 5v4, and oh no, that ultimate didn't look like it was doing what it needed to do. It looks like T could be the first one to fall. Red Hawk is going to pick up that one, but the top side is here. Ascent on the back line is opening up a can on everyone he wills, and it looks like Boise State will pick up the 8 and leave SJSU on their backs. Pure light again, all through the minions, and just the tip there smacking the orange. Gonna buy himself some stuff as it looks like Ascent is here. The bait is in as Seal is going to turn and try to grab Goblin, but instead gets booped, schwapped, and thrown into the ground there as it is going to be a pickup there for Goblin. Great rotation from the mid. Oh, Zygar's here as well. Played. Here comes the rest of the crew. Ehud gonna find one. Lucian going to pick up that other. Boise State is getting systematically run down. Goblin's going to teleport in. Seal is going to be there. Call of the Forge God comes through. It's a 2v4 right now, and Goblin on the wrong side. Red Hunt's looking to get Seal and take him out. It is not going to happen, so Boise State picks a fight and loses it. What a shot there from Ehud is going to force the rest of SKSU out. They're going to flash. What a flash. Oh, they got Sunleaf, and Sunleaf is gone. Ascent is here. Boise State is on fire right now. A double for the bottom side, as it does look like that could be the beginning of the end. A nice ultimate triple kill.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
It's time to believe in the things we know to be true. Right now, the world is waiting for you, for your ideas, your curiosity, your creativity, your compassion, your way of doing things, the Wolfpack way. Doing what needs to be done for yourself and for others. Turning adversity into opportunity to make the world a better place for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Discover it today.
At San Jose State University,
We discover who we want to be. For ourselves,
For our families,
for our communities.
different and unexpected.
Begin here.
At the heart of a transforming valley, in a city that is tough and beautiful.
we are Spartans.
Together, we continue to sustain our Earth, feed the world, research and advance knowledge, save and improve lives, design for the future, foster leaders in business and beyond, and raise the human spirit. Together, we continue.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you.
Warning, you're my nemesis. Warning, you're my nemesis. Warning, you're my nemesis. Warning, you're my nemesis. Nemesis, 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 nemesis.
So you're listening to the third track on the album, Start Again. I wanted this track to feel like a kind of antidote to Nemesis, something really melodically rich and euphoric rather than pure like brute force. I also want to shout out my session guitarist, Sean Kennedy, who recorded all the guitar on this track and also on the rest of the album. Big up.
Open hands on the concrete. Feel everything that you built with me. A monument to who you were. Before we knew a thing about love. I don't want the same as before. I don't want to settle for the past anymore. I don't want to fight the same fight, but I do. I don't want a normal kind of love with you. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again. We're gonna tear it down inside again. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again. Come with me, 'cause you're all I need. We're gonna tear it all down, 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 down.
So this is the fourth track, and it's called Out There, featuring the Dutch god MVE, who absolutely smashed the vocals. This track is kind of like a house-influenced, like funky kind of drum and bass track. I think that was completely warranted on an album like this, to be honest, so...
If you like to see me out there in need, while I'm struggling to breathe on my own, I won't turn my back on you, 'cause your love's the only one I know. And just one more chance is all I need. I'll lift you up and set you free. I will take you right there. I will take you right there. I will take you. Every time you look into my eyes, I know I'm yours. All you want is to see me down and begging on the floor. Don't stop moving 'cause I like the way you choose me just right. I never backing down, never knowing when to stop. I won't turn my back on you, 'cause your love's the only one I know. Just one more chance is all I need. I'll lift you up and set you free. I will take you. Don't know if I'm really gonna make it, but I tried. I don't know if you really feel like I do. Losing my objective slowly out of sight. Just tell me how to make it right for you. Oh, I won't turn my back on you. I will take you.
Welcome back in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It's been 2 months, more than 100 matches, 250 games. We just had 3 more. We are now 3 games away from determining the second team who has the right to represent the Mountain West Conference in the Collegiate League of Legends playoffs, and who will get a shot at Boise State for the crown of the Mountain West next week. I am Michael Fish Fisher, welcoming back, of course, Adam Cheesy McGuire, who famously called the first Mountain West Championship back in 2018. Now it's time for our second semifinal of the night. Choose who. It's Colorado State, it's Nevada. They both have history with Boise State, and one of them gets a second shot at the Broncos next week.
To be completely honest, everybody that we have seen today has had a little something against Boise State, whether
True.
it's ruining their perfect season or seeing them in some kind of fashion in the last handful of years. Like you said, I have been there time and time again. And so once again, congratulations to Boise State. But now we have to adjust our vision on the scariest team in the Mountain West, in my personal opinion, versus the unsung Cinderella story of my heart. Again, I'm talking about Nevada versus CSU.
Now, the longest-running conference championship in esports is the Mountain West Championship. It has been an automatic qualifier for the CLOL playoffs for the last 3 years, and we're one step away from figuring out who will be joining them, as not only will the champion get a better seed in the round of 32, the runner-up in the Mountain West will also get a spot at the table, and Nevada and Colorado State are both vying for that. Here's how we got here. 376 schools, 11 Mountain West teams. We had our 10-game regular season with the round robin. The top 4 have advanced. One has prevailed in Boise State, knocking down San Jose State 2-1. We're about to find out who the second one's going to be. And as we mentioned, the Mountain West champion and the runner-up will both find their way to the round of 32 in the CLOL playoffs. We take a look at the standings. Colorado State's lone loss to Boise State. Nevada dropped to Boise State and Colorado State. These teams between the Rams and the Wolfpack met in week number 1. And the Rams with the biggest upset of them all. I remember Boise State was playing Wyoming, and we were keeping tabs on that the whole time. When Colorado State won, there were some murmurs. Wow, can't believe that actually happened. Nevada was the reigning champions, absolutely obliterated Colorado State last spring in Las Vegas before everything went haywire. So now, be curious to see where everything goes from here. Is Nevada and Colorado State going to meet for one more time this semester with everything on the line?
Oh, and this is, again, a perfect example of any team, any day. One win separates both of these teams as far as the regular standing is concerned. But you also need to factor in, like you said, Colorado kind of got put into a body bag as far as last season was concerned, as far as the finals. But this time around, things looking completely different, you know. It's awesome to see that in just a matter of, a year, if that. They've been able to bounce back. And so this should be that barn burner that we were talking about. We were expecting a little bit more of a wide open game first time around, but this one definitely closer.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned, last spring, Nevada won the championship. This year they come in as the 3 seed, though, with a record of 8-2. Their losses to Boise State. And in week 1 to the Rams. Who knows what would have happened if that would have been different, but of course I'm sure the Rams, the only thing they remember is this beatdown they got served at the hands of the Wolfpack 3-0. Very few of the games going longer than 20-25 minutes. It was an absolute stomp, and Nevada was the champions uncontested last spring. And we'll see if Colorado State has the answer, but this is a very talented Nevada team, and for the most part, the faces are all the same.
Well, yeah, and like I said, as far as this year is concerned, CSU looking completely different on the other round. Like you said, 2-0 over Nevada in the early parts of this season. And so they are fully capable of taking on their old rivals, if you will, as this is going to unfold here in this next best of 3 to find out who stands next to Boise State as the Mountain West Division individuals as far as the CLOL 32 is concerned.
Yeah, Boise State has their whole host of videos, so they can probably show their team to fire them up. I'm sure that one has been burned into the mind of the Colorado State players. There's a lot of the players on that team also back for this semester. Colorado State, in the lore of Mountain West esports, John Atop will become meme-worthy for all time. A big reason why a collapse from Boise State is how Colorado State found themselves on that Cinderella run last season to Vegas for the first time ever. They didn't get the result they wanted, but they're back, and they're better than ever. Pretty strong in the fall where they took 3rd place overall, and now they're looking for revenge on this. And a lot of the names, as we mentioned, are the same. Vanona's going to be back. Frankie G's going to be back. And we'll see if they're able to get some revenge on Nevada as they took down Boise State. The Rams did in one of the craziest games that we have ever seen. 5 hours, 5 games. Probably the leading reason why Colorado State or Boise State and Colorado State probably forced the Mountain West to be like, we really want to play best of 5 semifinals because this could go on forever.
Right.
And so they changed it, and now here these teams are one step away.
Absolutely, and again, there is going to be a little bit of a change. We've heard murmurs, if you will, as far as lineup adjustments are concerned. We will have to wait until we get into the game to see what the final situations are. So don't be surprised if some of these players that we have unfortunately failed to mention actually end up on this the starting lineup, because like I had mentioned, there might be a few adjustments as far as like support and jungle are concerned. We'll see what that is, but we were getting word that might get a little bit more spice added to this whole thing as far as different players, maybe some subs being called up, things of that caliber.
Yeah, Ben told me that look for the support position to see some names you'll recognize, but not in the position you recognize them in. And we'll get more into that when we do get in the game and have everything officially figured out who's going where. But for now, we're getting ready to go into draft number 1 between Colorado State and Nevada. Both these teams, second and third in the Mountain West, they're vying for a redemption shot at Boise State, who for the most part ran through the gauntlet of the Mountain West. They only dropped 1 game to Nevada between the top 3 teams, San Jose State, Colorado State, and Nevada in the regular season, and that one, unfortunately, E-Thug at the time had a power outage. He didn't even play most of game 2, and you could argue that's why Nevada got to a 3rd game. So we'll see if maybe they can say, hey, we actually earned that 3 game, or Colorado State wants revenge, because Colorado State was the first team that took the E-Hug 80 carry right to the face, and that twitch was phenomenal in that first game these two teams met. I think they'll know this time, but first they got to take care of Nevada.
Yeah, and again, Nevada just has an awesome tendency to turn it on. I mean, whether they're first, second, third, wherever they're at, so long as they are in contention, they have a chance of picking up an even sweep, even at that point, I would say. I know that we were talking about earlier in the season, they got 2-0'd by CSU. I don't think that's going to be the case today. You've had an entire season to kind of readjust, figure out your lineup. Like we mentioned, there is going to be some changes, so maybe that could end up being detrimental, but it sounds like it's going to be a scenario on both ends. So as far as champion pools are concerned, just got to make sure you're paying attention. And like you mentioned, Frankie G, I still have, nightmares of that guy. He can absolutely tear through your team. And then, of course, you take a look on the other side, is Avi is a massive player for the side of Nevada. So just curious to see what unfolds here in this first game. But again, I believe either team could walk away with a full sweep here.
Yeah, Boise State fans probably rooting. I don't know. I mean, you want to say it's hard to root for Nevada, but at the same time, do you want to root for the team that knocked you out of last year's chance at a championship? So I don't know who you're rooting for at Boise State. Maybe you're rooting for, them to tie, and San Jose State has to advance to the finals, because it's picked between your worst enemy and the worst enemy's best friend at this point. But yeah, Frankie G subbed in for that 5-game marathon that we mentioned.
Yep.
And absolutely obliterated Boise State. And we're like, what's going on? How did you subbed in your backup, and then he somehow takes the cake? As we see here, there's the rosters. That'll confirm that with the hints that we were giving. Endpoint Dunkley, the new jungler for Nevada, Skull Chaos, Hotek, all the same. And Avi has now rotated down into that support position for the Rams.
Okay.
It's Venona, Rudy, Kapari, Kichi, and Frankie G stepping in for DJ Kush in that support role. We'll see how the 2 new supports do in this game.
Yeah, very curious to see how Frankie G goes, because, again, I mentioned just one of the names that immediately stood out as far as that lineup is concerned in a new situation. And so it's just so interesting to see the evolution of these teams year after year after year, who's still here, who's been subbing themselves on in, and what the end result is going to be. I don't think anyone really is going to have a grip on it, but I'm excited to see Dunkel in there and then to see Avi also make that rotation. Supports, not their main position, I guess, as far as this round of the semifinals is going to be concerned.
Yeah, Frankie G, I will say, big shout-out. He's actually been climbing incredibly in solo queue. I think he's up to Masters, maybe even Grand Masters. I apologize. I don't stalk you on OPGG. I've seen your name come up. There's actually, somebody linked me an account. They were claiming it was their main account. Of course, everyone does. Everyone's main is Challenger in solo queue. And the guy had actually played a game with Frankie G, and I was like, no, that's small world. So big shout-out to him. He's been putting in the grind on the solo queue ladder. We'll see if it comes through here in game number 1 as we get ready to head into the draft. If you are just joining us, let's take a pause. Let's give a recap of what happened in our first semifinal match between Boise State and San Jose State. Chizu between Colorado State and Nevada. Right now, they're waiting to see who their potential opponent will be. Will it be Boise State? Will it be San Jose State? We're about
5 before it. Oh no, that ultimate didn't look like it was doing what it needed to do. It looks like T could be the first one to fall. Red Hawk is going to pick up that one, but the top side is here. Ascent on the back line is opening up a can on everyone he wills, and it looks like Boise State will pick up the 8 and leave SJSU on their back. On in, Chilling Smite is down. Oh, the ult's going to be used there by Lulu. Bear Slap on the horse, a second ultimate used to get away from the Boise State onslaught. E-Thug is not done. The ultimate is huge. Here comes the cooling as well. Lucian finds one. He finds a second, and Ascent is going going bananas right now. This 40 minutes.
Oh,
Never mind.
Oh, no.
He's got the ultimate. I told you, Dean is going to let him do whatever he wants. In and out of the fight with the revive. So much damage coming out, not only from the Ezreal, but that culling again is just, it's like Space Invaders right now. That's kind of how it looks, to be completely honest with you. Takes Half Moon, the help, and the heal going to be used on, and soldiers are able to get a couple as Boise State finds 2 members underneath those towers. Sunleaf is going to find Goblin, but it looks like Ebug is going to return the favor. Ascent with a double kill here, and it looks like a triple. My game is paused. I can only assume shortly after Boise State takes game number 1. Pure light again, all through the minions, and just the tip there smacking the orange. Gonna buy himself some stuff, as it looks like Ascent is here. The bait is in as Seal is going to turn and try to grab Goblin, but instead gets booped, swapped, and thrown into the ground there, as it is going to be a pickup there for Goblin. Great rotation from the mid. Oh, Zygar's here as well. But it doesn't look like SJS wants that to happen. Lead is going to be coming on in. Tennis Wave is not going to find anyone. Tidal Wave is in. Red Hot's looking for something. Onslaught of Shadows not going to land here. But instead, Ascent is going to find Half Moon. It looks like Red Hot is going to pick up the Syndra. Boise State gets the tower. A couple of kills, 2 for 0, and they're feeling great. Look, a second helping possible when it's played. Here comes the rest of the crew. Ehud gonna find 1. Lucian going to pick up that other. Boise State is getting systematically run down. Goblin's going to teleport in. Seal is going to be there. Call of the Forge God comes through. It's a 2v4 right now, and Goblin on the wrong side. Red Hot's looking to get Seal and take him out. It is not going to happen, so Boise State picks a fight and loses it.
Been able to defend that inhibitor turret rather well with all 4 of your members. Instead, I think you're right, Jesus. This is just going to be game. There's nothing that Ethan Hug can do. He's going to rocket jump away, and San Jose State has flipped it right off Boise State, and we're heading to a game 3.
Yeah, and like I said, dude,
Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and able to personalize customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. You want to stay safe online with quick and accurate identity trust decisions? Go check them out at count.com, Count.com. Getting ready to go for game number 3 of our first semifinal.
Something going, trying to get rid of all of the moves that he can. He is going to be dropped on. Here comes Seal, and watch out for the Osmo. Great ultimate there is going to be enough. So a 1-for-1 exchange in the 2v1. Meanwhile, on the top side, TT is going to fall. He going to be the recipient of that kill right there. A double for the healer, the support. He is stuck. A great Q there from Senna will find the double. Seal forced to run away. The explosive cast not going to land, but the sidestep puts you in an even more precarious situation. Nice tidal wave. It will be your undoing, as it does look like here. Half Moon is going to be gobbled on up by the support. Ehug, just kidding. What a shot there from Ehug is going to force the rest of SJSU out. They're going to flash. What a flash. Oh, they got Sunleaf, and Sunleaf is gone. Ascent is here. Boise State is on fire right now. A double for the bottom side, as it does look like that could be the beginning of the end. A nice ultimate triple kill. They're going to close this one out if possible. They are going to find TT here and just remove them from the map. Boise State should be able to close this out. Goblin getting bopped around. And the Fury on Death is going to be sure this season would chipper, but inhibitor turret number 1, Nexus turret number 2, and that could very well be it. Boise.
The Broncos held on. They won in 3 games. They're already on to the finals. We'll see who's about to join them here. Getting ready to drop into the draft. Game number 1, Nevada and Colorado State. Of course, a quick reminder, support your teams, celebrate their successes, and be respectful to the other fans. Mods will remove anyone who violates the rules, as we're about to hop into game number 1. And everything gets turned on its head, Chizu, because we've got Abby, the longtime Nevada jungler, now in the support role. We've got Frankie G in as a new support for Colorado State. Who knows where these bands are going to go? Might just take away the most meta champions because you don't know what to expect. And these teams played so long ago in week 1, they've completely changed since then.
Yeah, and I was kind of eyeballing before we sat down, before we got to the desk and everything during the pre-show, was kind of taking a look at what was going on. And I thought this might be the case. I just wasn't sure if it was going to be put into practice. I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but it's kind of one of those things where you could see that they are testing those support champions. Like, who do we play? Who's meta? I don't know. Who do you have the better chance with? So you might see things like a Braum. You might see like a Bard showing up out of nowhere. Again, I say stick to your standard, Thresh, Leonas right now, kind of that caliber, because they're pretty strong and pretty basic there at that point.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. We just went from the two best supports in the Mountain West in terms of overall assists, Dean and Half Moon 1 and 2, lapping the field for the most part in terms of overall assists, to two new supports here. And any AD carry will tell you you can only go as far as your support 99% of the time. So a lot of pressure on them. Curious as to what ignited the change for Nevada. But hey, Boise State had a crazy change that I remember I heard murmurs of. They're like, hey, we want to try this out. We're like, hey, just wait. Let's get through the hard part. Maybe we'll try it against the easier teams. We said, no, we're doing it on Colorado State. E-Hug immediately goes into the AD carry role. And I'm not sure if there's a bigger one than in the semifinal with a chance to go to the playoffs in the Mountain West final on the line. You say, hey, what? We're pulling the plug. We're putting Avi in the support role. We're putting Dunkel in the jungle, and we'll see what happens.
Well, and it's just unfortunate timing, I guess. Again, we don't have the information as to why these adjustments were made, whether it was strategic or otherwise. But this is a very interesting time to start making fine-tuning tweaks to your lineup, if you will. So, like we as casters, we spend all this time making, here's the champions they play, here's what's going to happen. Nope, psych, just kidding, Chuck Testa. You're going to get a brand new kind of setup here. And that makes it, in my opinion, even more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, same thing for Colorado State. I know Frankie G's been with the team, played some mid lane for them. Now he's in on that support role where he's been finding himself at home in solo queue. Stepping in for DJ Kush, who is a very talented player in his own right. Again, they clearly see something is either in scrims or something else that they find is working just a tad bit better. And we're going to jump right into game number 1. Nevada on the blue, Colorado State on the red. We're about to find out how the draft's going to go.
I'm already getting crepoed in chat. That sucks. First pick there, band there, going to be the Camille. This was literally the same situation in the first series of the day. Rumble not going to be removed, rather Hover. Cassidy is not going to see the field of justice, at least here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be weird watching bands knowing that neither Twitch nor Rumble will probably even see the field of play from either side. There's a Galio, something that Boise State has played a lot of, a very, very aggressive support. Can also be a great mid lane as well. And there's that Yone taken away. Skull Chaos, the mid laner for Nevada, has a wide repertoire of champions. That Yone is one of them. It has caused Boise State fits. And they're going to take that one right away. There's that Seraphine, just an overall strong champion. Nothing wrong with banning her.
Well, she just offers so much.
Too much,
as a guy who does love his hard engaged supports, the Enchantress kind of style, let alone throwing that champion in the mid lane, it's just disgusting. You liked Sona? Check this out. We got Sona at home, only this one's name brand, if you will. So get rid of that. Udyr, no surprises there. We saw what Red Hots was capable of doing. Can only imagine the same thing. And immediately they pick up the Hecarim priority on the jungle for the side of UNR.
Yeah, Hecarim has found his new home, not as a carry, more of a tank. With that chem tank, we'll see if that's going to be the plan there for Dunkel. And there's that Tristana response by Colorado State. Can go into the mid lane if they like the matchup, can go in the bot lane. And there's that Thresh. You think it's DJ Kush, but it's Frankie G.
Frankie G picking up the boy with the souls. I love Thresh right now as a champion, especially when paired with a really strong, poignant jungler. Skarner is a big one that comes to mind. You lock him in, you throw him the lantern, he clicks it. Even if he's in a precarious situation, he's capable of getting out. So curious to see what they're going to get, because they did remove the Udyr. But wow, actually I have not seen her in a while. Severe going to be picked up here for the side of the Wolfpack.
Spell Shield can be nice for the death sentence. Make sure you don't get caught out. If there's a Skarner on the other side, the Spell Shield works wonders to save yourself somebody on that QSS. So you're right, it's something we haven't seen in a while. And there's the Rakan. Okay. Interesting, very aggressive at times, but probably not going to have a lot of success into that Thresh. And the Olaf gets picked up, another very solid jungler, just very safe. Just going to go man mode and try and chop that Hecarim to bits.
Absolutely, and again, I love the Olaf pick here, but Rakan is one of those resident sleeper ones that once you get into that late game, if you can charm yourself in and find the entire team, it's so nice to get one taunt. Imagine getting an entire team as you prance around and make sure the rest of your crew is able to just open up and go ham. But speaking of someone who's not going to be stopped, the Olaf, an amazing response to that. You're going to try to displace me, you're going to try to get past me, that's not going to happen. I'm going to Ragnarok and roll your face with a handful of axes while I'm at it. Diana, as well as Urgot. First bans here in Phase 2.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Nevada's going to prioritize that top lane. Venona, probably one of the strongest top laners in the Mountain West. Definitely given Boise State's fits in the past. Already has 2 bans against him. He loves that Camille. Not even going to see a chance. There's that Urgot. Gragas taken away as well. We've seen for Boise State that can go top lane. We also know it can go support, can go jungle as well. We've seen Red Hots pull it out. It's one of those overall strong flex picks. And there's a Wukong taken away. A lot of interesting champions. This is Collegiate League of Legends at its best, where you're just seeing champions like, I've never seen that a day in my life in solo queue, but somebody's one trick and it's taken off the board. And there's that Renekton in the top lane for Venona.
I love this champion right now. Is he in a healthy state? I mean, arguably. But the fact that he can go 1v3 in certain situations and come out not only with a kill, but alive? is something to really worry about, but a great response there for that topside Cho'Gath. How many games have we had, Fish, where it's like, yeah, we're ahead. Why is this monster so big? Why is he consuming at 3,000? This is not fun. Follow it up with a Corki. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from the Wolfpack here.
Yeah, curious to see what this response is going to be for Colorado State. You'd have the ADC matchup if you wanted to move that Tristana in. They're going to opt against it. They'll put the Orianna down. And only thing for Colorado State that you kind of worry about is that ball delivery system probably now relies on the back of Olaf.
Oh, you can put it on Renekton, too.
That's true, the slice and the dice in. I like the Nevada team, though. They have a ton of crowd control. You mentioned it, the Recon with the quickness can charm that entire back line and shut them down. I think we're going to see a lot of pressure, though, in that top lane. If Venona can get going on that Crocodile, you mentioned it, the 1v3 can come through very quickly.
Any kind of ball delivery system, in my mind, has the ample opportunity to absolutely destroy the pace of games, so keep your eyes on that. You can even throw it on Thresh if you really wanted to. Death sentence into that would be pretty sweet.
See, there are the players. As we mentioned, these teams met in week number 1 of the regular season. Colorado State 2-0'd the Wolfpack, but things have changed since then. Obvi's now in the support role. Dunkel new in the jungle. And Frankie G is overtaking DJ Kush, and he has moved into the support role as well. So a pair of new supports, a new jungler for Nevada, everything else staying the same. If you have watched our earlier games, you will note that the jungle for Colorado State is a new name. It is still Rudy. He's eventually gotten away from the barcode because no caster likes casting I goes in. It's just too much of a mouthful.
Sorry.
It's true. No one likes casting that.
It's like when they have like 0 and 0, 0 and 0, 0 and 0, and you just like don't. It's caster things you guys don't ever have to worry about.
I told Doc, anytime a recruit comes in, he's got to run the name by me because if their name's trash, I'm not casting that person.
You make him change it like
exactly. It's got to be something that's pronounceable to me. But well, now that we've got the draft all wrapped up, memes aside, let's get over to Glovely, who's going to give us his breakdown for what's happening in draft number 1.
And what a draft it is we've got here. I'm very interested in what Nevada has drafted because their first 3 picks kind of suggested they were going towards a more engaged style composition. The Hecarim, the Sivir, the Rakan, all of them like to charge forward and engage in these big team fights. On the other hand, you've got the other 2 champions, Cho'Gath, Corki. Cho'Gath isn't exactly the fastest champion on the Rift, and Corki really lends himself more to a poke sort of play style, sort of a sieging composition, which would tend to leave your backline a little bit open, so that might be something Nevada wants to watch out for. On the other side, Colorado, it's got kind of a very standard composition, what I would call sort of an all-around composition, where the champions that they've got can kind of fill in for multiple roles. They're pretty good at team fighting, they're pretty good at fighting picks, but they don't excel in any particular area.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk to me a little bit about this Renekton Cho'Gath top lane matchup that we are inevitably going to see. It's kind of one of those situations where, again, if the Cho'Gath gets out of control, it's difficult to stop him. So I guess that's my question. Who are you more afraid of, a Fed Cho or the Fed Renekton, or is this going to be 2 stones smacking each other until the middle of the game?
I think it depends on the stage of the game. The Renekton is absolutely terrifying in the early stages of the game. That lane bully champion can rip people apart, and if the Renekton gets ahead, he can be an absolute terror on the Rift. But Cho'Gath, if he manages to survive that early game, will inevitably outscale and eventually just be able to shrug off or even ignore the Renekton entirely.
And what about in the jungle? We've got Hecarim and Olaf. We've seen a lot of tank Hecarim come out, but we saw Boise State with this game plan of, hey, let's just have a bunch of tanks. Didn't work very well. We assume Cho'Gath probably going to be the tanky member. How do you expect this Hecarim to be built? Do you think we'll see the tanky build that's sort of given him a resurgence, or do you think we'll see maybe Triforce and a bit more aggressive in the jungle for Nevada?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the continuation of that tankier, high-speed engage kind of build. It's really great for setting up teammates to follow up with combinations, to crowd control in a form of peel if you're trying to protect your backline. And the Cho'Gath is really their best option for the peel, with Rakan really focused on diving more into the engagement.
And then, of course, Glovely, as we start to kind of wrap this up, moving on, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the CSU side. As you said, an all-around pretty easy-to-execute comp. Where are you thinking this first Blood's going to land, once again, to put you on the spot? Because you've been batting 1,000 right now.
Well, as I said before, Renekton is absolutely terrifying in that early game, so I would be looking to the top side. We've seen Venona be a very terrifying top laner to play into, and Renekton, definitely something that would be up his alley.
We'll have to see. Glovely will have you back for game number 2 and find out who's just 1 game away from a spot in the Mountain West Finals. But right now, it's game number 1. It's right around the corner. It's Nevada. It's Colorado State. The Rams, the 2 seed at 9-1. Nevada at 8-2, looking for revenge for the regular season loss they took for Colorado State in week number 1, and trying to break things back to normal as the Wolfpack are the defending champions in this series. We're going to hop right into the game. We'll see. It looks like for now, Nevada might have a 5-man engage up their sleeve.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get real sneaky right off the bat. Don't forget, Nevada has an opportunity to pretty much scale into infinity. Whereas, Severe does better when the game goes longer. Cho'Gath needs time to stack up. And then you take a look at the Corki again, who has no problems scaling into that late game. And as we mentioned, all they have to do is get there. But as of right now, Ward's coming out looking for a sneaky play. We got the Goon Squad here for the side of UNR, but it looks like it will be Fortnite.
Frankie G's would have been in a decent location. They're not going to end up with anything. Looks like we'll have the junglers start on opposite sides of the map. Rudolph right now favoring that red buff. Looks like now he's going to ping out. He just wants to start on that bot side, and I think that's the right play. I don't know if Glovely's going to be right that it'll either Renekton for First Blood, but I have a feeling First Blood's going to be in the top lane because Venona wants to get ahead, and that's exactly what Colorado State wants.
Yeah, and you just take a look at the itemization. Nothing too absolutely absurd comes out. You see Corki, again, we're talking about that scaling goes with the tier, just wants to continue to sit in the lane, stay alive, absorb that pressure. And as far as everyone else is concerned, nothing too absurd. You steal the plates, or you have the steel plates for the side of Thresh, but then you take a look over at Rakan, who's got the shield, so those will kind of wash each other out. Just standard starts for both of these crews, but like I mentioned, Nevada looking to play the long game.
Nevada does have that blue buff start for Dunkel. Maybe he wants to get aggressive early and try and bait Venona into pushing that lane. Can be hard at times to push it into the Cho'Gath, depending on when he ranks up that purple spike. I think he'll grab it level 1. Nice plays there. Gets obvious to take damage.
Good job, Frankie. Way to get him with the flay. That's some master tier mechanics right there, Fish.
Ooh, we're seeing these mid lanes totally aggro. We saw what Sunleaf could do on that Orianna. Kapari wants more of that. Skull Chaos going to have to be careful, but he does have that range with the Corki, so it should be too much.
Slice and dice. Well, hey, how are ya? Then you just scream back at him. This is top lane for the next little bit, but another nice move. Hook is going to land. Ignite is down. The flay is going to be used. For somebody who doesn't play support, that's kind of all you have to do throughout the course of this game, Frankie. So already looking great.
That gets the flash out. Did it before Hotek hit level 2. No access to that spell shield. Then again, Sivir's not always going to want to have that spell shield level 2. It does take away from one of her better lane pushing and lane harassing abilities. So we'll see if he does opt for that spell shield, maybe try and bait Frankie G into a mistake.
Right.
And we got Hecarim maybe coming down from that red buff.
Slice the dice in, hit him with the Q, doing the damage that is needed. Have fun not consuming / getting any of your minions. This is that early game Renekton we were talking about, 5 CS lead. Everyone else throughout the course of this map looking about the same. And so far, a little bit of an early lead, if you guys call it that, over to CSU, all things that top side. These mid laners, dude, are super aggressive. It's very possible that Bree can find something here. Skull Chaos, though. Feels fine moving on up, but we might have a Hecarim waiting in the wings. Here it goes. Play is through. Boomerang is out. A flash from Dunkel is going to be used. The hook is going to land, but not necessarily followed up. Not that you want to jump into a 3v2, but a great disengage there from CSU.
It's like the Rams on the top side of the map. Just as they see Hecarim, now going to put some wards out, keep track of him, and now looks like we got a rotation in the mid lane. Kapari's got to be careful.
Always have to be aware, but Dunkel is here as well, running over to his mid laner, actually, and not going to actually engage on that. So this game, for the first 4 minutes, has been a glorious amount of, hey, how are you? Limit testing and knowing your boundaries. Kind of like a 6-foot rule.
A couple of summoners burned. When we saw this for San Jose State and Boise State, that first game was incredibly passive. You don't want to make a mistake that can tilt you for the rest of these semifinal matches. You're just going to play everything slow, rely on your mechanics, put yourself ahead in a gold lead, and it looks like we're going to have that dragon spawning in a minute, and that's where the first action might truly come out.
Absolutely, but so far, so good. Nobody making any just like glorious screw up right in the beginning. You're talking about the, you got the coal there on the bottom side. It's already looking pretty good. And then everyone just really feeling out this first game. That's kind of the beauty of a best of 3 series is game 1, you can kind of just take your foot off the gas. Feel out your opponents. We talked about how Boise State typically likes to do that, but we do have some action here on the mid side. Frankie G with a massive rotation is going to continue that with Obvi as well, who also came up, but it is going to be a pretty nice steal there for Skull Chaos. Meanwhile, Verona on the top side looking at Endpoint, but just trying to get these creep. Instead, just zoning out Endpoint as easy as possible. Just does not want to get too close. Just going to try his best, but is unfortunately not going to be able to get a whole lot. So just a little bit of a freeze here, and that's probably feeling pretty good on the side of CSU.
The dragon has spawned. It is an ocean dragon. We'll see if either jungler has much in mind. Rudolph's going up to the top lane. Stun lands on endpoint. He's got to be careful because here comes an Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf is in the wings. All he needs to do is land one. The stun is not available. Never mind. Slice and dice. He gets the axe off the flash prediction. You are filthy. Wash behind your ears. That was awesome. Predicts the flash, hits the axe, gets the slow, and the first blood. The Rams look good here in the first 6 minutes.
This is exactly what you want if you're Colorado State. You've got that bruiser carry and Renekton into a tank on that Cho'Gath. You try and get Venona ahead. They do that perfect flash prediction on the undertow. Not going to be down towards the bot side for Dragon, but it looks like Dunkel doesn't have much plans about that Dragon either.
And just so we're aware real quick, Glovely continues to bat 1,000.
Yes, Glovely has nailed every single first blood prediction.
Somebody buy that guy a cookie or something. That's what you get for being predictive, right?
No, you should get sprinkles on ice cream. That's for winners.
Take that anyway. So good move there. Colorado State off to a solid start. Haven't really breached that 1,000 gold lead, but first blood is definitely something they are looking for, as it does look like UNR are trying to clear out this vision for this dragon. Neither team looking at it quite yet, just trying to get some eyes on it for that matter.
Both junglers dead even in CS. You have this assist experience boost over to Rudolph, so he should hit 6 first, get that Ragnarok before the Onslaught of Shadows comes online. Pari pushing that CS advantage in the mid lane nearly up to 20, and Colorado State will take that time. No bot lane available for Nevada. They'll grab the first dragon in the game relatively easy.
Yeah, Kapari right there. He's going to clear out the vision that was left, and Lancer can get to safety. Make sure you click on that to fill in the game. He's going to be able to find it with no issue whatsoever. Red team finding the first one, and Ocean Drake will allow them to continue to do what they already have done. It's basically hold on to these lanes, look for a quick and precise moment to strike, and Ocean Drake will certainly allow the lanes to kind of sit away.
Interesting that Venona ended up picking up the coal there on that Renekton. Does eventually give him that extra gold, gives him a little bit of life steal.
Right.
But would have thought he would have gone something more aggressive and really kind of just shove down this Cho'Gath and find a way to get ahead. So interesting choice there. Usually coal's the item where you're behind and you'll pick it up.
Right.
But you see the steel-plated boots already picked up for endpoint. He knows what he's in for this game one. He's like, I don't want to do this.
Exactly what I have to do here, and it's get hit a lot.
I have to be a tank, and that's exactly what I shall do.
And like, yeah, Russian boots is kind of like a not feels good scenario. I mean, you kind of have to do it here in this situation. But the raw stat that he's going to get off of that is certainly going to help and will allow for him to get it. Well, I was going to say better positioning, but it looks like Venona is going to just shred here, showing no fear whatsoever, and pushes endpoint off of the wave. We might have a gank here as Hecarim is in that rush. Blade's going to come through. Frankie G not going to really have anything and just waste the time of that Hecarim. Uncle Horsey is headed back into the jungle.
Neither support really close to level 6 while their AD carries are. Shout out to how much Obvi and Frankie G have just been rotating around the map. You see Obvi clearing out some vision around that jungle. Would expect Colorado State to probably try a similar plan to Boise State in game 1. You see some damage under the tower, he'll dice out. Pick up that Rift Herald, put all of that money onto Venona and let him just solo push and get that top lane out of the way.
I mean, he's already ahead. He's already actually done his job. He has an early advantage and a large, well, I guess not large, but, you know, a sizable one at that. Take a look over at the mid lane as well. And as Kopari is huge as far as the CS lead is concerned. Sure, no kill stats on the board yet. But right now, it is looking pretty solid for CSU. And again, Frank G may be in a separate position, but he's been making some great moves as well. Even making a quick rotation there into the mid lane. It's like junglers know where to be and win or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, bot lane's pretty even in CS. Only a 3 CS difference there between Hotek and Kichi. Pretty calm game 1 so far. Not a lot of action. Didn't even get a contest over the Dragon. Nobody wants to throw this game away early. We see the Rift Herald is going to be picked up there by Rudolph and Kapari. We'll see where he wants to drop it, if it's going to be on that top lane to get Venona some gold, or if he'll jam it somewhere else.
Like I said, I really anticipated this first game being slower. You know, again, testing your limits. You have a whole new lineup you've maybe had in what some instances looks like 12 hours to try to find yourself in a better spot. And both of these supports actually doing a phenomenal job. Even if, you know, the kill spread is low, that's a clear indication that both of these teams are just really getting ready for that explosive team fight that should be coming here in the next few games. 2 minutes could be 5, but it'll be massive one way or the other.
Interesting that Endpoint opted to hold that teleport and just give 2 plates for free right over to Venona. That's a bonus 320 gold that, for the carry, I wouldn't expect you'd want to hand that over. Hopefully that teleport comes in handy, and now they're trying to set up a gank. Dunkel's going to clear out the ward, give away his presence. They've got Obvi up there as well. They are very angry. That's just Crocodile.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one with the resources. No bounties or anything as of yet, so just more of a positional play. Maybe stop him from going back. Never mind. So now all 3 of those members changing their focus to the opposing jungle, looking for the red, possibly the Groms that are up there. Or Krugs, I'm sorry. And we'll see what they end up with. But a couple of stacks like we were talking about. See what Endpoint walks away with. I guess at least the one should find him a second. So even though he didn't get that teleport, equalizes the trauma as far as the power is concerned.
Walks away. Cool guys don't look at explosion style. Gets the 160 gold flying into his pocket. See Rudolph still hanging around that top side. Wants somewhere to drop that Rift Herald. DJ Kush, or Frankie G and Obvi gonna rock past each other. See, he plays the Thresh. I think it's DJ Kush.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what he's known for.
It happens, dude. It's okay.
I know.
None of us were expecting this kind of a shake-up here, especially here in the semifinals, but I'm glad to see that it hasn't, like, caused teams to implode. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have your one member on your 4-man team things that seem really weird. It just goes to show of the players having such skill as far as being able to adjust last minute and still find themselves here in a very, very close game.
Yeah, good players will do what's best for the team. Not just for them. If you want to win a title, put it on your resume. It doesn't matter if you were the 6th man or the starter.
Ooh, Hecarimol is going to come through. They are going to find this. Oriana tries to barrier into the wall, but the jump, the rocket jump, is not there. Instead, you had to kiss the wall, as it looks like top lane is going to be dropping as well. I am going to say that was just kind of sloppy on all fronts. Dominus is also burning on the top side, so we're just going to pretend like it didn't happen. How about that?
Yeah, well, let's just reset, chrono break the game, go back in time.
No, I wasn't going to go that far, but okay.
Pretend that didn't happen. This should be a free second dragon for the side of Colorado State. They're going to put themselves on Soul Point. And that, or not Soul Point, but they'll put themselves closer to Soul. And it'll be an Infernal Soul. More damage, probably what Colorado State would have preferred there in that situation.
Oh, Venona is just opening up, man. Knows when they need to get on out. Look for the pop here, not going to find it. Endpoint is finally starting to get a little aggressive here. You start to see the exchange now. He's got his beginning of, Sapphire. He's got the Cinder, as I like to say, and he's going to continue to push up, and that's exactly his time to shine here. As even though Venona is burning everything, pushed under the tower, and there it consume. Oh, what a huge heal off of the minion wave. That's going to make sure that Venona is just fine. Nice hook there is going to find one, and in comes the rest of the crew. The Cookies can get on out, jumping all over the place, everything expended, no kills to be found either way.
And good news for Venona that Feast still on cooldown. Bad news, it's coming up soon, but he's going to back. He'll teleport, and looks like Rudolph's going to say, you know what, we'll just drop Shelly in that bot lane, pick up a pair of plates. See if Colorado State can get that first tower on the bot side of the map. Instead, we'll watch an interesting, there we go.
Well, don't worry, this Tristana could actually pop this unbelievably easy here. All they need to do is put on the pressure. Minion wave is going to run out, unfortunately. And that little lantern up north into the Tri is one of the biggest taunters, if you will, in the game. You just like assume a jungle's there, flash in, slice, dice, ball delivery system. Kopari fights another one for Colorado State University. Endpoint now on the receiving end of a crazy gator and is going to be forced back under the tower. Quickness is going to be there as Obvi is going to jump on in, but a rocket jump on out should mean Tristana is out of here. Not the way you wanted to go? Okay, well, sure. Oh, forced out by the teleport. Great flash over, but the charge is going to be there, and one going over to Nevada. They're feeling good after that, an exchange of kills, but definitely on the board now. 2,000 gold in favor of Colorado State, but it looks like Venona is not quite done yet. Hack, slash, slice, dice, as well as the actives being used. Going to force Endpoint off of this tower.
Yeah, Endpoint's going to be forced back here. You see all 4 members of Colorado State already above that 100 CS mark. Nevada almost in the exact same spot with Dunkel just 2 CS behind. He has picked up the Chem Tank, so we will see that double tank lineup for Nevada in the Hecarim and the Cho'Gath. We'll see how Venona is going to handle having to get through all of those tanks, but he should be able to pick up first tower for all of his problems. Obvi's come up. I don't think that's the fight you want to take. You also see Skull Chaos is rotating over. Here comes Dunkel.
Dunkel has found the Gator, and it's forced to be Gator with friends. Instead, the Manatee putting out some damage. Dominus is going to be burned. This is that 1-3-3 situation I was talking about, and he's staying alive a lot longer than he should be. A teleport has come in. The Orianna is here. Ball delivery system whips. The Shockwave finds nobody. The Alcove, useless. Frankie G is now here, and this fight has swayed. Kopari finds one, and they continue to put it out. Dunkel going to drop here too. It's a 2-for-3, I'm sorry, a 1-for-3 exchange in favor of Colorado State University, and it's huge off of a teleport from Kopari.
Yeah, they just put way too many resources into trying to kill that Hecarim. Kopari's about to be careful. The beast is up, but he's going to be able to kite that Cho'Gath until Kingdom Come. So he's not going to have to be too worried about it. Even with the Shockwave whip, there's just no way.
Tragic.
They put so many resources onto Venona. By the time he died, we saw the situation earlier. You put all your resources into one guy, you get sandwiched. You're like, oh, hello. Top of the morning to you.
I thought that whiffed Shockwave might have been the detriment, the bad part there.
Yep.
And somehow, some way, they're still able to turn that around. And so that's what I talked about, is just as far as absorbing the pressure on a Renekton. It's something that, like, Impact does, like, super, super well. He can spend an entire game getting 1v5, 0-4 at 10 minutes and still manages to allow for their team to open up. And that's kind of what you're seeing here. Venona hasn't really required a whole lot of attention. And then when they have given it to them, they've been rewarded. So as we saw right there, and then some. Top lane looking good, and again, Venona is just absolutely smacking this top lane.
Yeah, the 2 turrets fall across the map for Nevada as Tichi's able to get first turret in the bot lane, and then the top one falls shortly thereafter. Right now, Colorado State put themselves in a great little position here. They built up a 4K gold lead in the past few minutes. CS across the board, pretty outstanding. We've had a lot of focus on the micro, not a lot of team fights, not a lot of aggression. Death Sentence goes out into nowhere. We're setting up around that 3rd dragon, and now Nevada realizes Colorado State's almost on soul point. We can't let that happen.
Not to sound like a complete noob and scrub, but when did they put those boxes underneath Corki to show you when he has the big rocket? That's super cool. It's been a while since I've seen him, so that gives you an idea of what to look at. Again, going that poke composition that they were talking about. But right now, not looking so good. They wanted to get to late game. They need to get there, I don't want to say faster, but the detriment that they're at right now not doing them any favor, as it does look like Venona going to be jumping on in, getting some damage down on endpoint. Fancy beats away from the rupture, and should be just
Dragon up. We're going to see a fight. Venona's kind of low.
That sentence is going to land, and the Shockwave is going to actually make that not what they were looking for. I thought they might get in, but here comes the ultimate from Sivir. The entirety is in, quickness is down, there goes the Cho'Gath, and actually is going to find one, as Corki is going to get the other. A double kill for Cho'Gath there, as Endpoint is back into this game. Here comes the dominance, as Renekton is going to fall, but finds one. 4-4-2 exchange. Nevada back into this one, as they're going to find their first Drake and a handful of kills.
Yeah, you nailed it right on the head. They landed the perfect death sentence on the Dunkel, but then they shockwaved him out of the death sentence. Frankie G didn't feel comfortable going in, and as soon as that fell, you heard the On the Hunt from Hotek just scream across the map. They wanted to go in, and they just absolutely burned down Boise State. And the other problem, and I've seen this time and time again with Renekton's, you have to pick the perfect spot to be in the fight. Yeah, Dominus is top. He's not doing any damage. Yeah, he gets in. He'll get a cheeky little kill on Dunkel, who probably stayed too long. But Venona missed most of that fight, and when he's your carry and he's your emphasis, you can't be picking fights when the Renekton's trying to still heal up in the mid lane.
Right, so like I said, just a very interesting and intriguing time to go in.
Yep.
On multiple different spots, whether it was the death sentence interrupted by the shockwave like we were talking about, or just the Renekton aggro. You saw he stayed alive for a quick second. Had he done more damage, maybe that would have helped out. The life steal part had kept him up for another couple seconds, but he only got one and lost his life for it. So we could see that unfold differently in the later game fights, but if you're not there, then what are you going to do other than watch your team get systematically pulled apart? So see if that changes. I would hate to see such a lead go for nothing, but it looks like Nevada is eyeballing this second Rift Herald. See if they can sneak it out before the 20-minute mark. Guess not. Just looking to clear some vision for the incoming Baron here in 30 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of pressure is going to be on Venona. See exactly, does he want to start split pushing? Does he want to just keep shoving that top lane? There's very few players in the game who can 1v1 that Renekton. But there are 4 that can 1v4 him, so you have to be careful.
Right. just don't let me catch you alone. You know, it's one of those scenarios. And the interesting thing about like Renekton players, like Zac players, they just love going into unnumbered fights, even if they're unnumbered fights.
Unkillable. No, you're. Uh-oh, here we go. Talking to 4-on-1. Venona's hanging out around his turret, and there are 4 Wolfpack.
Oh, looks like they're peeling off now. So.
Oh, they thought he might contest.
Big package there to burn up some of the minion. CSU looking to push the bottom side. That is the first tower for the Wolfpack. Able to get some resources for everybody on their crew, but Kopari feeling pretty good. Takes the turret shot even. And is looking to continue to push towards the bottom side. It looks like there is a fight here by the Drake. I am probably wrong. Never mind. I thought there was
They're
a fight.
staring at each other.
Teleport is coming in on the bottom side, though. Take a look as Kopari right now is going to be pinched between 2 individuals. A third coming from the north, and that is a huge shockwave, but bye-bye. Skull Chaos picking up Kopari there with the help of some friends.
Yeah, it was so weird. I mean, Colorado State was setting up around Dragon as if they knew Kopari was going to get jumped on. And then they all just backed, and Nevada's like, oh, okay, we'll just take that. So great teleport there by Skull Chaos, but you have to wonder, Colorado State kind of just left Kopari out to dry when they looked like they knew exactly what Nevada was going to do, and they were going to sandwich Nevada. They just all backed for, I hope, meaningful items.
Sure, or something of that caliber. I mean, teleport was expended, so that does help out, especially if they want to drop in on like some bigger objective here in the near future. It's not absolutely devastating as far as that's concerned. Corky's going to be able to do what he wants. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those scenarios you're too far ahead, and you were already in serious trouble from the get-go.
Trying to stack up that Muramana for Skull Chaos, put out some damage onto Venona. You got a Baron up. It's your next major objective, though neither team really seems too interested in throwing the game away on a Baron.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Just get the Baron, get it out of the way. Let's go on to game 2.
That foul landscape, dude, is so good. Love the IG skins. But Kichi here, looking for anything. A red will certainly do. As an AUC, definitely okay picking up that buff. Later in the game doesn't necessarily mean as much, but it always feels great to burn your enemy and do more damage.
Yeah, and we're going to transition into that late game incredibly quickly here just because the CS across the board has been so consistent. I mean, you see already 2 members for Colorado State up above that 200 mark. They're flirting with that 10 CS per minute. Just a little bit behind for Kichi, and then on the side of Nevada, got 3 guys right there within 25 CS of 200. So we're going to get guys fully built here probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we're going to see a lot of team fights break out with not any, hey, that guy's missing an item. Everyone has 6 items. How do they adjust?
Yeah, so basically minute 20 to 22, 3, 4 is what I refer to as the ward wars. Depending on the state of the game, basically everyone just clearing out vision in big areas, waiting for the next one to show up. And it's right after the Baron spawns kind of situation. There was no dragon, but see, here we go. Ward wars again, just vying for vision position. There's not even anything to pick up there. And all they're looking for is a way in, a way to starve the opposing team.
I will say as a caster, it's a bit refreshing for a slower paced game than we're used to for our hometown Broncos. Just hold W, hold right click. But here we go. Venona's going to get caught.
And it looks like, yeah, this Renekton is going to be able to get out of there with the help of the slice and dice, so nothing really happens, but the usage of everything there could very well mean CSU has the inside track here on this fight. Not so much. Rupture is going to come through. Death Sentence is going to land. Shockwave is going to also come through. And it looks like the cage is going to come out the backside. Verona, as well as this Olaf, the Ragnarok is turned. They are jumping in. The flash out is huge, but Endpoint is going to pick up the Olaf. The hook is not going to land. And now Nevada has been gifted a golden opportunity. Just kidding. Verona is going to find one. Flashes on in on the backline. Rocket jump is there. Avi is removed by Kichi, and now they continue to fight towards the pixel front. Death Sentence is going to land. Frankie G is a man myth, legend themselves. A double kill coming out for the Tristana, a triple to finish it, and that is an 8 for Colorado State University. They find themselves an Inferno Drake and will be gifted even more after the fact.
Yeah, they should be able to easily hop over to that Baron if they choose. They can also just shove down that mid turret. See the pinks coming out from Nevada. They're just tracking members. Looks like Colorado State a little bit split, unfortunately.
Take a look at the back. Watch the backside of this fight because Avi jumps on in. Oh, that's actually after everything is said and done. But that fight all started from the backside, splitting the crew, like you said, of Nevada. And it's a very weird fight. That should have been a UNR situation. They pulled the trigger, and they're going to lose a Drake, and it appears they're going to lose a Baron while they're at it.
Oh, we're going to get a late contest here. Frankie D's got to be careful.
Easy.
They should be. Okay, they're going to be able to get out. I will say, despite these fight wins for Colorado State, Kapari is attempting to play for the other team. He's just shockwaving one for. Oh! Dunkel's going to find Rudolph, though.
Rudolph, go! Run, run, Rudolph, I believe is the terminology. Going to use the Ragnarok to get out of there. Is it going to be enough? Peachy is there. A jump on in, but Rudolph is going to survive with help from the tower. You cannot chase an Olaf. I mean, you can, but that's kind of what happens. Kichi there in the wings to help save his jungler. What a beautiful move there, and that is, again, Nevada going, hey, we have an opportunity. They do something, and then, like, their shoes are tied together. They face plant.
Again, like I said with the San Jose State, yeah, if a team goes 10-0 in the regular season, you should probably watch their VOD, see what they're doing right. Not when they're tower diving way too far, as we've seen time and time again with Boise State, and that's what we're seeing with Nevada. But I will say, once again, I mean, you look like you have him here. You're going to full commit in the resources. I'm surprised Kichi didn't bust your shot away. Must have been on cooldown. And then he just life steals up, gets the turret. Obviously sees the wrong guy. Of course, the Ragnarok comes out, but you should just disengage because now you have nothing to show for it. But once again, Kapari's got to land better shockwave to fight.
Oh, I saw that on the bottom side. Dead Sentence was massive there for Frankie G. Vernona absolutely removes Skull Chaos from the map. Enjoy the gray screen as it looks like CSU, Baron Empowered, is going to continue to push down here on this mid lane. The crucial Baron power play looking so good for the Rams right now as they find yet another turret. One of the specialties of that little rocket jump right there, as well as the rest of it. Kichi looking so strong, 4-1-3, 650 bounty on the head, and looking so devastating into this next part of the game.
And now if you're Nevada, you've got to be careful where you lose one more fight, depending on how quickly you decide to all in. Baron buff Tristana will end this game in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah.
So you have to take your fights. Probably just, if you give up the inhibitor, that's fine, because you can lose this game right here. Venona's going to split push. Somebody's got to deal with him.
That sentence for Frankie G is going to land, but they're not going to continue on, but it allowed for them to do what they wanted and capture that tower. And now the big fight is in. Onslaught of Shadows is going to find one. The quickness from the backside. Endpoint picks up the first. Kopari is going to fall. Corky going to pick up yet another one as Rudolph is going to engage his life for one more. But here comes Vernona as the Renekton looking to plow through the entire team. Rockets be damned as he is going to continue on again. What a crazy explosive fight. 3 members from CSU full, but it is traded over as well as Nevada also has 3 gray screens on their crew as well, but have Flood losing not only a bottom tower inhibitor turret, but the inhibitor surely behind him.
Yeah, I like this fight coming out here from Nevada. They realized that Venona was pushing on the back line. They focused down Kichi. Would have liked to see Venona just pick up that inhibitor. He teleports in, doesn't really find anything of value. Is the whole team just going to disengage away from him? But I like that from Nevada, realizing they pick and choose their spots a lot better than we've seen in the past 27 minutes. They get a great pick. They at least go 3 for 3, which when you're behind by about 8,000 gold, trading evenly is definitely favors Nevada.
Absolutely. And again, Colorado State is just really hasn't done a whole lot of wrong as far as this game is concerned. We mentioned it was going to be an explosive fight. That's what we were talking about. Even still 8,000 down, that even trade is actually massive. They picked up the bounty on the Tristana. That's another stack of gold there. Sure, you didn't necessarily find the Renekton, but it's only 450, 400, I guess, at this point. So you'd like it, sure, but not necessary. So that is a huge fight win for Nevada. Yeah, they lost a lot of resources. What a hook! Frankie G, you are filthy, sir. The jungler playing support is going to help his ADC pick up the kill after the fact. Absolutely disgusting.
It's going to set him up nicely. One, if they want Dragon Soul. I'm sure they won't complain about Infernal, but they also can end the game. They just want to set up around this Dragon. They're going to play... They'll make the safe play. They're going to catch out Endpoint as well. He's running for his life. Maybe? There we go.
Oh, yeah, here comes the crew, but in jumps that crew. Onslaught of Shadows is going to be there as well, but kind of terminated there by the stopwatch. Everything comes through. Shockwave is massive. Flash slice is nice. Vernona going to find yet another one, and the prison is out. Endpoint is also not long for this world. Rudolph 9 is going to have this, as it looks like Dunkel's going to fall. The teleport coming through for whatever reason. Go ahead and let Kichi do their thing. Teleporting into the bases. Kopari looking for an angle. Didn't need it. That is going to be an inhibitor falling here in the very near future, and CSU on the cusp of taking game number 1.
Max Pixel Shockwave onto Hotek. I thought that missed in real time, and I was like, oh, another bad Shockwave, but he finds it on the one target he needed. A little bit of a greedy play there by Venona, slice and dicing into Skull Chaos. Meanwhile, in real time, Obby's trying to distract the best he can. Colorado State says we're not going to fall for that. Kichi kills him for the stats. And Colorado State 1 game away from revenge and 1 game away from joining Boise State in the Mountain West Finals.
Spicy! Spicy! I love to see it. Colorado State University picking up game number 1 in a pretty decisive fashion. Again, we mentioned this game was going to be Ward Wars till about 22 minutes, and I think at minute 23, the doors came right off the hinges.
Don't forget the Mountain West Esports Series Championship is sponsored by the Air Force Reserve. Continue your education, receive college tuition assistance, student loan payback, and great job skills training. To find out more or to start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve, go to afreserve.com for more information. Game 1 in the books, a spicy win for Colorado State, but nowhere near a beatdown that you might have expected from the team that 2-0'd Nevada in the regular season. That was back and forth the whole time. Everybody was very patient. Nobody wanted to make a mistake, Chizu. And we could be in for a long series here because both these teams picked their spots well. Nevada, at times, a little bit over-aggressive, probably trying to go on the we know we're better, or at least we think we're better, and we'll show you exactly why.
I just again, Frankie G was just disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I mentioned the Thresh Leona setup, and he did not disappoint. So give your support some love. Oh, and by the way, he's not your normal support. So, it's just insane. I want to see that hook, that final hook that led to the end, because I think it was blind.
Yeah, he had some incredible plays. I mean, reason why I called him DJ Kush. I mean, the Thresh play for Colorado State, name aside, has been absolutely phenomenal the last few years. Well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Colorado State is a game away, or will we get another game 3 like we saw earlier today? Stay tuned and find out. Game 2 around the corner.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
It's time to believe in the things we know to be true. Right now, the world is waiting for you, for your ideas, your curiosity, your creativity, your compassion, your way of doing things, the Wolfpack way. Doing what needs to be done for yourself and for others. Turning adversity into opportunity to make the world a better place for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Discover it today.
At San Jose State University,
We discover who we want to be. For ourselves,
for our families,
for our communities.
different and unexpected.
Begin here.
At the heart of a transforming valley, in a city that is tough and beautiful.
we are Spartans.
Together, we continue to sustain our Earth, feed the world, research and advance knowledge, save and improve lives, design for the future, foster leaders in business and beyond, and raise the human spirit. Together, we continue.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Gamer.
Oh,
It
so
does.
That feels great. Who's going to be joining them? Who?
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Been 2 months, it's been 100 matches. We've had more than our fair share of games, including an epic 3-gamer earlier today. We're potentially 1 game away from finding out who will be joining Boise State in the Mountain West Finals and securing their spot in the round of 32 in the C-LoL tournament later on this semester. Fish and Chizu calling all of the action. Colorado State with a very strong performance in game number 1. Nevada gave them all they could handle. Just things started to come off the rails around that 23, 24-minute mark. That Renekton, too much to handle. Somebody call the Crocodile Hunter because Crocodile Dundee himself might have not even stopped that Renekton.
You can't call the Crocodile Hunter. Why'd you have to remind me?
Because
Fish.
Crocodile Dundee couldn't get it done. We would need divine intervention to stop Venona on that Renekton. That's got to be a game 2 ban. We see how we got here. Colorado State and Nevada, the second, third place teams. The Rams 1 game away from that sweet, sweet revenge after seeing the confetti fall on the Wolfpack last spring in Vegas after Nevada 3-0'd the Rams in short order. And we'll see as we get ready for game number 2 how Nevada wants to handle Venona in that top lane.
Oh, no. It's not. Like, okay, Venona did a good job. Right,
Okay,
Fish?
okay,
You
yeah,
did
yeah,
a great job. Frankie G.
Yeah, okay,
on
that's
that
fair.
Thresh.
That's fair.
Let's go.
I'll
dude.
give you that.
You can't, again, this is one of those situations where, like, you don't even want to play with your 5-man flex crew in a situation you aren't in. This is a high-stakes collegiate tournament, and Frankie G looking like he's been in that role for God knows how long. So I want to see more of that out of the side at CSU. And I'd like for UNR to figure out when they need to engage, because that seemed to be the problem in the last game. From the Dragon that kind of turned everything upside down to the final couple of team fights, it just looked drastically not good from UNR. So if they can turn it on, we'll see what happens as we get to the first wave of bans here.
Everything so far so good. Everything looking the same. Cassidy and Yone, Udyr, Camille. I will say it does feel like Skull Chaos found himself in a similar position as Sunleaf found himself, where you just get banned out in the draft and you're like, what do I want to play? Corki, and it didn't work. It was good but not great. There's the Rek'Sai ban. We've seen that champion banned away more often than we've seen her this season in the Mountain West. One more ban here for Nevada. It'll be the Seraphine, no doubt about it. And that leaves that Renekton on the board, but if you're Nevada, maybe you have a plan for it and you want him to pick it and you can counter it right away.
And again, I don't think it was just the top lane.
It started the snowball.
It did, definitely. So I don't know necessarily if you need to like drastically change anything. There were no like predominant bans that I would be super worried about, so I wouldn't necessarily expect anything but more of the same as we saw in game number 1. Olaf going to be a pickup there, and again, just the Ragnarok and roll. Here's one, though, that makes it through this time. Gragas right now, again, just a huge resurgence as far as where you play this champion. You just need to make sure that you flex him correctly and with the right crew behind him, or in front of him, depending on how you're going about it.
There's that Hecarim. So, I mean, as you mentioned, everything almost the same. I am curious where that Gragas is going, potentially in the support role where he's made himself a little bit more at home outside of the Boise State compositions. Tristana there. If it ain't broke, don't fix it for Colorado State. Have to see if we get that Renekton in that final pick, or if they'll say we don't want to worry, we don't want that Thresh taken away again. Let's just put him back on the Thresh,
there it is.
and they'll do just that. Now, I will say, death sentencing at Gragas, not going to be as clean as death sentencing into a Rakan.
But one of the cool things you can do is I always talk about ways to totally, basically embarrass a support. You can actually find yourself hooked in, but like not flashing, but belly or slamming away from that. And so even though if you get hit, it's kind of like when you hit an Ezreal with a stun or something like that and he shifts, he just stops away and can get himself out of position. But again, if they get him early enough, if he doesn't tank out like the typical person will, you may be able to grab him and absolutely delete him as well. Sivir coming back again, so it looks like they're going for that scaling situation. Again, not that I don't agree with the Sivir. I feel like dude, Kai'Sa's open right now. Like, I'm not sure about the matchup situation, but I feel like there's a handful of better ADCs than the Sivir.
Yeah, you see the Orianna banned away. They don't want to give Kapari that. I thought it could have been much worse in terms of those shockwaves landing on high-value targets. There's the Diana ban by Colorado State. But I think you're right. The one thing for the Sivir that I could see Nevada liking is they like that movement speed from the ult to say, hey, we're going in.
Exactly.
We cannot turn around, because there are times where they caught Colorado State off guard with Colorado State use the death sentence, they use the shockwave, and then they Sivir ulted right in and kind of caught the Rams on the back foot. So I like that pick for Sivir, but I think you're right. Kais is still available. There's stronger ones. There's still Jhin available as well. There's that Renekton taken away, so Vinoda's going to have to find himself on something other than the Camille or the Renekton.
Yeah, and not that I have any ideas as far as to what to replace that Renekton with, but something else that, like I said, we haven't seen the Orianna. I mean, Orianna's going to be banned, so it's actually not going to matter here. So that whole team setup is different, and I wanted to touch back on the UNR Sivir ult. The final Dragon fight was all based on that ult. You heard the scream, go, and everybody went, and was immediately collapsed on.
Yeah.
So you may have the tools to do what you want to do. You need to do it correctly. Anivia and her wall is not going to see the rift this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking for replacements for that Renekton, I'd love to see Gnar picked up if you still want to be aggressive. Now, usually he is a bit more tankier, but into that Scion, you would have that sort of range melee advantage. So the Scion pick does say that it's probably a Gragas support in that bot lane for Obvi.
It's not going to happen, but I'm praying UNR picks up Rise, and I'll explain that if it comes through. That's a whole different thing that I've come to experience in some of my games last week, but I'll leave it until we see. Aatrox's going to be the answer there. Pretty standard response. A champion that can absolutely go ballistic if left to his own devices, and is kind of hard to take down, too, considering the fact.
Yeah, could find ways to just kind of hop around that Scion, the slow and bulky champion that he is. Final pick here for the Rams. Looking for a mid laner. Only Orianna taken away from Kapari.
Argue the Seraphine, too, but again, more
I don't know what her role is, really.
Oh, I like that.
Very interesting. Very safe play here from Colorado State. Now we'll see what Nevada wants to answer it. If you're looking for a chance maybe to pull away, you maybe fix something hyper-carry-ish in the mid. You don't have that Yone or that cast in it, but something that can punish that Karma and really put Colorado State on the back foot because they are lacking that AP damage. And the Vladimir, Skull Chaos is giving Boise State nightmares with that, and I like the pick.
It's an awesome pick, solid pick. There's this new strat now, not even a new strat, it's just new, really, that's in the game, where Scion can charge through a Rise ult and appear out of the ult right in your face. So Vlad is also a solid pick. He also has circles that do damage and stuff, so kind of a similar champion, but his ability to sustain and also the absurd amount of surprising damage that champion has is huge.
Yeah, my only concern here for Colorado State would be the Karma is going to keep your team incredibly safe. Are you going to have the follow-up damage for when Sivir yells go and Nevada's running at you? Yeah, you can shield everybody. Do you have enough damage to turn the fight around like we saw last time with that Orianna? So we will have to see. But the Orianna taken away. They opt for the Karma. They opt to play safe. Meanwhile, Nevada, they've got the Gragas down in that bot lane. He'll be a little bit more annoying for Frankie G to hook in. But other than that, I think the Sivir is probably that one where you're like, really? Sivir probably could have done better.
And again, you mentioned the whole team setup, so I'm not going to argue against it. I see what they're doing with it. I just, again, feel like there's just better base champions at that point.
Well, let's get to Glovely's thoughts here. He's been batting 1,000 so far, so he probably can't be wrong. Must be from the future. Glovely, what are you seeing from these Game 2 drafts?
It's kind of second verse, more of the first. If we look at what happened in the previous game, we had that kind of split action I talked about where we had the 3 members who were hard on the engage and then 2 members who couldn't really follow up on top of that. I think they've drafted more intelligently. In this case, the Scion, once he has ultimate, can charge in, use that as a form of engage to follow up with his team. Vladimir, maybe not a very mobile champion at a glance, does have access to things like the Phase Rush, which can allow him to keep pace with the rest of his team. Also a very safe champion. I think the Karma on the other side, very interesting choice. First of all, it's just a very safe lane. So Vladimir will have a harder time poking it out than maybe some other mid lane champions. But also I think it's very good in terms of being able to control when the fights happen, because a lot of the charge in from Nevada comes from that Sivir on the hunt ultimate to charge in on top of you. You use the Karma, you get a move speed in the opposite direction as well as some protection that can allow you to delay a fight a little bit longer and burn an important cooldown from the other team.
I mean, I was going to ask about that in its entirety. You know, you hear the go, and then you follow it up the Mantra Shield. Now your team literally has the same kind of setup as far as the ultimate is concerned, but then you have the Karma side with the extra protection. Do you agree, though, the Glovely, that these kind of go button mechanics, though, have kind of been the bane of the side of Nevada? Multiple times we saw that ultimate burned to go into essentially a death trap.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides to a dive composition. If the opponent has significant enough disengage tools, they can peel you off. And if you look at the side of Colorado, between the Tristana, the Thresh, Aatrox can set up great knockups if he's able to predict someone coming in. And, of course, the Karma. And we did see in the previous game how hard it is to pin down an Olaf. He managed to be chased all the way to his turret and punish them in response for that. So a lot of great disengage tools for the side of Colorado, something the Nevada has to be very careful of.
Is there any concern for you, Glovely, with the Nevada setup where they're running those 3 tanks of the Gragas, the Hecarim, and the Scion, that they might just fall short on damage? I mean, yes, Vlad has some. We know the Hemoplay can absolutely rip through teams, but if that ult whiffs or doesn't land on a key target, you're really just looking at that Sivir, and I think all 3 of us are kind of in the state of, yeah, it's good, but it could have been better. Are you worried at all that Nevada just simply might run into there's 2 sources of damage, and if those die, there's really nothing they can do?
Yeah, that is one of the dangers of running a triple tank composition. Certainly you are more bulky than the opposing team, but in exchange you lose the ability to dish out damage. If you have a lot of peel, you can certainly make it work, but ideally it's better to have 3 damage dealers so you have 3 sources of threat and 2 tanks protecting that.
Well, Glovely, you already know what I'm going to ask as we start heading here into game number 2. You are 4 for 4 on the evening so far. Where is First Blood, and who is it getting? Or who is it coming from?
This is actually a really hard one, given the compositions. There's no super strong early game position. I know it's not coming from mid lane. Vladimir and Karma are going to be super safe into each other. If I had to guess, it's most likely going to come from that bottom lane. I think the Thresh-Tristana combination, very dangerous.
Well, that's a big reason why, especially Frankie G. I mean, Chizu gave him the shout-out. Big reason why Colorado State's up 1-0. Glovely, appreciate it. I have no dog in the fight, and I love a 3-game series, so I hope you see you in game number 3. But right now we're getting ready to jump into game number 2. Colorado State leading the series 1-0. Trying to see if they can get revenge on Nevada or if the Wolfpack have one up their sleeve similar to San Jose State, and we get a 3-game series all around, and everybody gets their money's worth tonight.
Absolutely, and again, one of these 2 teams facing off against Boise State University in the finals next weekend, and everyone with a little bit of skin on the line, if you will, whether it's past histories with these teams or just with the incoming champion and pending champion themselves. But we should be seeing a pretty stellar game. I do like the draft here in favor of UNR. I was vibing definitely on the CSU train last game, but look, UNR literally has a train this time, a pain train nonetheless. I have to go with it.
Yeah, my only concern for UNR is how many tanks is too many tanks, and it's a very fine line because, yeah, Glovely mentioned sometimes 3 DPS, but your tank gets melted. Your DPS just kind of look around chickens with their heads cut off saying, who's going to protect me, who's going to protect me? So it is that fine line. It is very hard to kill a Vladimir, so he will have that damage, but he doesn't have that snap and you're dead. So a lot of pressure going to be on Hotek on that Sivir. He's got to be in perfect position, use that spell shield perfectly. But I am a little worried about that Karma. Just, hey, there's no AP damage. Everybody just build as tanky as you can. They're eventually just going to run out of ways to kill us. So I think we're in for a very long game, and if they farm like they did earlier, it could be a 30-minute game that feels like a 50-minute game because everyone's got 6 items. So there's going to be very interesting to see how passive teams want to play. Both for Colorado State, you're 1 game away from that revenge, making it to the final, punching your ticket to CLOL. They have been the up-and-comer in the last few years of the Mountain West. Their first live final last semester. Trying to find another one. Not will be a live final, unfortunately, but still would be a chance at a championship this semester. Nevada, the reigning champion. Can they get it done? Do they maybe play too cautiously, the last-minute roster swap, all of that in tow? We'll see how they handle the pressure here getting ready to go into game number 2.
It's going to be absolutely huge. Again, UNR, I know, is one of those teams that does not like to necessarily lose or take it lying down, and this is one where they're going to have to come out explosive. CSU right now probably feeling pretty dang good. One win away from finding themselves back to where they were last year. This time, a little bit of a different story. And if they can body UNR here, can you imagine that momentum they would have going into the championships? The team that put you in the ground last year is now holding on to straws and hoping you don't take the rest of them from them. So I'm very excited to see how this match unfolds.
Yeah, and don't forget, one of these teams, not only do they get a shot at the Mountain West title, they will punch their ticket into the big dance, if you will, in CLOL. They will guarantee them a place in the round of 32. Seeding will depend on how they do in the Mountain West Championship, but that has already been determined. Whoever wins here tonight in the second semifinal will have that guaranteed spot to continue their playing careers in some cases, because as we know for Boise State, luckily I don't think we actually might be losing one member this year for Boise State, but you never know. There could be seniors who are saying, this is my last chance. This is the last time I'll get to play League of Legends, just besides, coming home from work and having some fun with it. So a lot of pressure for both these players, for all 10 of them. One of them is going to have to go home. 5 of them are going to have to say, can we do it again next year, and what's our roster going to look like? And 5 of them are going to say, all right, Boise State, let's go mano-y-mano. We want revenge.
Like I said, this is it. This is the quintessential, am I in the right spot? Am I doing the right thing?
Yep.
And this is going to be what could be the start of amazing budding careers as far as esports is concerned. Maybe they're not playing, maybe they go to coaching, maybe they end up doing some kind of social media or something, but this is huge. You win a trophy, you throw it on your resume, and on top of your college degree that you've been getting, it looks pretty dang good.
We're going to hop into the game. Everything pretty standard. Nobody really has any plans here to invade. The Rams will take that 1-0 lead right on down to the rim.
Pretty standard starts. Nothing super crazy jumping out at me. Got the ring actually coming out from Vladimir right off the bat. It's the only kind of interesting start there. Seal. As far as the spites are concerned, there's nothing really too crazy there. See the differentials. As far as top lane is concerned, some corrupting potions versus that blade on Aatrox. Kind of gives the idea that they're kind of letting Vernona kind of do what they need to. Frankie G walks up, level 1, gets the play. Just GG, fish. It's over. This is how it started last time. It's over.
All right, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Green and gold is showing a bit there.
Watch him hit the level 2 death sentence. It's going to happen, I'm telling you.
I mean, this is exactly how last time played out. He hit level 2 first. Hotek didn't have the spell shield. And just ate a death sentence to the face this time. Nevada a little bit more keen to what's going to happen there, and they'll hold back.
Got him just the tip of that sword, so the top laners bopping back and forth. But again, like you said, this could be a 30-minute game that feels like 50 minutes, because I don't really anticipate the junglers moving quickly. You see a bot lane rotation just to get some vision up into the deeper side of the jungle, try to keep track of jungle a little bit more. Great tether there, actually, going to allow for that karma to continue forward, but really standard stuff here. You do see Tristana with an early little lead there. Just the one way to be able to reconcile that relatively quickly. Skull Chaos getting a nice amount of damage there. Play is going to land there. That death sentence, I told you, at level 2. Once again, he is going to have it, as Avi is going to also be receiving a little bit of a burn with the Ignite. And level 2 is beautiful for Frankie G.
Yeah, good news for Avi. He's going to have that passive to heal up a little bit. Still had a health potion as well, so not going to be too concerned on that, Gragas. I think the one thing you want to watch out for is how quick, if at all, this dunk will want to punish Winona, who's pushing pretty aggressively on that top side. Of course, Tristana's going to put a ton of tower damage in. Both of them will slam each other down. Q2 is going to hit. Should have one more. Winona wants to use it. Here comes Dunkel, though.
But here comes Uncle Horsey trying to get out of there. Is it going to be Vernona, but not going to happen. First blood ends up in the hands of Dunkel. And for the first time, Glovely is wrong. I think I can see him crying in the corner as we speak.
I love that play by Nevada, realizing that Winona, with just how AoE the Q is from that Aatrox, is going to be consistently shoving in to endpoint, basically baiting him into his own aggressiveness. Played that one perfectly. He'll teleport right back to lane. That is first blood over to Nevada.
Absolutely, and UNR are going to love that. Frankie G, again, just had an opportunity, and it just didn't quite work out like they were looking for as far as the bottom side. Then, meanwhile, on the top side, you have just a great setup. You know, as far as Vernona is concerned, thought they had the advantage there against Clapiston. Very textbook first blood.
Mid lane, pretty standard. I mean, you look at the CS, everything's pretty calm. Nice lead for Kichi there, but when you're constantly under pressure, And worrying about that death sentence, Hotek's not going to have an easy time. Now it looks like they'll rotate up for the ward.
Yeah, so you got the first bit of aggression under 5 minutes. UNR feeling great about that. The question is, what are they going to do with it? Didn't really pick up anything super big off of that first blood, but the resources will be nice. And as we hit the 5-minute mark, we're going to start seeing a little bit more positioning towards things like Dragon, opposing jungle vision, as both of these crews start to stack up more and more resources, more and more gold, finding better and better items.
Yeah, Bramble Vest for endpoint, definitely something he's going to like. Just reduce that Aatrox self-healing. No teleport available for either top laner, so this Dragon could be a 4-on-4. They'll both slam into each other. Right now, we're going to get a free Dragon here, looks like Colorado State.
Yeah, just move that bottom lane up, might as well. Tristana was on her way back, so it's not like that Thresh is really going to do anything in the lane anyway. It's not like, yeah, you can play kind of farm, but you really don't want to do that in that situation. And as far as Kamari is concerned, doing a pretty good job just kind of keeping the pace here in the mid lane. Vlad really hasn't been able to just run into him. Dragon picked up there like we talked about, absolutely free. So Colorado State University has a little bit of a pushback. Sure, it wasn't first blood, but they'll take first Dragon for sure.
See how quickly they want to put pressure onto this top lane with that Rift Herald spawning in a couple of minutes. Right now, speaking of pressure on the top lane, Nevada's got 3 members up there. Death Sentence going to whiff. I think he's trying to Death Sentence a minion, maybe.
I don't know, man.
Get into Flay. That was kind of a crazy strat, and Obvi's
he wants
hanging
the reset.
around.
That's what he was looking for. He's looking for the Q reset, I guess.
You can tell Obvi's been a jungler because he is rarely in the bot lane, but he's always setting up a place somewhere on the map.
It looks like we have a little bit of an invasion here as far as UNR is concerned. Looking at this top side, they are going to be pushing out Rudolph here, it appears, taking control of that blue side jungle. Blue side of the blue side jungle, I guess is what I was looking for there. And Vernona is just hanging out, looking for an opportunity. A little bit more CS, but as you take a look at the CS, it's even. A little bit of a spike there on the bottom side, so that will certainly help. Avi rotating here on the mid side, just going to lead the Sivir by themselves. And same thing with Kishu. He's going to push up there, collect some resources off of that tower. Kapari, 1v2 here in the mid lane. Has some help here.
Oh, here comes Frankie G. Body slam away.
And this is what we're going to see for quite a while. I mean, really, until we start seeing first items finished, maybe even the half at that point, you know, the 1.5 item spikes kind of deal. I don't think you're going to get much. Never mind, as Vernona is going to take a nice 70% of the opposing laner's health. Relatively easily, nonetheless. Nice. Another point falling in favor of Colorado.
Tristana is going to rack up so much bonus gold just in those plates. You see, despite the kill, the gold is basically even. About less than 100 gold separates the two teams. CS advantage everywhere across the map on Colorado State side except the jungle. They are tied. That bonus goal is going to slowly rack up. But once again, it's a Sion ult just to be back to lane.
It's like, wait a minute.
He's going in! No.
It's one of those noises, though. Like,
yeah,
you hear Kled, you hear the Sion.
Sivir.
Sivir, you know, it just, it puts you on edge even when you're not in the game. You're like, where's, you know?
Where? Everybody has those bad memories of like, you're like, ah, the Sion's not coming towards me, and then you get launched in the air and your screen just turns gray.
Oh, that's awesome. Why does my back hurt so bad? Because he just broke it like Bane? Okay, I got you. I firmly understand where I belong.
Looks like we will get the Rift Herald for Nevada. They're just going to hop on top of that. Colorado State has pinged it, but I don't think they really have any interest.
Frankie G protecting his pink there, so that feels pretty good. Gotta love that. Able to play out some words as well. And again, it's just a farming simulator for everybody. No one's really capable of getting an advantage. We do have Uncle Horsey rotating up here as Jungle is going to be looking for something. Is able to get the aggression, pushes Vernona into the rush, so that breaks LOS, and they are actually not going to get anything out of that. So a failed gank, unfortunately. It doesn't look like many resources were used, though. So kind of a wash on both sides.
Yeah, they did get the ult out from Vernona.
Sure.
That's about the one positive. Kapari's going to rotate up, walk over a ward. He'll take care of that one. There is a Rift Herald in the back pocket of Dunkel. But unfortunately for him, that is 5-5 and 5 plates alive. That Rift Herald's not going to get as much value as you would hope, so he'll hold on to it.
Trying to squeeze it by. That backline with Montague didn't happen. Feels bad. Sounds like we didn't see it. But you're absolutely correct, man, as far as whole setup is kind of wait and see, if you will. Hurry up and wait, is that a better option? I don't know.
I mean, you nailed it on the head with the farming simulator. We have Vici. He's flirting with that 10 CS a minute mark that players love to fawn over. Just a little bit behind. They'll pick up first couple plates there. Thought it was first out. Just a second plate there. And now here comes Obby.
Looks like Verona is not done, and another member here. Flash out, almost made it out, but not able to. Obby going to be accredited with that one. Not entirely. He wanted it on, but you are going to take it one way or the other. It looks like Kichi trying to get as much pressure on this bottom lane turret to make up for what has happened top. He's not really able to do so. So a couple plates going over to the side of UNR.
Yeah, you can see that Nevada has 100% opted for the we want as much pressure as physically possible on this top lane. Obby comes up, Dunkel comes up again. They're going to drop Rip Herald on this one. I would have to assume. There is a dragon spawning soon. So I'll be curious to see if that is the case.
Blue team's turret.
Looks like that's exactly what they've done. They'll pick one up. Kichi's probably going to try and take down this turret. Don't know if he'll be able to take it fully down, but he should be able to pick some extra plates up. And they'll give Colorado State their second dragon of the game.
Huge. UNR looking pretty good now. They've surpassed that about 1,000 gold situation. Did for a quick second, anyways. Dragon is going to be picked up there by CSU, which is awesome for them. Have their second one of the game. If they aren't able to find the kills, they might as well get the dragons. Oh no, did not spell shield it. So that's going to be huge. Buster shot for Kichi is in. Lantern out. Explosive cask. Just kidding. That's one teleport, but here comes a second, and that is going to be a huge situation. Frankie G needs to get out of here. Not able to do so. This is a 3v3 fight. Frankie G with the flash, not able to get out. Slow Chaos is going to pick him up there. This jump is in. Rocket shot is there, as well as the rest of the crew from the side of Colorado State. They may lose one in the fight, but it could have been so much worse. But everything expended. Now they need some.
Should be able to get the turret here. Nice undertow. They're going to have to retreat. I think the spell shield was on cooldown because Hotek had used it just to block the E. He had blocked the E earlier, which wasn't even empowered. He was just trying to block a little bit of chip damage, and Frankie G realizes that one perfectly. You'll see people ping the summoners in chat, but I'm sure in comms they're making very, very detailed notes of when that spell shield's on cooldown, because that is going to be the window for Frankie G.
And we'll see what they can do here. We'll see what the situation ends up being. Again, Nevada in the lead this time around. But we have seen what happens at around the 20-minute mark in this game. When the bigger objectives unlock, when bigger buffs are available, things like Baron, Soul for the Drakes, you're willing to give up a lot more. And that will cause the, I guess we'll say, timer on both of these teams to speed up dramatically.
We've got a bit of a lane swap here. Kichi and Frankie G going to head up to the top side of the map. Meanwhile, it's Venona on that bot side. He wanted that one plate to kill the turret. Unfortunately, he's going to run into Hotek and Obby. So he's going to have to retreat. Now we've got a party in the top lane, 3 members on each side. They'll just stare at each other.
It's kind of in the game. Mile-long stare, I think is what it was called. Yeah, really, Free right now just looking to continue to push. Everybody's looking for as many resources as they can with those plates falling here in the next 40 seconds or so. That should really be that as far as the early part of the game is concerned. Looking to burn down that top tower as fast as possible. Able to get another couple of plates there, so that feels pretty good. That does look like, Kapari is going to be stuck here in between a rock, a hard place. Flashes over the wall, didn't really need to, as that was going to be Vladimir's kill regardless.
Yeah, Emo Plague plus the Ignite from Obby, really not much he could do. And I love how Obby has played this. I mean, was the Nevada jungler, moved down to the support in time of need, but he's still playing like a mini jungler, rotating all over the place. Look at the death sentence, though.
Oh, Obby's going to be caught out. Play here is going to land. Buster shot is huge, but the damage actually puts him in the wrong spot. So Obby not only survives, but Endpoint picks up Frankie G. In the meantime, Undertow almost lands, but he's able to slam himself across the wall. So good move there from Nevada, going a little Super Saiyan here, as it looks like CSU. Little uncharacteristic here in this game, down about 2,000 here. 14-minute mark.
Yeah, Obvious just put so much pressure across the map for his team. You see with the 1-0-3 scoreline on that, Gragas playing it perfectly even without the explosive casks. As you mentioned, I think they're trying to Buster Shot him away from the team. They wanted to rocket jump on top of him, but they just got sandwiched. And now, a Rift Herald spawning soon. See if Colorado State wants to trade that out for a Dragon, as they would be on Soul Point. The Dragon should be up 2 or 3 minutes from now. See what prioritization that Rift Herald has now that plates are down.
And I mean, CSU has the 2 Drakes already. Pushing themselves into a Drake point, or a Soul point for that matter, would be absolutely massive. You get the option to trade, for Soul and Barrett, so we'll see what, kind of situation we end up looking at here in the very near future. But again, Nevada looks to be in the driver's seat and pretty heavy-handedly. Gold has not exploded past about 2,000, if I'm not mistaken. So a relatively even game despite this kill differential as well.
Yeah, and we find ourselves very similar to game number 1. All 4 players above 100 CS. I mean, almost everyone on Colorado State above 130 here. 15 minutes into the game. It's one of those things where we're going to have a 30-minute game that looks like it's been for 50 minutes because everybody's going to get their items a lot faster. And unless a bloodbath breaks out, I think we're going to see a very low-kill game.
Yeah, the hook is going to land, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Ombi just explodes. The explosive shot actually took half his health there. That is exactly what I was talking about. If that guy does not get taken, doesn't even have an item completed yet, welcome to the life of the support sometimes, you can just death sentence him in. What's he going to do? He's going to try to get away, but he's so slow, he's not able to actually do it. So just a great set of great videos. Watching these games.
Yeah, just a great death sentence here by Frankie G. Walks him going into the wards, explosive shot, bang. Don't know if they got goodbye with the Kraken Slayer damage or not. I mean, but this is again, it's 158 CS Tristana. I mean, we always talk about, 10 CS a minute is kind of like that. You've elevated the next level. We get an invade.
The Shadows is in. Blue team picks up the Dragon, so they are at Soul points. Kapari trying to stay alive as long as possible. But there are 4 individuals there. 1 life for 1 Drake. Kind of an even scenario. The question is, what do they do from here? Frankie G is going to put up the ultimate here. And jumping on in is Vernona. Going to find Hotek there. The exploding cast actually seemed to help. The hook is going to land. Skull Crusher is going to be the one caught there. But using everything and then some finds yet another. So Nevada going to lose 1, finding 2. Death sentence will not land.
Gotta be careful for Kichi. He's still full life. He can easily rip apart somebody if they engage.
Nona looking for something, looking to pull anybody back, is not able to. And another great move there from the side of UNR, continuing to expand that lead, I guess. As it is, like I said, it's been hovering around 1,000 for probably the entirety of the season.
Yeah, unfortunately for Colorado State, Kichi had a rocket jump away from the engage, so he wasn't able to get back in time to be able to do as much damage as possible. But that Tristana is absolutely scary right now.
Yeah.
170 CS, 2-0-0, Kraken Slayer finished. Who knows how much gold he's sitting on as Colorado State takes down another tower. They're just going to hop right onto that Rift Herald.
And might as well. I mean, who's going to stop you here at this point? Again, they have picked up all of the major objectives. While the kill spreads may not reflect just how well CSU has been playing, you can take a look at just about everything else and see it. Ahead in towers, ahead in the Drakes, looking at Soul if they can find just 1 more. The question is, what are they willing to give in order to get there, which has kind of been the storyline here for them in game number 2.
Yeah, Cloud Soul. Pretty useful on the side of Colorado State. You get the movement speed on the World Ender. You get the movement speed on the Ragnarok for that Olaf, as well as the box to allow Frankie G to get away, plus just the 9, the cooldown reduction from Nevada. It's definitely something they want to prioritize. But as you mentioned, you trade out Soul for Baron. That will be a debate that the Rams have to have. But for right now, we'll enter the Ward Wars portion of the broadcast.
Yep.
And we'll just, everybody will take their sweet time. We'll see for Nevada, you're probably trying to get Kichi in a very bad spot and be able to gun him down.
Fish, do you remember when you could just buy infinite wards?
Yes.
Buy a bazillion wards and just run around and like a flower girl at a wedding, be like, you get a ward, that gets a ward. You just warded everything, and as a support, you basically had 3 items that just made it so you could buy more wards. Those were the days.
I'll be honest, watching competitive games that ended 40 minutes in at a scoreline of 7-3 was definitely not my style.
Sure.
So I am glad that it is a bit more aggressive at times, but both these teams getting us back to days of old where everyone just CS'd and you punish the team that made 1 bad mistake.
This is the Baron fight at 55 minutes that ended the game.
Yeah, I mean, the one guy gets caught out of position in 55 minutes, everyone has 500 CS.
Drake was just some like world gold, wasn't even really worth it.
Yeah, it was like, hey, there's a dragon, it gives us 300 gold, but we've come a long way since then. But Colorado State, Nevada, they've entered the time machine.
Welcome to Season 11.
Mythic item.
Ooh, Panic Kings.
Score drinkers.
Oh, they found him! Not able to finish it off, though. That explosive shot I thought might be dangerous, but it was smaller than normal. Could have been a devastating scenario, but instead just going to force it back home. Still feeling pretty healthy nonetheless, though.
As Bubbly said, you knew first blow was going to happen in the mid lane because it's a Karma who's not going to do any damage. And even when she does that, Vladimir is so hard to lock down. It's going to be very hard for Skull Chaos to have that bounty stolen from him unless Nevada does get clean aced. But you look at the side of Nevada and you wonder who's going to find their way onto Kichi, because as long as that Tristan is alive,
Frankie!
they have a chance.
That actually might be his undoing there. He could have possibly gotten out of there and panicked as Avi came down. Teleport is coming through as well, as it looks like Dunkel is trying to find Vernona. Is going to push him on back. Jump over a flash. The belly slam is good. Lantern to the explosive cast. What an amazing cast to deny the Lantern pull. Another one for Nevada, and they are eyeballing Baron.
I was wondering if they would go for the Dragon or if they would ping out the Baron. Now the question becomes for Colorado State, are you going to answer the Baron or are you just going to grab the Dragon? So you said Cloud Soul is good but not great. And as you mentioned, yeah, Frankie G gets caught just a little bit. Great flash body slam here. Plus an explosive cast from Avi to stop Bonono. Thought he had that
Watch this. Psych!
They're going to pick up that Baron for free, it looks like.
Yep, doesn't even attempt to get into the pit. Oh, wait, maybe there's a hook right there, as it does look like Skull Chaos is going to be the first one to take a huge amount of damage. Here comes the devastating charge, but it's not going to find anyone. And Drudok jumping on in. Ragnarok's 1v3 is able to find Hotek, but falls down in the fray. But Vernona is coming here. A nice little pinch, and the root is going to be there. Where is everybody? Skull Chaos is going to find one. Another pair there for Vernona, and then it looks like Endpoint. Kichi is going to flash for it, but the damage is not going to be enough. Endpoint will find one. The shield is there. Vernona with the fancy feet. And as we take a look, he is the final member for Nevada. CSU picks up the ace.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nevada, Skull Chaos and friends just went chasing after Kichi. And Kichi did not die. You've got the rocket jump plus the flash. We didn't get to see it, but he just absolutely kited them away. That allowed Hotek to just get gunned down, and now this should be a free soul.
And Chaldini was looking at it in the inhibitor, dude.
Yeah, Hotek luckily died early enough he could stop her.
Wowzers, yowzers, friends.
Yeah, I mean, we went from who's going to find Kichi to how many people are you willing to throw at Kichi while he just kites you in circles and laughs?
That was really weird, too. I mean, the decision to go to Baron, sure, it was what it was. For some reason, I thought, and what I saw on my stream, looked like a free Baron.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at, oh, never mind, just kidding. But this is that fight that broke out. That was such a very discombobulated fight for everybody. It was so hard to keep track of what happened to the point where I didn't realize that Nevada had been wiped off of the map as we watched this fight unfold here. So, again, a 5-4-3 exchange in favor of CSU, and they are back in this, even finding themselves the soul that we talked about. Baron not even picked up by Nevada, so Shaka Khan, I think, is what I'm going for.
Kichi's just setting himself up perfectly. There is not a teleport on either, or at least up for Venona. Skull Chaos can't teleport in, so that Aatrox's gonna have to walk down.
Uh-oh, I'll be in trouble. Kichi gonna pick that one up. Endpoint, well, gonna try to ult, but actually what a great step forward there from Rudolph. Makes it so that ult is just applied a little bit of a in the same instance as Endpoint's, second body is also going to be ripped to shreds. Vernona actually caught here a devastating charge. I'm sorry, Onslaught of Shadow is going to come through, but Dunkel now is gone, and not for this world. A nice rocket jump there. Skull Chaos looking to come in again, would actually get stunned before falling underneath. A double kill for Vernona, and my goodness, this could be the beginning of the end for Nevada. They're down and showing that they are flatlining minute by minute. They had this game so well. 1,000-goal lead throughout the first 20 minutes, but the dreaded 23-minute Colorado State University is online with a Dragon Soul on top. Go ahead, sprinkle a little purple on there. You got yourself a Baron buff while you're at it.
Yeah, once again, great, as you mentioned, great forward step there to block the charge, so Endpoint couldn't get away, and unfortunately, it's Frankie G. You have to wonder why that Thresh was not banned away, because he's absolutely popping off on it. It feels bad to ban a support, but Frankie G, a huge reason why. He's hit every hook Colorado State needs, and as we compliment him, he's going to get caught in the bad spot.
It's not even his fault. He was just, Wrong place.
Hey,
Wrong
still
time.
hit the
Hey, look
hook,
at that. Hey, stay alive. Woohoo.
Keep that hook accuracy up.
I'm going to have to find Frankie G's Twitter after this because it's going to be one of those things where it's like incoming Thresh one trick or something like that. He's going to have something to say about that because Thresh is not a champion you typically think of banning out. Frankie G is just, again, looking solid. Yeah, got caught out there, but overall, bella.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, you look at this team for Nevada and you have to wonder who's finding their way onto Kichi. You're going to need an explosive cask, maybe flash body slam from Avi, but with the rocket jump, with the buster shot, Kichi's going to be so hard to lock onto.
Oh. Looking for a crafty play here, not going to find it as they were spotted out by the sweeper. Nevada trying to decide how they go about this. This being thrown around all over the place here by the Dragon Pit. Elder will be a point of contention. This game is far from over as well. Elder Drake arguably, I guess, technically stronger than Baron. When you have 10%, you're gone. But it could be the point in this game where everything absolutely unfolds. The last 25 minutes could be nothing if that Elder Drake ends up on either one of these teams.
Yeah, throw for Soul, grab the Elder, win the game. Should be spawning here in a couple of minutes. See how Colorado State wants to handle it. They will not have the crucial Baron for the Elder. Vanona's going to walk right into Skull Chaos, and he'll change his mind. For Colorado State, if you can find a way to grab those supers before Elder spawns, that'd be great. Undertow hits, body slam away.
You just get so nervous, curious as to what the actual situation will be. Rudolph is looking to come on in here, and look at the size of that explosive shot. That third pop hits the tankiest member, arguably, of Nevada, and it deletes him, but it looks like CSU wants one final push. Devastating charge is there. Onslaught of Shadows to follow up. A great Pythagorean kind of engage here. Exploding Cast not going to find anybody, and it looks like this Karma is just opening up. Just on a tough follow. Olaf finds one. Tristy with the double A. Give her the triple while you're at it, and that is going to be that. Colorado State University has done it and will find themselves in the finals of the Esports Mountain West Championships.
Colorado State, quick work as you said. Don't let them get to 23 minutes. They will absolutely come alive. They 2-0 Nevada for the second time this semester. The Rams have punched their ticket into the CLOL round of 32, and they'll get another crack at Boise State coming up next weekend, but the Rams put in work. Don't forget that the Mountain West Esports Series Championship, sponsored by the Air Force Reserve. Continue your education, receive college tuition assistance, student loan payback, and great job training skills. To find out more and to start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve, go to afreserve.com. Colorado State dominating in a statement 2-0 victory over Nevada. Ban Tristana, please.
My favorite piece of this is that at any point in time, someone could say, oh, well, we had to make an adjustment. There was this devastating scenario that caused us to change our lineup at the last. Frankie G, folks. Frankie G, again, same situation, thrown into that support side, and now Boise State versus Colorado State in the finals for the Mountain West. This is amazing. I'm loving this.
Now, this is going to be, revenge for both sides for Boise State. We've harped on it time and time again with what happened last year. Colorado State, we've talked a lot about, what would have happened if Colorado State and Nevada would have met outside of week one. We know Colorado State would have won. When Boise State and Colorado State met in the regular season, Boise State, with 3 minutes to draft, I'm told, pulled the trigger on E-Thug is now 80 carry.
Wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was even that bad.
Yeah, it was, from what I'm told, they sort of, hey, can we maybe do this? And the coaches were like, hey, look, we've got Colorado State. Let's just wait. Let's pull it out. And then 3 minutes to draft, they're like, no, he's going 80 carry. We're not going to listen to you. And so that first game was free because he got the twitch that he is so dominant on. 100% win rate, 85% ban rate. That's not going to happen this time. Colorado State's going to be ready. So now the question becomes, did Boise State the better team, or did they catch Colorado State off guard? We'll settle that debate next weekend. But for now, we've got our ICCU player of the game, and I think you and I are probably in agreement here. Let's say it on three. Ready? One, two, three. Frankie G. There you go. You look nervous there.
I was like, I hope we're right, but it is going to be Vernona. And I'm not going to argue that one as well. The Renekton play, absolutely solid,
for sure.
In my opinion, in that game number one. And then game number two just worked out really, really well for CSU. They were, again, you can't really say behind. It was only 1,000 gold. That's not really like a huge deficit, but 22, 23 minutes hit, and suddenly the, what is it, are they green and gold? Is that what they are?
I think so.
I might have to go buy a jersey. Hopefully you guys have a store because that was looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kichi as well.
Yeah.
I thought that Kichi, Venona, and Frankie G were probably all sort of tied there. I will say tiebreaker usually goes, and I support players in all games, usually goes who has the best highlights. Yeah. There's only so many times, that's a thresh hook, that's a thresh hook. So I do understand why at times you're like, look, we picked the player that looks the best. So
I just noticed I've been getting so panicked throughout the course of this that I've actually undone my tie throughout the course of the game.
It's stressful.
It is, and I'm not even playing, man. And again, those fights were so all over the place.
Yeah.
As far as, again, there was one fight in particular. I can't remember the last time I've been that lost as far as a team fight is concerned, to the point where I lost 4 deaths in the meantime, you know, so that's on me. But it just goes to show you the chaotic state of this game. Sure, the first 10 minutes, it was 10 minutes. We had one first blood up to 10 minutes in both of those games. And then at around 14 minutes, like, oh, okay, here we go. And this just absolutely exploded. 22-23 minutes for the side of CSU. Just so happens to be the golden hour, or minute for that matter. And the Rams just looking so good doing it as well.
I will say I didn't get a C because I know that there is some issues with spectating where when the game does end, everything just kind of blows up because there's that delay. I was curious who stole that pentakill away from Kichi at the very end.
Absolutely.
Because I saw him get the quad, but we're going to get it. Here it is. Venona is your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. ICCU believes a great player makes a team more successful. It's like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Big reason why Colorado State had the successful 2-0 is that Venona play on the Renekton as well on that Aatrox, and he's your ICCU player of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I completely agree with the statement, and I feel for both supports on these teams, you know. And as far as the Nevada side, you can't beat yourself up too bad about that. Still went toe-to-toe with the team that ends up, you know, going to the finals in that situation. But just what a crazy day. What an interesting setup, and what a explosive ending as far as today is concerned.
I mean, just what a crazy year for Mountain West League of Legends, right? I mean, we talked about it. We saw the video. Nevada absolutely rolled through last year's Mountain West Series. They crushed Colorado State in the live finals. Now we come back just a year later, couple of roster changes just simply because people graduate. Bot lane for Nevada was entirely new going into the semester, and unfortunately, Nevada can't get it done. Well, here is our upcoming schedule. Of course, we have the championship for the Mountain West. We know Colorado State and Boise State are going into the round of 32 in CeeLo. Who gets the better seed? We'll find out next week. And we also have Madden, Rocket League, Overwatch, Valorant. It's all here on the Boise State Twitch channel. So if you like what you saw, drop a follow, drop a sub, stay tuned, because there's always great things coming. Who knows? I'm always told it's his last event, but I bet you Cheesy comes out next weekend. Who knows?
You know what? If you want me, you can have me. I'm technically retired, folks, but at this point in time...
How can you say no to the Mountain West Championship game?
I would not say no to the Mountain West Championship.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is I absolutely need Boise State to pick up the victory, or I'm a bad omen. So for me, this is like, you know, not a lose-lose, but if you have me, I'll be here, and I'll make this one hell of a last event for my career, if that's what it's going to take.
You keep saying that, and then I walk through these doors, and I'm like, that man's not supposed to be
I promise
here.
you this is the last one. I promise.
Well, Boise State better let you off on a win. If they lose next weekend, they're going to say, geez, can you come back next year when they try again? Well, we are going to be done for the day. Do you have any final takeaways from our jam-packed Mountain West semifinals? Boise State and Colorado State, huge congrats. They're both advancing. Your final thoughts, Cheesy, on either game, all 4 teams, I don't know, your favorite food, whatever.
Absolutely phenomenal series of play as far as today is concerned. And again, all of these teams, no matter what the outcome today was, should be absolutely impressed with their lineups. And with what happened and unfolded, that means your next season is going to be just as good, if not better, depending on how you go about it. But I like what I'm seeing from the Mountain West, and I'm curious to who walks away with a big old trophy coming home to their homestead, wherever it is. So as far as what I'm looking forward to, about 7 days from now.
7 days, we crown a champion. Can Boise State find their first, or for Colorado State, the upstart from a year ago, get revenge on what happened to them on the stage in Las Vegas? Well, we will find out next week, but for now, we'll close out with our top plays presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. And now let's see the top 5 plays from Colorado State's 2-0 victory as they head on to the finals, taking down Nevada.
Who is going to end up being the Mountain West brothers in arms? You know what I mean? As 2 of these individuals.
It is an Ocean Dragon. We'll see if either jungler has much inside. Rudolph's going up to the top lane. Stun lands on endpoint. He's got to be careful because here comes an Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf is in the wings. All he needs to do is land one. The stun is not available. Never mind. Slice and dice. He gets the axe off the flash prediction. You are filthy. Wash behind your ears. That was awesome.
Oh! Dunkel's going to find Rudolph, though.
Rudolph, go! Run, Rudolph. I believe is the terminology. Going to use the Ragnarok to get out of there. Is it going to be enough? Peachy is there. A jump on in. But Rudolph is going to survive with help from the tower. You cannot chase an Olaf. I mean, you can, but that's kind of what happens. Kichi there in the wings to help save. Ooh, that actually might be his undoing there. He could have possibly gotten out of there in panic as Avi came down. Teleport is coming through as well. As it looks like Dunkel is trying to find Fernona. Is going to push him on back. Jump over a flash. The belly slam is good. Lands onto the explosive cast. What an amazing cast to deny the lantern pull. Another one for Nevada. And they are... Here the ultimate from Sivir. The entirety is in. Quickness is down. There goes the Cho'Gath. And actually is going to find one as Corki is going to get the other. A double kill for Cho'Gath there as Endpoint is back into this game. Here comes the dominance as Renekton is going to fall but finds one. 4-4-2 engage Nevada. Points, second body is also going to be ripped to shreds. Fernona actually caught here a devastating charge. I'm sorry, Onslaught of Shadow is going to come through, but Dunkel now is gone, and not for this world. A nice rocket jump there. Skull Chaos looking to come in again. Would actually get stunned before falling underneath. A double kill for Fernona.